wanted to be near tomb because Obi a declared wanted to be a bonnet Obi. Even
Keno for the crowd.
Why you bonnet? More of us said as you been brave. When why you be bad when you are zifom. No. Offer to very honest.
In the report we are in for the transfer move. AG2 mu say Monkoya press conference na Monkonkoka. I mean Ghanaians are grateful. Say for the
effort.
For the effort.
Yes.
Every Ghanaian is grateful. But when you
and of a big crowd for me, I don't think it was the duty of the Interior Ministry to come and do any pressure. President has ordered for an forensic or an investigation into a matter. We are moving for my reporting command. Can we want satisfy our?
I somehow
and I call about Honolulu to say, well, if you come over, yes, it's a cabinet minister,
and I don't think
I agree with you.
The Muntaka I know will not just pick the report.
No, near the bonnet, so
definitely there will be
some communication first.
Then it's like, okay, so Interior Minister, you can go ahead.
Address the people.
I have the problem with the content that when
say echo cabinet ampadia.
When a
review man once and ever.
Because one. So
and I'm more for Jamaya.
That's only medium como. Now I catch them and say, "Encrophobi botu asha a friend say ododo.
Yeah.
Ebi botu ha. Inipa mi ensa case wo criminal court way. Fine. I don't need those people because Ghana for you who I am fanya hwe. You try say e be di asem na wi. But the moment you tell me say there are some fugitives on the run. And only you're wanted. That is the word you use.
Yes, they've been declared wanted.
If those guys they have been declared wanted, then let me know who.
How do you declare someone wanted? What's the procedure?
Even the procedure, if you have made a main for procedure, no. But they may found
why were declared wanted?
Why not declared wanted?
They say yeah, it is the all with a guy in Syria. So why are you way, baby? They say baby, make a one as well. It's me who.
Why not declared wanted? One. What would they say? Two.
One for you way.
On background because they declare me wanted. I'll say
yes, brief background. Yes, the profile. Yes.
So give us the profile.
Now for photograph. You see, I like the style of leadership in this administration where
we are a half report.
I can't have. When I can't have, I'm not first half. I can't second half.
No, because seriously, I don't get it.
I like the posture of young government trying to keep the people in the loop.
Informed.
Yes. Now you carry them along as and when the government moves, but how big dangerous in terms of information. So man who money here a dangerous class is a one makra. Go by here say oh there has been considerable progress on request of Mampenindi Baye. So far ya near Makakrenti Ghana for my emre semuno the details baba to abontia dear na when it trimu say onya justice da can draw better pa because when him say after the justice is on the way. But the kind of information they have to abontino say nipa no you be oya analytical obe who say indeed justice delayed is justice denied.
Because to be honest with you, bro, on the now call your issue no.
Yeah.
And I was with my son. And on any time he comes around, I devote all my time.
Yeah.
Anytime he's around.
Yes. I've monitored.
Everything I do is about him. I don't even go out. Tell me, and I just want to sit by him because once I'm you know, 17 years going your
questions.
Now I feel also person yes over papa me dim huni.
Also adi. Oh for Futi.
Futi for. Na oh metie honorable Muntaka na call you anope no. Me say we tie no have you no. That is where I'm having issues why NDC blame na call you. Because honorable Muntaka anka no baby say BBNC. Indeed BBS.
Yeah.
In the report BBS. As to whether na call your testimony no and kebe mo timi achieve mo target.
In fact,
I don't know.
Nakoyo gave a frank testimony. And the frank testimony is that she was not part of the convoy. That is a frank testimony. It doesn't mean say something that happened.
Something happened.
Because at the time she was just a parliamentary candidate. She has no power to do commence investigation. On this council or the other independent group will be also investigation man. So what was she going to speak to? As far as her individual your friends knowledge about the issues of concern, she was not part of the convoy. Now call investigative body and you just say obi attacking not my hindra kamu o the person was Yusuf be ewu na now kan ho ana what's the mean kan ho. How does that make it lose the credence of asthma, substance of asthma?
So in the first place, now call your a video no a man for body did na terminal. Only intro.
No.
Anybody?
You see, she has faith in the current system. So there's no need to control.
So which means I think say time when I call your a cultural committee no say na onika. I think they could have Profeda. No, it's a committee. Committee na mbisa of further question na you are there na akoka. Now mo money aha. There na akoka. Committee for the why. Ah, offer photograph nya. No committee. Committee members. A professional investigative group. Such a form you know. Oh, but say of our academy, you know, yes, we appreciate the effort that has been made. But we believe, say, and the Vivi, we appreciate the milestone. At least you see, for the first time, the Ghanaian public feels to say, "Unya semwa, the state institution that will follow it up for you." But we are saying, say, as far as the 2020 and 2024 election violence is of concern, no, report to by in our honest opinions as citizens and civilians, it's not enough. Especially with regards to declaring people wanted, who are they? What are their names? Where are their profiles? Where are their pictures? Na timamu ni yamwa investigative team. Na semunu yenya no puma sibre. We are not belittling their effort. We are only asking for more. Thank you. Me honorable Abeka Mensa ora Daniel Kwesi Ashiama honorable Kwaba.
Yeah. Minya Bobie.
Boko de.
Oh, Boko. Ejuma be say wa oni.
Nye better.
When you phone wa anso nuncio. Well, Bobie answer the one so what is the inflation about from?
8%.
8%. So I say I hit digit about 2 months ago.
Yeah. 9.4.
Single digit. What only a question.
But you see, Meno, I think sometimes I am tempted to join the street conversation about inflation above from how does it affect me? Me and me street conversation.
Oh yes.
Because the street conversation and what do no ye kasa kire omo no e ho no omo and do no question ni. So I'm tempted to join though
Over.
me bo Abaina Basu, me bo Governor Basu, me bo Atua Basu, me bo JM Basu. Yes, the figure.
Oh, street is also one member.
No,
I am layman analysis.
Exactly, layman.
Over. And yet, honorable Nasha here, come here, simple analysis. Yeah, my personal life. Of a personal life.
I want you.
Set now, no, I'm number 2, and he said, yeah, now so saying, me patching me ho.
Yeah.
Inflation and exchange rate has saved me a lot. Exchange rate, more far. Operation. If you live in Chado, you don't follow traffic. Of I say I want to burn ministries. Timber honey go to America Sika. Name Jane. Ah, me ya dollar in about 10. Now see the mess offer Sika and Kametriano. A teso bay almost 40%. Sabreno, Namsi Minyadaya, but Tokunya. Spinters kwanzo could be friend Kitty was a kitty. Could be said kunya. Why a bomb and run a to me go to a kunyano. Me calculate no. Now swat to by 35%. Of a day, ya, but yani did 1 day, a burn 1 weddy. Mono first name the pie and cresam. And the uncle some minimum biafa. Enti ba kubi ediaba me mo de bi advert mo bia over before elections ye be win am bank ran na kuma say ye to ba ko 130 Ghana cedis enran ko anwumre mi ko tobi 97 Ghana cedis. Enti the only difference here ma who say inflation yen because abro bag no a me ko tolo adwene dwam December 2024 1200 no and abro bag no 700 kura no ye be chase me ye de betumrika 700 Ghana cedis but the only differences ma me no obodo kono no ono nko a de ono nko a do kono no ofa do kuru tu ze onye kese enso fakwan wojina na dokuno no si gan na muntimi nte so a aburo na abafo na nka dokuno mo de kakra from to no that is a challenge but you see meso medwi ofa medwi kwa chiri anam say hwe aburo no free drop so akura bia say isakurum ekwan no nye the driver ni kwa just spy fuel abafo wontimi nte loro fe no so to the last end user no be use aburo no na put about that so to say the petrol no crab wash.
Anyway,
anything we might not get it 100%, but to be very honest with you, there is a direct iron was 1 ton 9,700 December.
We catch them and say, let's assume say NDC by 2 inflation say 23.
Yeah, 23.8.
23.8. And then ka almost a year lose. Naji boom.
Exactly 54
to 20. Yeah, never 28. And not 30.
And can end up room.
And you so na. And can say I do chrono out on 7 cities. No go out on 7 cities.
That is my problem.
Probably because I mean I thought of 12 cities.
What do you say?
And
exchange rate bar from and inflation bar from importers we catch there and say yes omunti dem as say old stock.
This
is almost clear. Meanwhile, dollar cost there is nothing like new stock and old stock. Old stock no a good no cost $10 per cedi no. Your dollar no cost 17 cedis. Say I bet you no also the cost 17 cedis.
Anyway,
nya ewo me say. Eja Bobie, me be dru hanu na mo ka security asem election asem we say no kra we say no kra. But near what kind of kra edikan? Ebebua no okọ enima nti say mami honorable koyo aka na ne kura amafo to me did not attend but once it is the truth no ochi na ebebua no otwantro na enye otwantro na enye
mini ho
nti no onya ka no kura no Onya kana no credit bi dem abon sema man. Because ukotwa ntrose say ebi obi gina eho o ma bie glass wa twa video kura o say hwe video we say call your work no man o say onim mo say wa twa ntro. And as a member of parliament and looking at the constituency dynamics baby or one name into a kind of credit na didn't be kon yankopon ho. Now on the issue of this inflation asema me di ban me my eduma o makolada Ghanaian populace especially business people
you know your main and I say na koyo issues na your main.
Oh no, the ban me yanu kaka na koyo asem na your main issue enye na your main.
All right, okay.
Yes. Oh, Ghana for gbadi for wo kwan bia omudi punish aban a wa misbehave. That is the way they behave. Those who trade media minimum wa hihema makola pa.
Why are you more down?
Oh, share. Makola to kroni nyina minim. Baby no okra. Na in the center of Makola no there's a community. Yes. And I baby no light now the ko one for light I want to me wura. Now, aban na do aban no any kenu fratan omabo mana bro. Inte dwade for so ti ho etete. Say dachi a ti sese nyanda yetima. Price na ba fom no. Onu so on ti so. They have that mentality. Enye. It is a straight one, mom. Enye. But inflation coming down to this particular point, you know. All MPP ninu shano or si fi nkoso wo maimu. Intin person mi so say inflation omudi aka say oh omampanyi kufota na o single digit no. Na so ya single digit atamu say ya single digit no. Na anu de omunya infa anye campaign. These are the issues we have to ask them. Na ewunya MPP ni share but enye mi wonwo na na do ankasa ye omu leader atwemu no o ka che se mu se hwe nkoso but na na do ni wura fi se wa jisika so ko se asori da no wanse asori da eye ka mfino na bond holders so mu jo mu sika eye ka na ye tua ka no o se hwe nkoso
yemfa no
na MPP for so di na chi se hwe nkoso onu ankasa ni appointees awa appointee omu so omu wo degree ni masters ni doctorate degree no omu to be twa budget Edinburgh Ghana under the ECG and omu ka kire se ka afi we di betu kwan no 31 million Ghana cedis eko we ase no nipa wo bo ni tri se okita pe ye ma no ti num ani emu odidi wo ho osadi contingency figure e dey town no wa Bruce's figures about 300% from 31 million to 91 million Ghana cedis. And we need power appointee. And that is the problem we are solving today. Can you jina hono? On we say nyangupo na be so ahoma no. Enye ya na yetra o dwinse na ebe ya ama kan ye no jina ho. That is what we are doing today. Into some people no catch say fi nkoso a catch say enye mi wonwa e che say wo ye na nado asefo ni bi. And that is why you are speaking that way. Because the na do ankasa jina simpios ana I jina mu campaign platforms aka say mu se hwe nkoso on the issue of now call you some account the security issues it never be wo ho a it is our government, it is our party, but sometimes if you want to rescue you give some type of information keep nipa thinking. Then I will think say no. It also allows the leadership to think proper. I just say when people begin to ask questions, why is this open fincher the mouth fincher, you come back again, isn't it? Now they have to, as a teacher, you give some problem question. Question is a problem question. As a self farmer, problem question. Emma Ghana and school koda. No omun solve. It is also a strategy. When you are learning strategy, it got into a time you must put a problem question. So this who need teacher or class will try this answer. This one is a problem question. More solve. The way things are grinding at the security side, what is most important in any say, we need to be educating our electorate. Send our election time draw what we should do, what we shouldn't do. Because young politicians been mu ada nipa saa be fa no say democracy kran enya dia ye ti ase papa especially some particular political party. And so in this particular situation, the Biayeko or Kaye, F5 Binum say, Yachi Binwana or the electoral violence are all that they were doing about it. Now call your Desusu by Onusu Kananukre. I think we have to allow them to work. Questions must come, and they will always come. But now we call Honorable Mutaka office. Me to me try how we call back we call matra 2 hours. Misu misiminya dru ho de mi nko. Say nwumra menya botre na mahunu achia no. Ntia keke o. No onu su time ohun mi no so honorable. Sorry, wow, we say na hasite. They are really under pressure, working hard for Mother Ghana. And whatever we can do to support them, we should do so. Also say, looking at the space available to take youth for employment in the police service, a best to say 4,000. But application, about 50,000. How is it going to solve this problem? And these are the problems on the table. Senka aeroplane anaketeke etu na nado numu time uwe square France brabe juma saketeke na etu mi fra inkande nu mrante ni baba want to me be Bobie sa say ye bie say go and apply no. The kind of numbers you have is mind-boggling. And so it is time for us to think about how to open this economy. The economy that can absorb the youth, the teeming youth forever. Monday me conference be, and then there's this gentleman from the 24-hour economy. Or Kachira Ghana for say, in the year 2015, Ghana's population will be 50 million. In that say, to me and your botra tenasi, Kachira and say, we are going to toe this line to expand this economy to create employment for the youth. No? Ask yourself in the year 2050, 25 years from today, when you have additional 20 million people added to 30 million, year 15, what are they going to do? The youth, where are we going to get jobs for them? So, me kawe their first say the 24-hour economy is can looking at the plan and the vision that is talking about using the Volta Basin and then the Volta Lake as transport, using the Novi region as the cargo hub to open up the economy. I think that is the best way to go, because in Nanwa Sema SEO Galamsey site, is it Ahafo Shidem area no one send amrante etumi pie senka omu kodin semboni. They are all there doing, maybe they are not doing any employable government jobs, so and nuntina oma piesa. But these people need job. They need job. But Bobie, do you know something? I congratulate the military people. Say now, MB before them, I congratulated them because me bompa say Mahama Bai say Nugalam say time and now police ni soja phobia enko tutu nko. We love ourselves. The reason why we have a lot of the youth without job and this becomes a security concern is that we didn't expand the economy but in the past 8 years. I am so shocked to look at the figures. Me see onyankupo we nkwa na ebu Ghana. Inka bebe yeda and then we nyefe kra. Say yankasa ye to me tasi ye nyamo sa anya $8 billion in this country. IMF then say look at the meetings and the aeroplane fruko IMF in Tomuma say 3 billion. So if we have natural resource in the soil, Ghana for Misra say let us do it in the right way and get more money and expand the economy and let the youth get job. Let the youth get job. They don't have the job because one of them was car in there. Omu mines Galamsey sites no. They are just destroying the future of this youth. And Brantenu Namsa opening Bobie. So we are going on so much rokabi. It said time is money. And time tells. Mina me kachra brantie bia otie mi say in dem matwa wo hunu na nka mi wo matwa pa o mi shataje we enko unya na matwa susu bafom ena ebe kacha say umre no atwem ye kacha bi say ni mre no atwem ba onu say o da bi. But there are some things you cannot do again. You cannot do them again. And so today, you must put your energy. Miko village and Mifesen and Branted Timoto so wusu say, one hondi na say. One fan bro, one fan diakoko, one fan titin kukon kitty. Na sa macho no sa. Now what than you be original streets now beg. That is what we want to guard against. And in managing this economy. And so, as Ghanaians, let us all come together. Near air security concern, let us look at it. But I said it everywhere, say, until the investigative report is out, I will not support my honorable member, Ado. Nyobe kabia minfa. Do you get it right? Nyobe kabia mikano Ansah na ndra musi ontia is it 15,000 now? 15,000 now. Mbani in free Accra view. And yes, sir. Oko omuma no bill no.
Yeah.
Yes. Inti bisa musi had enti no musi ontia 15,000.
We have two issues.
Yes.
Yeah, you're dealing with, and so since you have veered into this matter,
Yeah.
then I will ask you.
Yeah. Do.
That the way NDC deal or tackle issues when nipa ewum as against said you say politics is here.
Yeah.
But the question is, you saw a Afenyo Markin slapping a policeman, right?
Yes.
Speaker, only interest in that story. The state, any interest. The NDC government, any interest. Or that one is not a crime.
If you finish asking the question, Maminga just said, that is why we have teachers and people teachers. MPP always use the political law to govern us. What I mean by political law is not in any book. Any say, omu die ni omu political party epeno, omu ba power enu no mu ye. Meanwhile, we have a constitution. When NDC comes, we try to do our best to use the constitution that is written for this country.
So in our laws, when you slap a policeman, it's not a crime.
They are in power. Is that not it? What did the government do? Time Afenyo Markin slap with 1 minute of power.
It's recently.
Yeah. Yes, the government, like the security agencies, should have taken action on that. Do you get you now? Omanfa, but Niente Mika Sani say NDC near, I'll shout the way I am shouting because it must take one person to be sensible in a family. And excuse me. No, the MPP no, they have their hierarchy. Anke someone shouted, Maka. As some way see, Maka can. In the first place, no crano, as I said, MPP party come out to discipline their leader. Have they done that?
No, they even promoted him.
Have they done that? They have not done that. Now NDC no on to me because say NDC ni leader every year sadia. NDC party Ankasakwa will come out with a statement, and that is why I'm telling you that it takes one sensible person in the family to change things. I just say someone should be out of here, and so no the left no the bed, and you say the right yeah. These are some of the things.
The BB NDC supporters no Ekakra.
Yes.
And they want answers from you guys.
Yes.
Why are you interested in cases, incidents, when NDC person is involved? When MPP person is involved, interesting or low. Why?
And I make a choice. 1992 constitution. Yeah, MPP fanko. Yeah, they tell us plain, clearly say, Omudi omunka, ni omupe no mubeye. They didn't take part. They told us that they will not sit down with farmers and fishermen to write the constitution.
How does it affect the issue of serving justice?
The justice must be said. Anything na ubisa me question me catch us say. Inka SSA police force na uka na NDC for some supporters no more okumatom him. But there is something in Ghana.
The same strength how they shout you on Kwabena to shout to the police that look, you can't discriminate.
No. Niamika say I shouted.
When?
time I yepanasun. Tenya hankwa na miba. I did. So one tear I did. But near woman is a me catch us. It takes one sensible.
You free even when it happened. We couldn't easily pick it up.
But once it is an issue that we saw on video, when it is an issue, irrespective of the date, when it is an issue that happens, we said it. Do you get right? But it is good. I shot at my brother. Do you get right?
That says no good. The question the grassroots me
grassroots no me paucho mean chawano. Who leads them? Some from the honorable. Who leads them? Who has to teach the we have to explain to them.
That is
and they must be with no. The explanation me mano. That is the way we should go.
That
sir, we should deal with our own to do the right thing.
They agree.
They have agreed to that.
Yeah, they agree. And everybody, every sane human being agree. But the question is, almost busamo say MPP ni afenyo ekasa political elites no ho ana say afenyo is above the law. And now there is a pact between the speaker and Afenyo or Ghana police and Afenyo. What is this? That is what they want to understand. Then they'll be clear in their mind. They don't have any problem. After all, Afenyo obe on that end this nibia eketeso. So supporters, but the supporters, the sensible NDC support, NDC supporters, they are not stupid. So they are asking wise questions. And then who back been speaker post be or see I survive in silence. The time I oil speaker the first time no, he said I survived in silence. No, how do you link? How do you marry the two?
And no make a choice says we have to teach our supporters the right thing.
So they may have questions. When you slap a policeman,
no. I didn't say that what Afenyomakin did was right. I told you that we condemn it. But Adodienu or no Kayon Afenyomakin what did the MPP party do? So we know that is their
DND is not in power.
No.
The power is in your hands.
The power is in our hands. We have to arrest him, right?
Of course.
Yes, I agree. But he come from a political party. Before you become a minority leader or majority leader, it is the party that says that this person should be there. What did they see in him to ask him to be there? We did our part. What did they do? The police must arrest. They didn't arrest. But that one is within the parliament. Mm-hmm. And
so when you marry the two issues, what do you think? What do you see?
What is happening right now? The parliament and the police have not come out to say finally that you win the case.
My case.
Has crime have ending date? No. They are hearing, and they need to take action because they know this is what is in the mind of a section of Ghanaians. Say, it is an issue there that we have to work, but it is not a bad thing for me to reprimand my child. Is it a bad thing? It is not a bad thing because everybody in this country is talking against Galamsey. Inti sami hu sami nua na me babi eye bibi ever raise public uproar. I must be the first person. This is what.
Are you so sure Kwakwado the omoka?
I don't accuse him, but I'm saying the investigation should come clear. Until that, I'm not blaming him. Because now there's investigation going on. In the investigation, report to Numbra. Now you.
Okay, back to you.
Over. Maybe the me who back up. The me who say Asante say Piaya would be a fire or Shiasino. Nanti Mudra no Ayashi. The MPP used the power they had to do a whole lot of things against Ghanaians. Be a Bayajuma for be ordinary Ghanaians. And almost had the power na shield or more. Over Mofrano Renanka. Esu no to. Penny of ye. As one of your mama friend in here kunyano infri nsuno. It ended up in the most humiliating defeat of our recent political honors. Ope group wa mprempren amenu kase. Omo ye very very discerning the Ghanaian voter. Especially the base of the NDC. Offer the we are one of the most active social media persons. Over social media. None other me offer. Me some George can say before TikTok for. Within the party, you saw how they roasted him up. Whether they were justified or not, based on how almost nasino. Once upon a time, their darling boy, who do the end. Now no other me am a boss. Ora sa medium fee. Adoye o, enye boni adoye. Adoye no could see the wrong person so. Nipa that no hear this base in the hipa. The base that saw this young chap, a very brilliant young man, party based in Niagara. Look at what they did to him for that mistake. The development of Ghana is tied to how long the NDC stays in power. And on all fronts, it depends on the party forfeit and the discerning Ghanaian voters forfeit. Between using your power to shield people blindly, and because they are innocent, allow the system to deal with them. And they say, Uber is power and they are shield now. Why any pay of the I feel the NDC base is saying, say, every Mobi and Fana Kakam say, in 10 months, no single corruption. In 10 months, no single winchindi. In 10 months, Yanti Bonibia, Nani Paba Cope one NDC member be. Now you bet my investigation answer no who sons a brodijua. I save the entire good image I want. And say you see a power to shield in the pakro. Now a month will be a fan as a baller to feast on.
Would you say using the same power to shield your opponents will not cost?
I've never said say we should shield any of our opponents.
No, I'm asking you.
Media. I what for that me fear ni kra mansion na wa bonti so ni. Me fear ni.
So you want to sit here and tell me Afenyo did nothing?
No, I want to sit here and say they use power at the time to shield Afenyo.
That didn't happen under your government.
Well, Speaker must investigate.
Okay. So
Speaker should investigate.
From the two of you, clearly,
and of course,
from Mumi and Nuno, today I've learned something.
Yes.
What I've learned today is that clearly, there are certain issues Ewo Kroma with MPP involved. My interest in you very low. Because even as I was correcting Honorable Asama, say a C this year.
No.
You also went on the same tangent because you can't even remember that Afenyo Markin did this to Ghana and must be punished. But to please MPP, the two of you are so quick, telling how you are ready to crucify your own.
Of the very institution, the very institution now is Afenyo Markin disrespect you. They were the first people to bring out the statement
that
what was the statement they released?
Dampari was not there.
No, I think it was at the Dampari.
It was not at the
well, me, I can't remember though. But the police service.
Let me give you the background. So the issue was about confrontation with the police and a member of parliament, a MPP minority for, right?
No more going.
Their recent demonstration, Omukobu Kotra from Kokwa Omonai, any is Okaya, Omukotra for me, Avenyon Kotra for me, Omona Jimmy in Ghana for you. So with that confrontation with the police, he slapped one. Okay, so let me show you guys the video.
Yes, it will shape our narrative.
Yes, but the point is, because
there were two things. Recent one I'm going to transfer for me was about want to miss arrest too, and then you also
during that time, no, always no mercy crew. Always no mercy crew.
Working out there.
Oh, yes, it was where 3-4 times. Hello, are you ready? It was where 3-4 times. And one of such confrontations, and a man, a friend of a police in Asun.
It's bad. So, I think that. No offer. Offenders should be investigated. Offer because you see, you know me.
It's not over.
You know. I've held a certain principle.
So now,
yes.
Now, you appreciate NDC supporters' pain.
Oh,
and their frustration.
No. They are justified. If this is the comparative analysis, then they are justified, and I respect that feeling. Afenyo is not above the law, and he must be put before the law. If you move, I heard the speaker assuring people say, even the ministerial vetting chaos course he is yet to receive the final report, and people will be punished and all of that.
So somebody is asking a question. Oh, say your police then police or no encopenenchino. You realize that some people even don't understand the procedure. They just talk by heart. And you can say your boy immigration food to that was 3 or 4 days ago. And Tigana buying and as a police
immigration phone got you know. You know that is not
when
the,
people speak you wonder
that's not the right way.
People say do social media ko kasa here there abra onyansa wo form.
That's not the right way. Oh say ade bi ebesi bia na yempese ebesi biem. Nti aso twen na ya de mani pa nya tan ne tan no. Yempese afoforo hwe so ka say mi nuan we oye na de ne course ahohia we ntimi nye bi. Obroni friend deterrence. So
NDC council to agree that look NDC ni eye bonia
We have no general.
Yes.
So as MPP,
yeah, that is
yes. So and I agree with them.
That is where their frustrations are.
I agree with them. I agree with them perfectly. And I pay them to me former Agundama general manager. Now I also interviewed. Was it? Sure. Na me kwa ya aba witness na no kura me ni me kana me ho ntobia ozi me go twa drongo Davias
mo ye free wound to me no mo free me mo Bobie dimi
o say as you no manager duru baby na arrears na kota man de ka be de o de ntua na ka so na dwuma mu pendifo yi go do TV so listen to that maybe you should interview him. Someone who have served won't to me as general manager. I no cry no feel said he didn't come no. And I the okum no and you be na ye no you no ano. Anamu to be na we sir. And this is for happy. MPP for discerning MPP for happy. And then Urado say speakers on shield na I found no marking. Speaker should not shield him. Obia obeye boni wo kurum ha no mran ni ndi aba no sa ebia no china agenkwa oman so mvodo mama nye ona wo ho but it will become a culture and will become part and parcel of us but yenya NDC institution where mranu ni NDC ni when NDC ni eye boni yenya MPP institution when mranu hu MPP ni ye bon se da kufa ba ye nfin wa twetwa mu na ofa ebia ebedu ba ni ya bon kokorowa na mutitifie na mo ofa ase no na mo man ye no you'll be worried why that system will be dealing with us. That is why I think this is the turning point for us as a country. When President Mahama says it's a legacy term, it's not just about development, it's about resetting. The resetting there. Yeah, hear more being fan kaka message Janam. So ye NDC, so ye MPP, so ye CPP. Now say I no more who say Abraham TV social media more for share videos are also yeah I heard one advert. Oh so I say ordinary grass no jam frisro cray. Wa no oh that was so hunu. We kasa bubu what does here? The Lands Commission, Minerals Commission, and I'll Ministry of Lands. Na groove me no asemaba. Na me na meto ahwehwe. Say wouldn't maybe before read or do this for it. You don't be back and say. What us here? But the picture must be shown out there already. Did I don't know I am microphone.
I show be to me Facebook honorable Asama quickly no yeah check here there or show to me Facebook your friend is you ready about how comes in ne Facebook page. Okay, so honorable Mavis how comes in, right? And we have the full content here, and I wish to formally acknowledge a recent press briefing conducted by the Honorable Muntaka Mubarak, Minister of the Interior, regarding the status of investigations into election-related violence associated with the 2020-2024 elections, concerning the disturbances that transpired on the night of the elections in the Ewutu Senya East constituency. Disturbances, so which means something went on.
Yes.
Okay, underline. Underline. The findings reported by the findings reported by the investigative team have substantiated my initial assertion that I bear no responsibility for the violence. So violence echoes, which tragically resulted in the loss of an innocent life. Obiwi. So now Koyo is not lying.
Yes.
Initial video no NDC supporters Eddie crucifying or no. Now Koyo an intro. Now Koyo say violence akoso. Now Koyo see any pew. How are Kumsi abe buttress asem no.
Ono kwati actually want to say it was election
disturbances, violence.
Election disturbances now open and Yahua.
I'm Kuno.
Maybe I'm the party.
Okay. So it is pertinent to highlight that the unfounded accusations orchestrated and led by the then parliamentary candidate of the NDC, Ms. Phyllis Nana Koyo, precipitated an unjustified and unprovoked attack against me during the Ablekuma North by-election a few months ago, an incident that nearly cost me my life. While she may have derived some advantage from these baseless allegations, I sincerely hope that those who have wrongfully accused me will possess the integrity to issue a full and unequivocal apology for the trauma I have endured. So,
Wafa, Honorable Mutaka report, has he written anywhere? Say, as far as Awutu Senior disturbances was of concern, no, Honorable Howard Kumsin is innocent, Anna.
No.
The whole report required to say investigation is not concluded. The entire report said there is an ongoing investigation.
Now, there you go. You see, look, Howard Kumsin catch say violence is
yes, election related violence.
Howard Kumsin catch say any pay.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. And it takes two to tango.
Now, Koyo, Abeka say election violence no is against her and her team.
Exactly.
Now the interior minister and a friend say how comes in Abejia to say yes in the baby anywhere Munta Kaka say a friend say how comes in is vindicated,
yes,
or exonerated,
exactly,
or no interior minister problem they say.
In fact, who how comes in go ni nyamba report no.
Yes.
no say no you pay
bring back the school farms.
Na do time no hata.
We agree. Can we move forward from a before time?
No, you can say as say nipa no di nya ho dey answer. So next year program.
Muka say
school garden.
Yes. Yeah, wait, me I support it. That we should start something. Akola be free school abano onim bibi enye say be feed omo.
Well, near high this year ni say. One say Nana do no I give appointment. No, on my appointment 16,000 teachers are on my preparation for their salaries. And now we have enrolled 10,000.
That has nothing to do with school.
It has something to do with disbursement of funds. How the best support school. Because the people you have employed, they have worked, you didn't pay them. Now we have to pay them.
Let's talk about this another time.
Call me again, I'll come with this.
I'm with you.
With education, I'm there for you.
I'm with you. All right. Nana, Akwaba.
Mejo so.
Boko die.
Nyame adumo.
We dey so ba bon tell.
Enya ne tell.
Nana, kajatum yanko.
AJ.
Me me fro nana.
Matiase.
On say AJ no, esa na asma bodin wie. Adwoa
Frimpoma.
Nana Frimpoma.
Me das.
Yanko.
Yo nana ensme das. Enti Ghana for where dey tell naja. Ya so a de ya sasa bre obi ya dwuma na agusu ya dwuma de chenso ade esen na sabi ni pa nyini kɔ nanimo a enesa na de na mebisa sasa bre bi a wanyini wa fe wa be ya kokora e bi abe ya brewa e de na be ya odachi mu sen na ebesia ye wo afa na be ya de so ade amabusua ana asa de akora na wo be ye ho e na ya na snake wo mu ba mu enti ne ya hoɔden wo na wo ya dwuma ne de ese ye ntempe ya no ashase abusumi bia na eja ye tete de maw na de dekra ya snete fo nso kan so obu osia me de menyo bia dwuma e bia me ankasa me ya madwuma ane wo so betimi a contribute bi enye sabi obi obi adwuma nko adabi wo ye obi adwuma o wo nye obi adwuma na wa sabi oton ne ma kakra ya abusumi bia onya sika wo betimi na wachuatua ye snete entoboa no busumi bia sane be ya benya mfie be aduosia no ye ntimi nya adwuma biem no na Jessica wuchiatua de to on eno ena ba be show enti snete catch us enkomo ya wo de wo dwene wo da ache ho enti na sa de afre 0302 611 622 snete phone number no 0302 611 622 Yabe ni se dia na me catch us sebe empem agro ne ade yade ahodo bebre no na eba enti na dia wo pe bambo papa abra betime di empem agro eye flame condoms pebi pharmacy shop bia bewura bia no enka condom keke ka flame condoms eno ene bebo ho ban ama empem agudi no etimi akoso yakoni sana me catch us the luckiest ene de enkrofo bebra faso ene wo mawi ni sika bebre enti de obeya ne sei obeko the luckiest Africa.com na fe wa sign in entempa no a na fe wabisa no watape e wo community ticket no na chese ne 10 ama options no na wo follow prompt no ubehu abonsu wadi ubetimi anam so atobi
morning. My name is Frank Yeboah, MP for Accra100.5FM North in the Ashanti region and member of the committee.
Good morning. Oh, you haven't introduced yourself. You've done it. Good morning. My name is Samuel Atamils, MP for Commander Edna Eguafo Abrim, ranking member but chairing today.
Good morning. My name is Ansah, the MP from Priso in the Eastern region of Ghana, and I'm the vice chair of the committee.
Can the auditors introduce yourselves, please?
Good morning. My name is Patricia Dakon, Assistant Auditor General, Audit Service.
Good morning, Honorable Chair. My name is Michael Ado, Assistant Auditor General, Audit Service.
Good morning, Honorable Chair. My name is Kwajo Treme, Assistant Auditor General, Audit Service.
Good morning, Honorable Chair. My name is William Ejeyi, Assistant Auditor General. Thank you.
Hi. Hi, Nana Abba Apia Amso.
Swear by the Almighty God.
Swear by the Almighty God.
That the evidence I shall give before this committee.
That the evidence I shall give before this committee, and nothing by the truth.
So help me God.
Geoffrey Kinney is my name, and I represent the good people of Nkwanta South and a member of the committee. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Frank Yeboah, MP for Accra100.5FM North in the Ashanti region and member of the committee.
Good morning. Oh, you haven't introduced yourself. You've done it. Good morning. My name is Samuel Atamils, MP for Commander Edna Eguafo Abrim, ranking member but chairing today.
Good morning. I'm David Ansah, the MP from Priso in the Eastern region of Ghana, and I'm the vice chair of the committee.
Can the auditors introduce yourselves, please?
Good morning. My name is Patricia Dakon, Assistant Auditor General, Audit Service.
Good morning, Honorable Chair. My name is Michael Ado, Assistant Auditor General, Audit Service.
Good morning, Honorable Chair. My name is Kwajo Treme, Assistant Auditor General, Audit Service.
Good morning, Honorable Chair. My name is William Ejeyi, Assistant Auditor General. Thank you.
Hi. Hi, Nana Abba Apia Amso.
Swear by the Almighty God.
Swear by the Almighty God.
That the evidence I shall give before this committee.
That the evidence I shall give before this committee, and nothing by the truth.
So help me God.
Could you please introduce yourself to the committee, please?
Thank you, Chair. I'm Nana Abba Piamfo, Vice Chancellor.
I'm Benjamin Osu Ado, Director of Finance.
Director of Finance in charge of Financial Accounting and Treasury Management.
Abdul Basit Aziz Bamba, Legal Counsel, University of Ghana.
Iyao Agbisi, I'm the CEO for University of Ghana Enterprises Limited, UGL.
And I'm for it.
All right, we'll start with your financials. Honorable Abena Osiasari will start with that one.
Live pure.
Well, on the contrary, actions, not words. It's my sister who.
Your sister is. Oh, okay. Yeah, I thought you also went there.
No.
But yeah, let me put on record that her sister was my classmate.
That's right.
Yeah, at Wesley Girls High School. Yeah. Okay. We go to your financials. Vice Chancellor, the financials are okay, but I have seen one line item that I want some explanation on. it's in respect of legal settlement on contract termination. And that alone affected your whole accounts, bringing you some slight deficits. And so, yes, the legal settlement on contract termination, if you can just explain, address that.
Thank you very much. Honorable Chair, we had to make provision for the settlement of the debt. And we had an increase because of the depreciation of the cedi. And that is what has brought about the deficit.
The debt was in foreign currency?
Yes, please.
Okay. And so have you finished making provisions? Have you exhausted?
We have, with the support, thank you.
But I look at your financial position and I can see that from your financial position, at least you can pay your short-term liabilities by 1.6 times. You can do better. I mean, it's a big university and you can do better. So we'd want you to look at that. And then you also have some management issues. And that has to do with failure to return to post after study leave with pay. You had, as part of your conditions of service, members come back after that. But the auditors cited that some senior staff members failed to return after they had completed the education. Can you give us an update on what has become of this?
So in that category, I think that there are 4 persons. With respect to Jubilant, we made efforts to contact him. We even had to seek the support of Yoko in that regard. And fortunately, we have been able to retrieve some amounts, including using part of his entitlements that we held, that's the GUSSS, to defray the cost. So that is the update on Jubilant Ablidu. With regard to
auditors, can you confirm the amount? How much has the person paid, and how much can the auditors also confirm concerning this particular one?
Honorable Chair, they have indicated that to us earlier on, but we have not actually verified how much.
Please move to the second person.
All right, thank you. For the second person, Mr. Elisha Senu, he has been granted leave to study. What happened was that he was granted leave for his master's in the first place, and currently he's pursuing his PhD. There was a delay in the approval because we needed certain PhD studies. He's into computer science, and as you know, that's an area of key need for us. So it has been sorted out, and he now has approval to be on leave, and so technically he does not owe.
Have you clarified this with the auditors? Have you cleared this from your books with the auditors, please?
Yes, we have.
Auditors, can you please confirm? Vice Chancellor, you have to hand over the evidence to the auditors for validation.
Right,
the third person, please.
The third person is Miss Ethel Isel. Ethel, after our initial effort, we also had to seek the support of Yoko. They were able to get in touch with her, and there's a payment plan in place. She has paid an amount of, well, first of all, there was a reconciliation to determine how much she owed. And so we concluded that she owes a little less, which is 197,340.34. And so currently there's a payment 3,023.70.
Madam, this particular person, the infraction happened is it in 2015? There's one, the same person, Miss Esther Essel, one in 2015, and then another in 2017 to 2022, and then there was one in 2013 to 2015. That comes to the 197,340.
Yes, I believe so.
That was owed in 2015, and out of the 197, only 20,000
indicated payment has started now.
When do we hope to collect the 197? And I also want to find out, this particular person, they don't have any benefits with the university, such that you could use her benefits to defray part of the cost, like you did for the first one.
Okay. My understanding is that she doesn't have. Yeah. Thank you.
So when are we hoping to clear the 197, respectfully?
I would have to consult to see the what the agreement was. 1 year. Okay, you can speak to it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The payment plan is for 5 years. She has started, so it would be left with slightly over 4 years.
Vice Chancellor, if you have 197,000 and the person has paid 20,000, and assuming it is spread equally for 5, if the person continues to pay 20,000 in a year, there's no way they would have. The payment plan stipulates that in 5 years, at all costs, it has to. You have to redeem the 197.
Yes, so the payment plan indicates specific amounts that have to be paid by a certain time, and it is not necessarily spread evenly that every year.
Thank you. But respectfully, 5 years is too long a time, because we have others in, the same category where they have been given lesser. For one particular person, Gaming Commission, the person gave a duration of 2 years, the bond in 5 years. Respectfully, I think it is too long a time. I would advise that you go back to Madame Essel. Yeah. That's what my colleague is saying, that 5 years, he thinks, is a motivation for others to also do that, because if they are going to be given 5 years to pay 197, then there's, but we want to retrieve the money and retrieve the money in the quickest possible time. So we would want that you work things out with the auditors, and we should be able to. Mr. Chairman, what do you think of it?
Madam, what is the practice at your university? Is this person getting a preferential treatment?
Getting the preferential treatment, that the payment is usually intended to cover the period during which the leave was taken. So this was over a period of 5 years, and that was what motivated that kind of arrangement. But I do hear Madam Chair, and we will go back and do the renegotiation and hopefully cut down on the period of payment.
But Madam, this thing started from 2013. And then you gave another one from 2017 to 2022. Is that the same person?
Yes, please.
So what happened to the money that she was supposed to pay between 2013?
So we had to recalculate and then out the work done out of the outstanding debt, and so it reduced the total amount.
So what was left? The earlier loan or whatever it is.
What is left is 197,340.
No, madam. The one from 2013 to 2015. Because you are adding that one to from.
Yeah, so, Madam Chair, we don't have that degree returned and was supposed to spend a certain number of years and then went back for a PhD. It was after the PhD that she did not return. So we then had to do all the reconciliations and get to this amount.
$5 years is too long.
Very well noted. We will return to her with the help of Yuko.
All right.
And Madam, we'll be very grateful if you could also give us the documents confirmation of the things you sent to Yuko in respect of these people. So I think we are done with the 1.2. Yes. Chairman, I think I'm done. But before I just want you to share with us, the University of Ghana, forgive me for lack of a better word, moving forward, how would you want to place the University of Ghana such that it can compete with the best universities in the world? Yes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Yeah, you rightly described us as a premier university. We are being guided by our strategic plan, which is running from vision to achieve global impact through innovative research, teaching and learning, using a technology-driven and a people-centered approach. And therein, we have 5 strategic priorities. So a transformative student experience, impactful research, commitment to our faculty and staff, engagement and partnership, and sustainable resource mobilization and stewardship. So if I should just speak briefly to, for example, our transformative student experience, we are modernizing our classrooms, our lecture rooms. Indeed, for our common lecture theaters, we have modernized them. We have in the appropriate technological equipment to make teaching and learning, more interesting. And we are doing this at the unit level as well, the school and department level. We are also supporting our students, particularly our graduate students. We have instituted a grant to support the research work of graduate students because research is what drives a university. And we realized that students needed support, particularly when it comes to the research component of their work. So we have instituted a grant to support students in that regard. We have also been fortunate to, of course, through our hard work, to get support from MasterCard Foundation. For example, there are 2 major projects that are ongoing at the university, the Africa Climate Collaborative and the Nkabom project, which focuses on nutrition and agri-food systems. And through that, we get support to sponsor students at the graduate level, and also to extend support not just to our students, but also to the youth of this country to train them particularly in issues relating to climate sustainability and nutrition and agri-food systems. I don't know if that is sufficient or I should go on and on. That's quite a lot.
it's fine, but I want to see more collaboration between the University of Ghana and industry as well as government, so that the research that you churn out, you can put it into good use. So I mean, that's
yeah. Thank you very much. We are pursuing that. That's our fourth strategic priority: engagement and partnership. So we are doing that, and we will continue to double our efforts in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam, the next infraction is on unearned salary, and it's 555,283. Has this issue been resolved?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Many of these have been resolved. We have made a number of recoveries in this regard. Some have fully paid. Some are also on payment plans, and there are a few which we have not made progress in terms of being able to contact them. That we have also sought the support of IOCO.
Out of this amount, 555,000, how much have you collected?
We don't have the total amount readily available. It's a breakdown of the individuals that we do have.
Okay, let's go by individuals. The first one, Dr. Emmanuel Bonny, how much have you collected?
Emmanuel Bonny? I don't have Emmanuel Bonny here.
This is so simple.
Did you say Emmanuel Bonny? Okay, Emmanuel
Yes.
Bonny. Okay, Emmanuel Bonny has fully paid. We actually used his entitlement, the GUSS, to pay. So he has fully paid. Yeah.
Do the auditors have this information? Madam, if we know the totals left, we can just add this one to it. Auditors,
Yes.
you have something to say.
Honorable Chair, with regards to Dr. Emmanuel Bonny, there was some reconciliation, and the revised amount came to 65,631, which has been fully recovered.
And what about the next one?
As Mr. Bafo Chei
Yes.
Sapon. So for him, we have recovered 41,959.17, and we have an amount of 63,928.80 from his entitlement, which we're using to defray.
But that will still have some amount left over. That he had.
Sorry. Okay. Yes, so I have been prompted that, so he pays to an account provided by IOCO and then submits copies of the receipts to us.
So the payment plan, he set it up with Yoko, right? Or with you?
Yes, yes.
Okay. How many years is he taking to pay that?
Do we have that? We don't have that information.
What about the other person now? Harriet Na Efia Abe.
Okay. Have we used the GUSS? Okay. So for Harriet is also a matter with Yoko because we had non-response from from her. So it was one of the matters that we referred to UOCO. And we have also noted that she has an entitlement of 69,994 with us, which we are processing, to defray the cost.
What about the next one?
The next one is Ruhia Sadiq. Ruhia is also a matter with UOCO.
So all the rest of them, are they all with you?
Not the rest. For Benjamin, we noted, we did a reconciliation and noted that he's not owing. So that.
But Madam, before ranking continues, the arrangement that you have with Yoko.
Indicating that payments have been made. And really, to be fair, payments are ongoing. And so, we don't know.
Auditors, could you help us out here? Out of the amount of 555,000, how much has been collected?
Honorable, we are just computing and then we'll give it to you. The information actually came a bit late. That is why we're having some of these challenges.
Oh, it came in late?
Yes, yes.
All right. So, Madam, maybe you have 30 days to reconcile with the auditors. Yes, so that we know how much has been paid and who the others that we need to go after. Okay.
Thank you. We will do that.
All right, now we go to University of Ghana Enterprises Limited. And Honorable PK will handle that one.
Thank you very much. UGEL, we are looking at your financials. From the audit report, we realized that you recorded a marginal increase in profit after tax from 17,697,000 in 2023 compared to the 17,670,000 in 2022. However, your income rose by some 55.3% to, and mainly from sales revenue, while your total expenditure increased by some 79.4% to 30 million. First, I want to find out from you, why are you able to explain the stagnation in profits despite the significant increase in your income?
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. So, like you mentioned, there was a significant increment in income, but the facilities we manage, which are the hostels, had not seen any significant upgrading over a period of time because, of course, UGEL came about as a result of the fact that the university was owing the consortium of banks. A settlement agreement was agreed with the banks. So there's a payment plan over a period. So we had to, as a company, decide on which of the areas would prioritize. So the priority, but then it got to a stage we also realized that our facilities were suffering. So we then had to take some of the money and then do expenditure over the period. So that is what contributed to the increment in our costs.
So would that account for the increases in your general and administrative expenses? Because if you compare that to that of 2022, we saw an increase of about 62%. Is there any explanation for that?
Yes, our staffing, our hall assistants, getting from government. All these, when we became a private limited liability company with its own board, with its own CEO and a board chairman, all these were taken away from us. So we now had, especially with the utilities, that has been our major challenge. So it's something that we are looking at as a company, trying to meter some of the rooms so that the students can also, as we even speak now, we still absorb over 50% of the major issue. And we're also looking at other areas such as sustainable energy, solar, if possible. That is one area we are also drifting towards. So that has been our issue.
When you recorded who are your major debtors and what steps have you taken to recover the debts?
Oh, okay. Yes, 275 acres of land, which we were supposed to lease out, and then realize the leases, add that to our residential facility user fees as part of our income. So some of these leases went out, and then we had a payment plan. So we had to impair some of them. But we have been discussing with them, and they will make those payments. But the land, really, what we do is that you make full payments before we pass on any kind of interest.
See that this land that the university gave to you, you sell them to private persons. Is that the understanding?
No. So what we do is these lands, there are certain conditions under which the interest in the land is passed on. So some of the conditions indicate that, first of all, it must be related to the university, either education. It must be related to education, one. And secondly, more importantly, when it has to do with hostel construction or any business related to the business of real estate and the hostel construction. So those are the people that we enter into a kind of agreement with, whereby they can take the land and then construct hostels. So they are not really given to private individuals, as you may say. A whole due diligence is conducted before we get to the stage where we decide, but the board decides as to which parties can.
So we realize that you are engaging several banks in loans. You secured loans for the construction of some new hostels, but the audit report did not really indicate whether or not there was value for money assessments done. Are you able to tell this committee if you do value for money assessments in all this, your loans and the projects that you do, and mechanisms that you are putting in place to ensure cost efficiency and quality delivery in hostel projects?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So these were loans which were in 2006, 2007, and it was through these loans. These loans were actually they were taken by the university then, before UGL was officially, incorporated as a company. So these were used in the construction of what we call the diaspora halls. So there are about 4 or 5 of them: Liman, Se, Jinaka, and Kwapong. So these halls, in terms of value for money, I can assure you that there has been, these halls have been very, very helpful. They give a total of, give or take, each has about 500 rooms, room times 4 students, that takes roughly, so we have about 1,600 rooms across the 4 hostels. And even the recent African, the Athletics Association, the competition that was held recently, the All African Games, our facilities were used, our rooms were used. And according to those who used those rooms, they claimed that some were even better than the rooms they used externally in international competitions outside. So those rooms are really of good quality. Of course, there are a few issues here, plumbing issues, one here and there, but in terms of quality, those rooms are of very good quality.
All right, let me come to some unsupported payable balances from your end. So you could not provide relevant documents to support an account payable amount of 573,740. And so the auditors could not ascertain the validity and accuracy of the amount involved. They recommended to management to investigate and provide the evidence of the validity or otherwise of the payable amount. Are you able to brief us on what you have done so far?
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Chair. So initially, we were actually using, as it were, for lack of a better word, a manual system. Excel was what we were using, you know, in tallying, in putting our system together. Then we had a change. So in those instances, we used to have ledgers for each person or each institution that we were owing, you know, in terms of the account payables. So account payables has to do with institutions that we owe or individuals that we owe or we have to pay. So we create ledgers for them. So along the system, we had a change in our system into an electronic system, which we call the tally. And so in doing that, the previous year's balances were then, as it were, cascaded. They were put together and put in the tally. But the individuals who we were owing were not able to balances. And then out of that, they gave us an outstanding of 573,740, which could not be validated by the audit team. So upon recommendations, management was then requested to investigate and to take appropriate action. And out of the amounts payable, we were able to locate 20,000 cedis, which was identified, and payment was made after the investigation. So the audit committee of the company recommended for the reversal of the payable balance on the accounts, and this recommendation has been implemented in the 2024 financial statement. So audit service can also confirm the status of implementation. Mr. Chair.
Auditors, are you able to confirm the commentary?
Yes, Honorable Chair. So in the subsequent financial year statement, the 2024 financial year, the accounts that was prepared, we saw that they have reversed an amount of 553,338, and then they have paid. In a nutshell, what we can say is that the issue has been resolved. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to find out from you, in terms of accommodating students on campus, what's the ratio now? Has it improved? Maybe Madam Vice Chancellor will help in that regard.
I think that goes beyond his pay grade. Yes, so we have had some improvements. We have had additional beds. We've added on what we call the Diamond Jubilee Hostel or Diamond Jubilee Hall, which accommodates about 1,200 students. And there are others also that are coming up, like a PhD apartments and the GUSSS hostel. Thank you.
Yes, I'm done. I think that's all for them, but I just want to. Yes. So I just, I think I completed a program in the university, I think last year or so. But there's been some concerns with respect to release of results and delays that come with it. I just got a message from a student, and sometimes it becomes quite frightening when you know that results should be released on a specific day, but there are delays in that. What is the university doing to address this concern and the assurances that you give to Ghanaians on this day? Thank you.
Thank you very much. As I indicated earlier on, our first strategic priority is a transformative student experience. So these are matters of keen concern for us. What we do is that we do have a deadline for faculty members to input grades. And sometimes they are real challenges for one reason or the other. And actually only yesterday we were in a meeting and we were discussing that we need to actually put it out that when results are released, people have issues, they should come up within a certain framework, maybe let's say 4 weeks or something, because sometimes too there is a long delay, and by the time they come up, complaining, it's difficult to reconcile records and so on and so forth. Sometimes there are issues that we do have to investigate, because that sometimes students also have some tricks up their sleeves. But I would like to assure you that being number one on our priority, we are doing everything possible to ensure that our students have the best experience ever. And I'm glad to hear you took a degree with us. Congratulations.
Thank you. I realize that because you have the learned man sitting next to you, you are trying to be dodgy. Because the questions that I asked, all with respect, it has to do with delays of results. And Madam is bringing in students, skirmishes and all of that. I appreciate that. But, in elsewhere, when they say that results will be released on the 5th of November, on the 5th of November by 2 p.m., all faculties are releasing their results online for you to go and check it out. But if it happens that we are told that results will be released on this day and there are delays, it hurts the blood pressure of students. Their BP shoots high, because we've all been there. So please, let's try and improve that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you,
that is well noted. With faculty and staff issues, we get our staff being separated from the universities, but we don't have the liberties to replace them. And that's one appeal that I would like to make, that even if we have to discuss additional clearance for additional staff, at least when people are separated, either through death, transfer, or retirement, we should be allowed to replace them, because that really affects us, and it has the potential to affect the quality of our output. Thank you.
I think that's a very interesting point that you have raised, especially when new governments come in, they give appointments to your lecturers. It becomes disheartening.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, so we should find a way of quickly replacing them, and I think it's a genuine concern. Thank you, Chairman.
Vice Chancellor, people or want to release, but then they should also see a reflection keeps increasing. Then you ask yourself, is that really reflecting in some cost savings? Because I have been there before. Sometimes we compare the number of people who have left with the compensation level for that request. And many a time you realize that it hasn't changed much. And so maybe we should also try as much as possible to reduce some of these infractions, which will reflect positively on our compensation. Then, if I know I'm spending 10 million on UG, and today 200 people are out, and I see a dip, it will make things relatively easier for me to replace. So maybe we should also look at that. But that notwithstanding, I still believe that, yes, you should be given that support to make sure you are able to employ the requisite staff to keep the level of the university as it is, so that, like I said from the beginning, we can compete with the universities out there.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I do agree with you, and I agree that we should be having those conversations. Sometimes we don't have the opportunity to have the conversations frankly, so that we can jointly find solutions to our challenges. And so that would be my call. And of course, at some point, we need to have a very frank discussion about financing tertiary education in this country. Thank you.
Madam, you and your team, you are discharged. We'll call Akentin Apiamenka University. Oh, he was going to ask a question. taking the oath yet? Okay, please take the oath.
Swear by the Almighty God. That the evidence I shall give before this committee. That the evidence I shall give before this committee. Touching the matter in issue. Touching the matter in issue. Shall be the truth. Shall be the truth. The whole truth. The whole truth. And nothing but the truth. And nothing but the truth. So help me God. So help me God.
Could you please introduce yourself to the committee?
Thank you very much. I am Frederick Kwakusafo, Vice Chancellor of Accra100.5FM University of Skills Training and Entrepreneurial Development. In brief, Amstead.
Chair, my name is Augustus Cloudbrew, the Registrar.
Honorable Chair, my name is Isaac Mafotro, Acting Director of Internal Audit.
My name is Professor Dr. Isaac Abunua, Principal, Santimanpo Campus of Ansah.
Works and Physical Development.
I'm Gertrude Echampon, Head of Legal Services.
Jeff Wachidankwa, Director of Finance.
Please turn the microphone off. Yes. Honorable OPK will be handling the financials.
Yes, thank you very much. I must start. Is that I can't tip. Amstead. All right. Okay. So we realized the surplus of you had a surplus of 51,752,852 in 2023, and if you were to compare this to your 2022 surplus, this is about 266%, and clearly this improvement stems from the higher government subvention, students' fees, and better cost management. So we need to consent, and it was driven by government support and a 49% rise in student facility user fees. That the students say that I should tell you is too much, so consider them in that regard. But we need to look at your asset revaluations. Are you able to verify the basis and independent verification of the 802% increase in assets? Was there a professional valuation report, and was this approved by your governing council?
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, respectfully, with your permission, I will ask Director of Finance.
Kindly speak into the microphone.
With your permission, respectfully, I will ask Director of Finance to respond to this question.
Honorable Chair, Controller and Accountant General have provided guidance to revalue legacy assets, and we strictly followed the Controller and Accountant General's guidelines. And we also use the experts among us. We have quantity surveyors, we have estate officers who assisted us. And after that, our procedures were all authenticated by the external auditors. Thank you.
Thank you. In recognition of your unutilized project funds as revenue, the auditors raises an issue that your non-current liabilities of 2.63 million in 20 attached to the funds. Are you able to tell this committee the specific projects for which these funds were originally allocated?
Of Canada and also German International Corporation, and we also have Transave. They normally give us those assistance for capacity building, and they also have their own audit process to verify whatever amount they have given to us.
So after the reclassification, were these funds applied after the recognition? Were they used for the intended projects purposes?
Yes, Honorable Chair. Honorable.
All right. Also, when I look at your receivables and your current assets, your current assets increased by 44% to 105 million, mainly due to receivables. What's the composition of your receivables?
Receivable, non-current assets, current assets. Honorable Chair, our key components of receivable are student fees.
Student fees?
Yes.
So, so you don't have any government grants that are due?
Yes, sir. To be honest, there were a lot of subvention outstanding. It was actually about 5 months subvention which were outstanding at that time.
And nobody else owes the university? Right. Kindly put measures in place to ensure that you recover your overdue.
Honorable Chair, all the amount has now been recovered. The government does not owe the university anymore.
Okay. And you mean government has paid you all your money?
Yes, please.
All right. Your current liabilities increased by 59.3%. And what are the main components of the 15.8 million in payables?
Honorable Chair, the major component of this were teaching claims. The university has a very low-level staff, so we use a lot of part-time staff, and also the lecturers receive teaching overload. So before the year end, we needed to accumulate all this. So it mainly as a result of outstanding teaching claims.
All right. It looks like you have a lot of money. That's your expenditure on compensation and goods and services keeps on increasing significantly. Are you able to tell us what measures you are putting in place to ensure that your expenditure growth is matched by improved academic and operational efficiency?
Honorable Chair, like I said, our student numbers keep on increasing, but our staff levels were rather is what is mainly accounting for the increase in expenditure.
So, Mr. Chair, overall, the rapid growth in financial figures is impressive, and this also calls for some strong oversight over their spendings, but occasions that government has paid all their subventions and all of that, I need confirmation of.
Honorable Chair, we'll be able to confirm that in a subsequent audit.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That will be all for me.
Thank you very much. Now let's go to your management issues. You signed an agreement with Frankie J. Limited about a building that was going to be built, operate, and transfer, 40-year agreement. And the rent of 3,000, annual rent of 3,000 Ghana cedis to be reviewed every 5 years. But Frankie J. has unilaterally changed the contract. what are you doing about it?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Respectfully, with your permission, I'll ask Director Development and then to...
That's fine.
Director.
Thank you, Chair. A request was made by Frank J. to vary the agreement bargained for a commercial facility, and a request was made to convert it into some guest house and hostel. But with that, yes, please. So there's no activity going on. What they are doing now is still the shopping mall that we initially agreed with them.
But why did they think that they could?
To us.
They wrote to you?
Yes.
That they wanted to vary it?
They had some financial difficulties in terms of getting people to hire, build commercial facilities at that location. There are land use plan. That area is supposed to be for commercial activity. So, or otherwise, before they can go ahead with that. Honorable Chair.
Okay, so are they paying the rent?
In all, they are supposed to pay about 157,000. As at now, they have paid about one.
Operate this building.
Honorable Chair, the agreement started in 2012, but as we are speaking now, the project has still not been completed. It's only a section, small portion, which has been completed. Large section has been completed.
My question is, they were supposed to operate it for 40 years. Now, if it's 2012, how many years gone already? 13. So when they complete it, will they still go for 40 years, or this 13 years is part of the 40 years, part of the agreement?
Honorable Chair, the 13 years spent is part of the 40 years.
All right, auditors, could you confirm if they are enforcing the contract?
So far, they have been able to recover 149,000 from the company. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Accra100.5FM University, you are discharged. Clerk, let them take their oath, please.
Okay.
That
the evidence I shall give
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth,
and nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Could you please have a seat and introduce yourself to the committee?
Thank you, Chairman, sir. I am John Kwekumes Mauto, the Vice Director of Finance.
Chairman, sir, my name is Lauren John, Registrar.
Chairman, my name is Baba Hanan, Auditor, Internal Auditor.
My name is Diego.
We'll start with that one.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. UPSA. I'm going through your financial performance, and I must say that you're doing very, very well. And in 2023, it jumped to 92 million, representing an increase of 28%, which is very, very commendable. Well done. But there are some lines, about 2 lines that we need to check. Let's look at your compensation of employees. In 2022, it was 92 million, but in 2023, it jumped to 121 million. Is it the case that you employed additional staff, or there was an increment in salaries? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman, sir. With your permission, I'll ask the Director of Finance to respond to this.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, it was increase in salaries and then payment of adjoint lectures.
Okay, let's go. The last one here. Let's go to goods and services. That increased by 96%. That's from 21 million in 2022 to 41 million in 2023. What accounted for that?
It's also as a result of payments for our teaching, and we incur more expenditure on teaching and less so much on utilities, especially electricity. So this accounts for payments that we incurred on goods and services.
All right. As I said, your financial performance doesn't look bad. So let's move to your financial position. There too, you are not doing bad, even though your current ratio reduced, but it's so perfect. You're so even more than the standard. The standard 2 to 1. So it's okay. The chairman, I think that they are not joking. They are doing well. I don't have much to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. I want to find out about the bank charges. It went from 34,000 to 68,000. What was that for?
The bank charges are charges on our accounts. It's charges on our various accounts.
Okay, let's go to the next one. Honorable Ansah, it's on paragraph 160, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Prof. Yes, sir.
Prof, welcome.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
I must commend you for your sterling leadership at UPC.
Thank you, sir.
You are doing very, very well.
Thank you, sir.
After study leave, we've paid. So I have Miss Patience Akosuya Chibodi Kosoku and Mrs. Eugenia Nanaya Douna Brempoma, who refused to come back to serve after you sponsoring them to further their education. And I think since they are in the academia, I think it's easier to find them. So I want to know how far.
Yes, indeed, these were some of the issues we are really dealing with, especially with people we want to develop for faculty. However, some refuse to respect the bond. So currently we have 3 of such people in our reports. Miss Patience Kosoku. Currently we have handed her over to UOCO, and we have recovered 35,000 out of the 72,000 cedis outstanding bill. Currently, what we are expecting from her is 37,000. With respect to Mrs. Eugenia Nanaya Dowona, we've also done same and used her provident fund to defray part of what her outstanding. So currently she's still owing us. In fact, unfortunately, she wrote back that she wants to come back. However, since the issue is with UOCO, we are yet to get the advice as to whether we should go ahead. And then, but we really want to recover the money through UOCO. Chairman said we also have Mr. Albert Oscar Quayson. Okay, so his own has been settled, so we don't have any outstanding bill now. Yeah, thank you.
Auditors, can you please confirm the recovery of the said amounts?
Bobie. As of now, we cannot confirm any additional payment that has been made. But with Eugenia Nanaya, the owner, we can confirm an amount of 76,843.70 that has been recovered, leaving a balance of 440,387.42. Thank you.
Auditor, please, can you go over again, please?
So, with the first person, the amount to be refunded or to be recovered is 70,705. We do not have any evidence of any recovery in terms of that person. But the second person, Eugenia, we have 76,843.70 to have been recovered, leaving a balance of 440,000.
You have to tender in the evidence of payment of Kosuku to the,
thank you, sir,
to the auditor.
Thank you, sir. The amount. I think we need to finish the auditors with that.
All right. Thank you very much, Prof.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much, sir. I wish there would be a course that we could teach the universities on how to retrieve steady leave money, because that's the problem for all the universities. Anyway.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. This infraction is to do with unearned salary to the tune of 6,656 Ghana cedis. The auditors noted that one Albert Oscar Quayson, a former employee of the university, who vacated posts on February 20th, management, your response to the auditors was that you intended to use his provident fund to pay this amount. Can you please tell the committee if you've done as you wrote to the auditors?
Thank you, Chairman, sir. This has truly been done. The amount has been.
Auditors, can you please confirm?
Honorable Chair, the Provident Fund was used to recover the amount. But I have to indicate that with this one and then the earlier one that we mentioned, yes, the amounts have been recovered from the Provident Fund. But the recommendation was that they should pay it into the Aegis Recoveries account. UPS is subvented, and their salaries are paid from the consolidated account. And so those monies must be retrieved from the Provident Fund and paid into the Aegis Recoveries account. And that is yet to be done. Thank you.
Prof, you understand that, right?
Chairman, sir, management has directed the Director of Finance to do that.
Yes, sir.
And, Director.
Director, you're under the bus now.
Chairman, we're having some challenges with payment of our adjunct lectures. So we use the money to pay our adjunct lectures.
Director.
We will try and refund pay to the.
It's not about trying to pay for it. We are giving you 30 days. Pay that amount of money into the consolidated account that they told you about. Director.
Well noted, Chairman.
The whole country is looking at you.
Director, if you make a surplus of 92 million Ghana cedis and you are supposed to pay 6,600, and then you sit here and say that, you were to pay your adjunct lecturers with the 6,600. Meanwhile, you have a surplus of 92 million.
Madam Chair, we will pay. We will pay into the consolidated fund.
Thank you, Chair. This infraction has to do with failure to use Ghana electronic procurement system, GANEPS, in procurement activities. The Auditor General noted that all procurement activities for goods, works and services undertaken by an university were not processed through the Ghana electronic procurement system to implement GANEPS. Has that been done?
Chairman said it's been done since October 2024 till date.
Auditor General, can you confirm that?
You have this to apply.
Thank you, Chair.
Bible.
So we can stand, right? We need to stand for this.
I, Albert Lubitera, for and nothing but the truth.
And nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Could you please introduce yourself to the committee?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. My name is Professor Albert Lubitera. I'm the Vice Chancellor of the C.K. Tedham University of Technology and Applied Sciences.
I'm Dr. Stephen Dele Dompala, Acting Director of Internal Audit.
Yeah. I'm Ruth Kunonwe Ali, Acting Director of Finance.
I am Gilbert Ansah, Registrar.
Thank you very much. We are going to review our financials, and Honorable Kwesi Kunedu will do that.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Chairman, on the financials, it seems a bit worrying, Prof. Comparing the year 2023 to 2022. And I'd like us to dwell on two issues. First and foremost, you are government subvented. So, but on the expenditure side, you also see employee compensation, which has increased significantly from 44 million to 56 million. What is the component and which categories of staffs?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. The C.K. Tedham University, as you know, is one of the young universities. And since 2020, we have not received significant financial clearance to be able to recruit. So we do a lot of the recruitment through part-timers and also through casual staff to help us run the system. So that we pay from our internally generated funds, and that's probably the high cost. Thank you.
Okay. Also, when I look at your other operational cost, that has increased significantly, Prof, about 83% as compared to the previous year. What is the component of the operating cost? If you are paying your recruitment through employee compensation, what other operational costs?
Prof. Chair, with your permission, kind permission, I may have to rely on my Director of Finance, Acting Director of Finance, to help. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. In 2023, we introduced a number of new programs that required purchases of a lot of laboratory equipment and skills practicals. So that actually accounted for most of the operational costs. And also with the utility, especially electricity, and we also engage Garnet to provide us with internet service. So it costs the operation so high. Thank you very much.
Well, Madam, do you charge academic facility user fee and residential facility user fee?
Yes, we do.
then probably that will be just opposed against your utilities, or once you are taking residential facility user fees. Because if you explain our position also, your current liabilities are increasing. They are increasing, and your current assets are reducing. So you cannot just oppose that to know you are paying off, because if your liabilities are increasing and your assets are diminishing, it means your gearing ratio is also deteriorating, and you can see that from the statement. So just opposing that becomes a bit of a challenge, because if you take that ought to go into paying of those utilities.
Yes, that's right. Thank you very much. Even though we do the payments, we still owe, because the overhead cost seems to be so high. So we do payments and we still have a lot of liabilities owing. As we speak, the internet, we've expanded the internet, and we have about almost close to 800,000 still owing because of the increments in the utility bills. Thank you.
When has the internet expanded?
If I may come in as university, our student numbers are really not high. Last year, our student population was about 4,000. And, you know, we are typically a science-based university. We do not run social sciences or business. And so the numbers are few. Also, we are in a community where charging realistic fees is a challenge. We have one of the lowest school fees in Ghana. And yet our hostel fee as at 2023, I think, was about 700 and something Ghana cedis a year. And the students are complaining from other places to be able to make sure that the school run. For Gannett, if internet, you talk about our utilities, 250,000 Ghana cedis for a quad cost go high. Thank you.
Okay, admittedly, Prof, these explanations, admittedly, but what plans do you have to a negative of about 500,000? And if it is to continue, it probably means that in the next account, we'll probably be having a greater deficit. So what strategy do you think you'll probably be able to employ so that you can stop this
much, Honorable Chair, since last year, what we have tried to do is to engage the students so that they can appreciate the challenge we are, so that anytime we need to increase, we are looking at about, is it 1,800 Ghana cedis, so that it can take care of particularly the utility charges, etc. We have all basics, the fundamentals. Running the program will not be too much, but the capital cost is one of our biggest challenge, and which we are trying to address.
Reduction in the deficit, and also be able to sustain the school. Because it's important we have some of these technological institutions in the country for the development of this country. So, Madam Chair.
Honorable Chair, I agree with you. Thank you very much, and we'll continue to work on it.
You're welcome. Thank you. On that, I would rest on the financials. So, Ahingwa.
Thank you, Chair. This infraction has to do with failure to obtain VAT invoices for contract payment to a tune of 7 auditors 8,611 to Mrs. Ganseb and earlier. So auditors recommended to management to recover the VAT amount of the 7th Revenue Authority. Management response. Management responded that the agreement with reference number CKT-UTAS /VC /ETC /UC.8 volume 1.5/137 and dated 27th March 2023 provided for the contract price inclusive of VAT. The contract price inclusive of the VAT component to GRA. So now there are two conflicting stands. Management is saying that VAT is not supposed to be paid on the works. And then the auditors are also saying that the VAT was inclusive. So once it was inclusive, the contractor has to remit that amount. What is your take?
Thank you very much, which normally do not attract VAT. Sorry, it's works, sorry. Holding on to specified that it was VAT inclusive. And I think that's where the challenge is coming from. But I think from the records we have, the contractor did not include VAT in there. Thank you.
So what has happened? Have you complied by the directive of the auditors?
Not yet. We have tried to explain to them our position that the bill that we paid did not include VAT. And therefore, it's been difficult to get VAT from somebody. We didn't pay him the VAT.
The auditors, this is what he's saying, that the letter you quoted has no component of the VAT that you are claiming was inclusive. Do you have the letter here?
No.
The agreement letter, do you have it here?
The letter. Honorable Chair.
We need to get the letter.
Honorable Chair, if I may. However, the payment we paid to the VAT, because it was works, it wasn't. We were not supposed to charge the VAT, but somehow.
Who said we were not supposed to charge a VAT? That's illegal. Who says they are not supposed to pay VAT? The contractor or you?
That's what.
Prof, if you don't know something, you find out. And we don't assume over here. I mean, if I'm in your class, even when you tell me something, I'll verify on the network. So please, Prof. And if you're trying to find out about that, find out from the right people. You call GRA, and then they'll walk you through the process. 17,716. So who's going to pay? You should have collected from the contractor and also. Okay, Alaji Bawa will say something.
Mr. Chairman, since the Vice Chancellor is saying that the amount they paid to the VAT inclusive, then the university should go and pay the VAT to the VAT service or the GRA. I think that was paid.
So how much was paid? How much has it as a component? So it's a bulk. So now your response, you are saying you paid the contractor without that component. So where is it and how much did you pay?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I may have to ask my Acting Director of Finance to give the details of that. Thank you.
The contractor gave us a price, VAT nil, and we paid him the total of 98,611 Ghana cedis, 20 pesos, because he didn't charge VAT. Works contract. I called the procurement officer to understand how this happened, and he said it was a works contract, gave a total excluding VAT, because the procurement said the contractor was aware that with works services they do not charge VAT, so he didn't include VAT. But in issuing the contract letter, according to the procurement, I think that the contract letter stating that they are awarding him including VAT.
Madam, I'm sorry to budge in. The school pay their VAT, and then we move on. Next infraction is on
Thank you,
to relate to overpayment to a supplier. And the narration is that you entered into a contract. It is 30 pesos, 100 yards of branded grassack yard. It is per yard. So, but if you are going to buy it for fast track, so that the cloth will supply within 1 to 2 months, then you have to pay 39 Ghana cedis per yard. Meanwhile, you pay the contractor, but the cloth was not supplied fast track as you entered into the contract. So it took about 3 months before the cloth was supplied. So that was the normal time, as we should normal time. So the auditors are saying that since the rate at which you have bought it at normal price, you should pay the difference of on that, which amounts to 18,580.
Honorable Chair, with your kind permission, I would like my Director of Finance to answer this one. Yes, please.
Thank you very much. I inquired how this happened, and I was told that it was when the goods were supplied, the old executive by then had left office, and they needed to pay. But because they left office, the new executive, they hadn't done their change of signatories. So management needed to pay on their behalf, write the check on their behalf. Thank you very much.
Track price at the time of did not come express. So you should pay the normal price. Why did they go on to pay for express when the thing was supplied at the normal time?
Honorable Chair, I think it's an error that we need to get the money back from the contractor. I must add that the acting director of finance just took over office, so she's not privy to the details of what happened at that time. So also is myself. I was not in charge at that time. So we will take time to recover the cost. Thank you.
So when are you recovering this money from the contractor? Give us time.
Immediately, in fact. I will do that right now.
The chairman, the vice chancellor said you will recover the money. So maybe if you can give him some time to recover the money.
Honorable Chair, with your kind permission, I'm trying to verify the name.
Vice Chancellor, you have another issue with the Ramok Cave and clearance certificates. Why would you allow that?
Honorable Chair, again, like I said, at this moment I was not in charge as the Vice Chancellor, but I immediately took responsibility when this was brought to my attention during the exit conference of the external auditors. We immediately wrote to the company to tell him that this is what had been detected, and we were holding the company responsible for that. The company replied saying that they were also shocked that this happened, but nonetheless we took steps to write Ansah so that they will take the necessary steps to deal with it. So that's what we have done even before this one.
That's what you have done?
Yes, Honorable.
Okay.
Yes,
you realize that you have serious issues with your procurement?
Yes, Honorable Chair.
And they use some of these papers, Ordena and Empire. Okay, I think we also need to refer that to GRA, to Ramok Cave future procurement process at the university. Have you done that?
Yes, Honorable Chair, we have done that.
All right, we have to send that one to GRA. Okay, so that will be done. You are discharged.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Now, can we call Winneba, University of Education, Winneba?
by the Almighty God, touching the matter in issue, shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Would you please introduce yourself to the committee?
I'm Prince Eric Amasu, Deputy Finance Officer.
Please, my name is Kwabena from Registrar.
Good morning. I'm Charles Eden Bejura, Deputy Finance Officer.
Looking at your financial statement and financial position, the financials for now, and there are two quick things that I probably would want us to talk about. First and foremost, your expenditure on teaching, because here you have separated them clearly. You have the non-teaching and the teaching. So the teaching, it increased by that one because of the lectures and the rest. We probably would understand that. But for the non-teaching, what are the components? Because from 20 to 37 million is almost about a 17 million, 87% jump. What constitutes that, Prof?
Honorable Chair, with your permission, I would like my finance officer to address this question.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. That increase was staff training and development, which increased by about 7 million within the period under consideration. Also, our utilities, that also increased by about 1.2 million. And the final one was vehicle running expenses, which was also increased by about 1 million. So largely, those were the four major things that drove that increase. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director. But Director, the first item you spoke about was staff training and development. Wouldn't that sit perfectly well with your goods and services for teaching, rather than sitting with the non-teaching? Because for staff training, that will fit directly into teaching. Because if you have it under non-teaching...
Yes. If the training and the staff development related to teaching staff, then, Honorable Chair, that would have been the position. But this one was on local conferences and seminars for the non-teaching staff. Thank you.
Okay, Prof. And the second one and the last one I would want us to look at is still this is personally greater worry for me because it keeps increasing. Your current assets are reducing, but your current liabilities are also reducing. Although I can see a movement upwards in your non-current asset.
My brothers and sisters, the problems we face are real, but so are the solutions. We can rebuild our economy, we can create jobs, we can restore faith in governance, but we must commit to the hard work of change. You were not appointed to occupy space. You were appointed to solve problems. Let me remind you of the social contract we have entered into. The Ghanaian people expect us to deliver, and we must not with excuses, but with results. I've said before and I repeat now, this is the legacy term of my presidency. I intend to make it count. I intend for it to matter. And I expect that every member of this administration will do the same. We must work with a sense of urgency, and President Jonathan spoke about the 4-year term. Our young people are tired of waiting interminably. Our farmers, our workers, our entrepreneurs, especially our women and youth, want to see policies that work for them. They want fairness, they want opportunity, they want to live in dignity and prosperity. Indeed, they are not asking for handouts. They're asking to be given a fair shot. And let's give them just that. The task before us requires leadership that is empathetic, that is disciplined and accountable, leadership that is not defined by titles, but by service, that is not defined by slogans, but by substance. And so I issue this challenge to each of you to lead your sectors with vision and integrity, to champion innovation, make decisions based on facts and data and not on guesswork. Spend public funds wisely and judiciously. Reject opulence. And never forget, your first duty is to the people of Ghana and not to your own political survival, not to the applause you will get, and not to your personal gain. I want each of you to leave this retreat with a clarity of purpose and with the humility to keep learning. This job is not about knowing it all. It is about listening. For example, I'll stay true to the values. And please remember, when any of us fall short, I will not hesitate to act. I didn't think that was what you would clap for. Let us leave here with renewed determination. Let us work not for applause, but for results. Let us lead with honor, and let us remember always that the true measure of our success will be the lives we touch and the legacy we leave behind. And finally, let me remind us all that the destiny of our party and our future success depends on the legacy that this current administration will establish. And so we must give it our all. We must work together to make our party's future successful. I therefore have the privilege and honor to declare this executive leadership program duly open. My brothers and sisters, the problems we face are real, but so are the solutions. We can rebuild our economy, we can create jobs, we can restore faith in governance, but we must commit to the hard work of change. You were not appointed to occupy space. You were appointed to solve problems. Let me remind you of the social contract we have entered into. The Ghanaian people expect us to deliver, and we must not with excuses, but with results. I've said before and I repeat now, this is the legacy term of my presidency. I intend to make it count. I intend for it to matter. And I expect that every member of this administration will do the same. We must work with a sense of urgency, and President Jonathan spoke about the 4-year term. Our young people are tired of waiting interminably. Our farmers, our workers, our entrepreneurs, especially our women and youth, want to see policies that work for them. They want fairness, they want opportunity, they want to live in dignity and prosperity. Indeed, they are not asking for handouts. They're asking to be given a fair shot. And let's give them just that. The task before us requires leadership that is empathetic, that is disciplined and accountable, leadership that is not defined by titles, but by service, that is not defined by slogans, but by substance. And so I issue this challenge to each of you to lead your sectors with vision and integrity, to champion innovation, make decisions based on facts and data and not on guesswork. Spend public funds wisely and judiciously. Reject opulence. And never forget, your first duty is to the people of Ghana and not to your own political survival, not to the applause you will get, and not to your personal gain. I want each of you to leave this retreat with a clarity of purpose and with the humility to keep learning. This job is not about knowing it all. It is about listening. For example, I'll stay true to the values. And please remember, when any of us fall short, I will not hesitate to act. I didn't think that was what you would clap for. Let us leave here with renewed. Let us work not for applause, but for results. Let us lead with honor, and let us remember always that the true measure of our success will be the lives we touch and the legacy we leave behind. And finally, let me remind us all that the destiny of our party and our future success depends on the legacy that this current administration will establish. And so we must give it our all. We must work together to make our party's future successful. I therefore have the privilege. My brothers and sisters, the problems we face are real, but so are the solutions. We can rebuild our economy, we can create jobs, we can restore faith in governance, but we must commit to the hard work of change. You were not appointed to occupy space. You were appointed to solve problems. Let me remind you of the social contract we have entered into. The Ghanaian people expect us to deliver, and we must not with excuses, but with results. I've said before and I repeat now, this is the legacy term of my presidency. I intend to make it count. I intend for it to matter. And I expect that every member of this administration will do the same. We must work with a sense of urgency, and President Jonathan spoke about the 4-year term. Our young people are tired of waiting interminably. Our farmers, our workers, our entrepreneurs, especially our women and youth,
want to see policies that work for them. They want fairness. They want opportunity. They want to live in dignity and prosperity. Indeed, they are not asking for handouts. They're asking to be given a fair shot. And let's give them just that. The task before us requires leadership that is empathetic, that is disciplined and accountable, leadership that is not defined by titles, but by service.
Juma time na do so, and we got to work. Yeah, we got to work. But me musa say over the weekend na o movement say enema ko say and you be move straight into action and na yakwa ye juma. Enema no bebre na ekoso a whole lot. And I learned said the German president, prime minister, right, is in town, and omo eguso, omo kasa. Over the weekend, there were issues about Springfield Oil Company owner, Kelvin Autry. Na won some near bebre me who say yoko for issue statement on Kelvin Autry issue no. Yoko for almost statement and deny the fact that Kelvin Autry is in the hands of Dubai police for some fatu I say Oman deny Yoko and deny, but the point is Yoko and they don't speak for Dubai security agencies, so it has nothing to do with Yoko. But I think where now I'll say false claims on Yoko and Springfield investigations. So we have the document here, and I think so the date, the issue, the reference and number and everything. Has a false claims on Yoko and Springfield investigations. But me bottom tougher at the Amawa. Yoko for person catcher say yes, they have issues with Kelvin Autry, but one more year investigations. One more reporting initially claim that Yoko was supposed to arrest Kelvin Autry and Omo Anchino. And so which means it be almost smelly BB. Then Yoko for the reason why, and they claim that the Yoko claim said they investigate Ansah no man make it arrest. They investigate Ansah no man make it arrest. So you see, me issues kakra. When you tell me you investigate Ansah why? So with Shatawale Ediana Yoko for investigate here before they arrested him, and after the arrest, assembly to. So which means another more investigations. You see, sometimes when you don't run a country like you are dealing with kids. I mean, and Minya a Remonacha, a communicator. He has been on radio once, a media practitioner. You understand? Just that seat a shift keke. But once a media practitioner, there are certain things you need to, be careful how you communicate to the public. But we will leave it here. I have so many questions to ask. There are so many loopholes in this statement. But I think in the first place, Kelvin Autry, it's okay. In the first place, Kelvin Autry, a businessman. We don't wish him, bad. We don't wish him bad. Menote kasa sesiano. Ebia Kelvin Autry a fan crofo tu omoka. Sa for no touch wood. If anything, and Kevin is to stay in a prisoner No, when they lose you. You understand. So we don't wish bad for him. And I know Kevin personally. We have met twice. We have spoken on phone also 2, 3, 4 occasions about some few issues. So and you will be a minimum and you bomb pie mano. However, you see, we keep on telling people that ewiase. Look, Onipa, I'm out for your genuine businesses. So I'm out for your genuine businesses. I don't know, and I don't want to believe the business community is sanity. Oh, yeah, na be, but didn't say so. That is why make us say Obianya Botre with Kevin Autry issue. Yentie munkosi asye Ansah na se obi ewo judgment be pass ya Ansah na wa pass. I mean, let's take it easy. Obia enya Botre say enokure bi wo mu a ye bete enokure bi animu so a we move on. But as an indigenous businessman, I wish he will come out clean and continue his business. And now I'm in a penny bidding come and I'm make a chance say you crom hano. Adia bakwa a ya I'm into me raising a year business moguls giants. Is that obia nya chance na opese or cutting in ya o trading ya ehwe form enti say Kwame Kwachi ena Kwame Kwachi etimi akwa bie your friend say ebia trading company kese bia obia oni Kwame Kwachi wo Accra FM na to ne nsem keka na nye ne no ana wa ha na Kwame Kwachi we na dabai afun kai sikafun kai sikakan kai sikatantan sana yeyete. A reason why, because nipa no obusa say okoba bi to say Benin now Benin they are raising business, local business guys, they are doing well. When you say Benin omo cashew omo maya omo exporto no we exporto illegal, but yati kroma yati gold board say aban no abehwe ne gold so say ya individuals enya kwai export to your gold basa yeah, the adane kasa, the adane atem didie. Say ni ya no. Say Benin, yeah, Benin ya. Untimi export cashew. Kwaba bia. And now say aban no ayir cashew no Indians ne ba. No ma beto. Every aban no mo de akwa process it. So whatever it is, they are getting, I mean, value for money. You know, Divan Williams says, Bobie, genuine businesses in the world are few. Let's list them and issues attached to them. Anyway, that is your opinion. That is your opinion. I know many businesses are, I mean, because you're to Ghana. And you see, Ghana from my main same way. And Papa ne mention na dey bi was Bobie ko eye friends Spinters Road fast Spinters to say there wo dey coins raba kwajo no all the shops Lebanese Indians first by Ghana ni A life ho na ye bie school a ko ye wa Central region ni dey so ma mi anko toto groceries A life a that just a won't come home. And China Mall, Abeji Jumano, Meboa. Every corner you will see China Mall. Everywhere you will see China Mall. Who is aiding them? Why na your local people. Baby, they have the money. But a Ghana ni and a China Mall. No, say Ghana Mall. They will find every reason to make sure say big guno. That is Ghana. No. Yeah. Me papa boss Bobie. Brano, be careful. Ghanaians are naturally born bad. Ahoya otan ahoya otan and yeah no well you see o share mind to say Sudan ene de omo ye omo ho no a yɛn no sɛ nyɛ nanse yi a na amanfrafo bi abɛfra yɛ a emogyamoja sɛm ne nkɔlɛ tramada Ghana ni to Ghana ni ɛden sɛ Ghana ni to Ghana ni ɛbɛyɛ Ghana ni you know ayakayaka deɛ ba yɛ deɛ ne yɛ ahoya ɛna bɔne ahoya ɛna bɔne ɛno na me ni nua Mustafa Bandi kasa na ne ho adwiri no na Mustafa baabi a wote no ɛyɛ obi ya o baabi a wote no ɛyɛ obi ya obi homete ɔno no yagye position no a yɛmfa ma ɔno onim pa sɛ but ɔpɛ sɛ wo Mustafa Bandi baabi a wote no wofiri hɔ na ɔno mmienu nyinaa bɛyɛ pɛ ti Kwame Kwakye na ɛyɛ producer ɛyɛ produce ɛyɛ Accra FM Citizen Show Kwame Kwakye hyɛ set ya na ɔde n'ani bubu show yi die dabro nyɛ sika efiri so Kwame Kwakye hyɛ mpaboa ne na sɛ de life amobɔ eni ne mpa yɛ nyinaa ne sɛ ɔno yɛ German na sɛ yɛ German sɛ Kwame Kwakye trankyɛn a ɔde ne bɛtra ɔntimi nye o ɛna ɔno a onim sɛ agongoji adwuma no nyɛ ɔne yɛde bɛma no ba ne mpa yɛ nyinaa ne sɛ ɛmmɔ Kwame na afei deɛ Kwame ba adwuma na mu nyinaa mu gyina gate see gyina gate adane gate man for so yeah that is the normal Ghanaian sana Ghana ni sana Ghana ni tie into be for be a China more asem we manu ye medu enso me kan say no maka ne say ena no me hu zonda oba no zonda company China ni lady no me hu na oni president Mahama am go hwe car am go hwe cars also the cars aba yo yate na saa girl no criminal bia ni wa wo che no saa zonda girl no MPP time eniema saa abayo no ye wo krom ha na ye kan say no kan say o kan say o can say yeah, what can I say? So you just leave it like that and no what so abo bra ya tikrom ha shops akese nyina enso ujai magana ni no Kwame kwa aboso kan o kwa aboso kan ya one more do omo expert pass ba Nigeria for ni ade no onim how much of fa no papa ujaima Ghana for nko market ya won kwaye omo de be fa so ye de be politics indi say MPP ne wo a omo wo said omo si ton omo niema NDC ba omo said de omo si ton niema normal catch us we determine the market wahu obehwe so turn niema na boss o kan no agya politicians for asemama wo mo no ena say market yi ayemanya ena woto na wo kam eye ugimi ya wo de tia boss o kan tia because the jam market ne ma wa wo de adane politics enkwase pricing kwase asem na wudi uwi ase ye betimi atu amo akọ opposition yo na wo kasa akire politician MPP NDC wo kasa akire omo no na ohwe ena say market yi ena mu abie manya ena obi agum anyway mame enya juma we nenka mempese meboso ebi but I've watched the video. I don't need to play it back. And almost Mustafa Bandi. I call London. I call CNDC for constituency. President Mahama. JM. Yeah, almost say 20,000. Constituency. Bia. Na wahu ayana asem ni bi o ayana mesre na ya asɛm bi wɔ a ɛyɛ mesere wo wo wobɛka kyerɛ obi sɛ 20,000 enti JM wadi MP abedi wabɛyɛ ranking member ababa bɛyɛ running mate vice president opposition leader 8 years back to presidency ɔno ontimi enyi ɛyɛ sika 20,000 onibi na MPP ni ɛtiwɔ jiminti wo obi ba omia so ɔkyɛ constituency 275 MPP also ma obi a pick up ba omia timi check pickups say 275 for say check it ba omia meboa ba omia ga say o ma pickups ba omia timi check pickups ema MPP constituencies JM ntimi ma 20,000 oh sometimes na odwini nipa adwene ho a asɛ nipa yare pressure a wɔn sɛ aba nkurɔfoɔ so no sɛ declaration declare editing abam but na President Mahama official NDC party we na we gra Mustafa Gbandi asɛm we asɛm a sɛ yɛ asɛm nwanwa President Mahama free share NDC party na kyɛ sɛ wɔn mo kasa no wɔn nim mu wɔn nim President Mahama free share NDC akyɛ ɛnyɛ nɛ ɛnu akura party mu abɛpɛ ne ebi wɔ akura no a President Mahama no ano ɔmo mpɛ sɛ ɔmo bɛka no abɔnten but wɔyɛ bi nti sɛ ebi mu complaini ɛsɛe John Mahama din asif sɛ ɔno deɛ presidency no ana ɛyɛ ne dɛ ɛna wɔni biribi a wɔde boa party no na sɛ Mustafa Gbandi akɔ baabi no akyerɛ mu sɛ look ɛnsɛm nkurɔfoɔ ka firi akyire no ɛnyɛ saa na teɛ it's a lie ebi no mabusuafoɔ no ɔmo yere no mu wɔ positions 300 pickups baomia ɛwɔ yifa sorry ba Brian, I paid each constituency executive $1,500 for Baumia to become 2024 MVP flag bearer. Or no, Brian? 8 metia. Jomama de Omo Nyebi Ma NDC. Oh, any MPP ni who? Kwame, so I didn't mean come on, some say no. Me who say I don't know. Say one more. Minim, but I have MPP friends. Yeah, one more Musia Bontia. As woman come dear no. Who's only nipa na edi nkomo the moment ebe switch akọ MPP asempe as we abodam ono Brian to be $1,500 per constituency in 2024 Baumia story no say 300 300 vehicles Baumia ono when yesika Mami Chaso. Mami Chaso. JDM has been doing this since. So the ignorant people can make noise. Yeah, Charlie. Momo noise, no. Momo noise, no, be no. Obia found. But, Anna, Yena Yakano. Say, Wunimwa. Now, Wunim. If you don't know, you don't know. Because and Sarah Ekano, Freddie Blay. But you see, the argument is that na NS kano ekwahin no Mustafa Gbandi na said so be defending the president because onipa da se ni ase da ko landing ho akodi nkomo just to make sure say or say your friend say JMD actually party for no keke and Mustafa Gbandi I mean he works at the presidency. Yes, on your spokesperson. But when your party matters, or your deputy general secretary, and your party matters, then he needed to explain that one more kasano. Or man contribution ye. Ma who say MPP for an issue? So Rajo Mama say also more appointments echo foreign missions. Party for no. Omo ko. And MPP for the issue. Say Gabi no nya chance no mo de kogoro madam ase. Omo di legon for. Lagan. Omo de lagan for. So if you tell me yes, we agree. We agree. And you be a na enka amount for expectations. Ebia na amount for expectations. Ya na enka omo expect say oh, enka President Mahama de ebia Bobie be kwa or we be sha. But hey, in this world, unya ni nyina pepe say wo de say everything should be about you. Say enye you na koye nipa fofora, you have a problem. Yen try we assess her. Among for me I have issues with the likes of Laurentia and Bridget Boninum because these girls Juma they worked. Sabontin Suni Baba Fakode and among Famamu among Crawford Namun Grumo. And that argument mean that is my position. Yen totu fan say eye otamfo nsem say je na to bome yen yesa ni nyina ntimi nya pede but hey chale at least nsem hunu ya de Bobie be ko burger diaspora media burger na say me burger boys boko boys kusase boys yen nyina ne habe wo hwene you understand? So at least part for nya abotre they should take it easy. Mame enkwaya majuma with and delete 2 issues. The Galamsey matters and issues about SML. And Divine Kroma will join me in the studio. Samuel Hunto will join me in the studio. Haruna Mohammed will also join me in the studio. Quick one. If you have the videos, Shidim. Okay, so young question, Shidim, for Shidim, dear course. I know, sir, you have watched the video. Incident we akoso. Yate eye police for asem. Yate eye yenua MP no asem. Anopa minya information say speaker ama police kwai say omo investigate yenua MP no. Na manfo busa say me pacho o afanya marking you know o shi police ni asum no. O afanya marking video no o shi police ni asum no. Aha. Ayana mo dia mame. It's good. The difference, I say now, the difference between MPP and NDC, clear. Yeah, clear. Clear ba and kakra. Because in NDC, even though Obianwa wahunu issue nani so. All right, so my many Erastus Asarodonko, Yenia and Century couldn't come. Big brother, Akwaba.
Yeah, we are there.
Bra, Pacho, with you.
I will be.
Pacho Boko there.
You want to?
Good. I don't pay you ready, be a free ahafushim a buy. And some no, what no, a Yora Collins Doda, and name Rasebegeniba couldn't PM. Later, me koko ready bibi efa small scale miners ora Michael Kojopepra. Also no my different story altogether. Then yate MP no also statement awade aba. Chief, adiaba in the seaporting. What is the issue?
Now can me person almost saying
dear MP ni can say or kwa ye. Ena okototo manya ne constituency baabi okoduru ye no a okototo asem nimu no ono de na oginam se be ya obetimi aboa atwitwaje eye security fo no entu onko frɛ mob bia se omoma be attack obi utie
ojitu se oko side
was enya site so what any statement ni menim so anya statement ni bia but the person kan nyina ne say ono one galamse fo ni bibia o twama kwa yie ena o te say yeye aba ena ma ofa ho ena okoboae ena se say ye de ahye no kon Michael Kojopepra so pa a kire say issue no has nothing to do with the MP or Collins Dauda na the issue no kromofo ena womo ko attack military for no ya ntimo asemu yie ntina ma me busa from that angle no.
Okay, me name say Kojopepra abe spokesperson for MP no ne Collins Dauda there, but me juma with so many sources. The information I'm that's exactly what happened. MP no cast one side of her. And then one because evidence I just said okay. And you know, of course, Emrantia, heavily built men, and one Alex, I will also claim site in the NAT. Omokasa and mining site. The problem is that when you are engaged in processing of ore for gold using chemicals, you need a license. And that is why NIMOS Echo. Busana said, one for when demanding. But in a bill, I don't know. Other Ghanaians, I had to religion. He went there.
But I want to
say he asked that they should release them, they should remove the handcuffs on their hands and release them to them. And then the soldiers
on his statement, Numuno, also one no and a catcher a year 9 months from say, look, the way I am ranting a charge no. Omo movie a yomo machicho munina and police station for safety. So at no point a yo catcher will be say womo any handcuff and free omonsa no more release womo. That is exactly what he said in his statement.
I'm not ready to engage in banter and any form of argument with him. At least sort of not the story. But what I'm calling for is an independent probe into that incident, so that probe will bring the two narratives together. And I know very well that if any proper probe or investigation is initiated into that incident, it will confirm what we have written.
So which means you still stand by your article?
Of course. Why would I want to write it?
Wow.
So
wow. Hello?
That is why I wrote it.
Yeah. But Erasmus Mami Musa, Sagalam say woy. You bet me win.
From where I stand, they can deny or they can. At the appropriate time, if they choose to go that tangent, we'll also bring our evidence out. We have our witnesses as well. So if it gets to that point, we'll go there. But you see...
At what point? At what point? At what point?
Oh, where we go to seek for redress if we are not happy. So when it gets there, we'll also come up with our evidence and we'll make it public. But the American, this is not the first time. That incident today, and not the first time. This year, Lance Minister Asumaya Western North Forest Reserve. We faced a similar challenge.
From politicians.
You have ministers who will call or go to the scene where a legally mandated agency is conducting its rightful duty. And then they would demand that over the jurisdiction, one more money.
But other than I must publish those people because me who be I'll publish you.
Oh, and there are people who call the shots behind the scenes. Soldier for before you bet nipa, a man for before and where the side, and where you nipa bidia, a higher nipa bidia.
So Erasmus, why don't we deal with the people who are behind the scenes? No, because maybe they say me, you know me. Let's mention and shame them because that is where the problem is coming from.
Bobie,
sir,
this one, you know how I work. If I don't have the evidence, I won't put it because evidence is the name of the game.
Yeah.
If there are witnesses and if there is evidence, then you can talk about it boldly without getting sued. Or even if you are sued, you'll be able to defend yourself. That is why. Now, people are so crafty and smart that those who sponsor the galamsey on the ground, or those who call the shots to defend illegal mining, you will never find their names on any document. And they are so smart that it is difficult linking them, even though you know that these people are the ones controlling or managing this illegal entity. Until they are caught in some of these things, you will never be able to defend yourself.
This particular MP, we know who won the background linked to galamsey activities. Until say unya ne whole report we know who anything linked to him.
Dabi. Okay. And I have not been able to confirm it. But this one, he was there. And I'm speaking directly to an incident which occurred. I'm limiting myself to that incident and not any other hearsay.
But with this incident, who tries our best friend or Collins Delta to find out whether informant name out correct information?
That is an option as a journalist I can take.
Okay, you're right. You're right. Chairman, Okunwe no emu ya edin. But Mami Musa, do you think that President Mahama, the NDC administration, are they doing enough?
You see, the idea is good. I would never say that we are doing enough. Yes, President Mahama and the NDC are doing something. That is why we have memos. That is why the IDP has done quite a number of jobs. In fact, the next forest now they've been able to clear quite a number of them. So I would say that they've done something. But do you pay? Now, but the idea say I'm and take action. You better return it back to where we are, and even worse. And that is why we need to do something about it.
Say, foreigners are more invading a forest. Yeah, day. And from where I sit, what we say weapons, what is happening?
Ansah, multimedia started this war way back 2012, 2013, 2014, and the company has been in fact through us and our team, we've been working on this. Quite a number of successes have been tried, and I will say that it's been good. They are still following because we've been able to save quite a number of forest reserves. I can talk about Tanzania. Senka consistently, I can tell you, say, that forest, I can tell you. But a large portion of that forest still exists. Tanzania, the same thing. You've been able to work on Jimera extension. Though your reports, almost shared and Jimera extension, and you're going to almost a large portion of it to almost but still, a portion of it exists because we continue to talk about it. I'm documenting all the forest reserves. Any almost external, Dodo Ayaseno, the Ecoso, may first one on a Pamprama forest reserve. Second one, Eba Enche on Tanoni Forest. Then we'll go to Tanzania. We'll go to other forest reserves. At least we have 44 to go. And I would say, through our work, a lot is beginning to do. But you know, still, I'm not for room, and I'm not for room. Now, and then we keep going back to the same thing.
What data just say galamsey for ya omochichu no abayatimi jelly be. Do you have any information to that?
I don't have any information, and I keep asking for it. Maybe I'm on the neck of, especially the Ghana Police Service and the Attorney General, that they should give us a list of prosecutions. Because they say, and only idea are lucky. Yes, it's a you're impound excavated. Excavators need to recently, and the information said some of them have been given out. As to on what basis they were given out, I'm still investigating. They should be able to challenge us with investigation, with prosecution. And I think that is one thing Attorney General should be able to do a press conference, just like Niaoyen and Ansah, to be able to tell us, Nipa Eche saying any other Makoko. Don't was saying the because as I said here, the new to be higher.
I see. Anyway, Chairman, Yabako Swadim Komowe. We are in the same, position. Your bumpire say, I deal with Tubicha. I'm not happy, and I know you are not happy with the way. Patrio.
Yes, and trouble. Yes, especially which I was here a critical question. Or calling data. You should call him and find out. There are he's been accused of something. What is he saying about it?
You see, I may know, and I pay no. And I pay no.
In the best interest, I was say, or report to the relevant authority. Not go there with his own people.
Me and I pay no. Time I me read from one and random who video no. Me read from what article no. And I'm afraid a year MP no wa ampeke. Later nani phone doom. Me frère Collins Delda anko. Me niana minsaka Lance Minister. And I'm busa and say adewe no so we free no munyina more collaborate with informations. But what do you know is say Collins Delda is not in town. With a year a friend is a MP no so the onimne say speaker I'ma go ahead that the police should investigate him. So baby ye way there and but onim say Collins Delda any town as to whether indeed Collins Delda and a friend no can be beached no or not or no so won't mean. So we are also talking
because
to
that is the information or the task force. So they were sent by Collins Delda. That's what they told the task force.
I see. But when a 9 months for Nakasa, when Omar Kasama confirm this position.
I have spoken with them. I have my sources within them. They gave me concrete information on that and evidence to that effect, and that is why I'm able to report on it.
Oh, okay. Sharp. So at least you can use your evidence to help the police do their investigations.
Oh, if I'm invited, but the Namos itself, who is at the center of this whole thing, they are there. They have the evidence. The police who went in to save the soldiers, they are also there. So when a rocket fight, it's easy.
Okay. All right. Chairman, that's it. Money Ajuma. Okay. All right. Thank you. Live on Accra100.5. Joe Atega says Galamsey fight is not difficult to deal with. It's a matter of sincerity from everyone, including journalists. What does he mean when he says the evidence he has will be released later? Mr. Man, just release it for us to fight it together. But don't you also think you are benefiting from this galamsey thing by delaying evidence and hiding some names? Maria Adams says Collins the other should have issued a statement by now. Why is he quiet? He's not in town. Anyway, so let me put that one aside. Quick one. Mami enwra munkonkoye ejuma efofro embra. And we have so many questions to ask. We have so many issues to talk about. But I think now the system is clear. I like the NDC supporters' approach. I like the party and the government approach. Because you mean travel memu na ya so nkrofo so. Yetia ene ye beka kire se eyi akwawi Akufo-Addo akwayi a okofa ne free Kumasi ba so se Akufo-Addo nti obedi president yi. Na on ye eyi transport manager ewo eyi presidency. On a release presidency cast mom de ko galamsey ukoka na MPP ne didi watema kama satan na tem didi nko today and amatisa amanfo ka NDC supporters no they say no more arbitrary nipa na no, the NDC supporters reaction clearly tells you that supporters ne MP adia ye friend galamsey they don't like it. They don't want to hear that thing. And the NDC supporters, you see, that edge, that sincerity in their hearts to help John Mahama fight galamsey no. Yene more yes our reaction no. It's not they decided to crucify somebody or whatever. Okay, so the Director of Corporate Affairs, Minerals Commission, Chairman Akwaba. Boko, dear Chief.
Bobie, in some way, you yes,
I didn't know your Boko, then I'm in your Boko, and then I see.
The manifesto in the manifesto, very empty, and in the content of the NDC manifesto. You don't want to be empathy against the NDC. And see about me, and me, what is the I say a good will be able to amp when you only different from people. But in some way, we see over the weekend, our gosh, no time. A time.
The letter, Mato, not Oana Oti.
Bobie, because the commander of Naimo, Colonel Boo, may our what the same office for mineral solution. The office is just opposite my office. Sunday is here, Friday is here. No one in China 1 o'clock. Yeah, yes, somebody. Minister, they see some cars within the airport. No, it's changing that. The commander, you can go. Yeah, you like you. I have already. You can do on the chief executive officer. I have friend is tired of people. I invite him to say, member of the man. And so on one, the child, the plane ticket. On one, the child, the plane ticket of the military commander, and on the call. And then the call of the strategy. Among them, there one. 9 of the war, the Omobas, Yami, or the brother half a region in together. They be able to deploy one of them. I'm on this campaign. I see a focus center and Crawford Galamsey, I have to. Yakoshe. And see, over the Commander is a 1 hour 30 minutes to 2 hours. What we read, now commander here or shed the deployment through the job of deploying on now, time, 24 all but I know, and who is that? Almost yet illegal money, illegal activity already. Now, the house is a threat, and it said it was close to the road. Or the other commission line. I say you are supposed to be 500 meters away from the road and 100 meters away from the river. And she said, what you want to do 100 meters? And I know that you must be 500 meters away from town, and that's a road. And say, oh, it was very close. Oh, I'm going to find a car. And say, I'm running 500 meters. I'm mobile room. And see, oh, see, a little book. On your 10. Or no, come 11. Now, commander on cooperation too. Commander on cooperation. The boys do not see the know the strategic plan at the 2 for medical. But this time, said the year more. Or number the boys who is a now, if I'm a I did come from there. They were close to the road and to the town. Bobie enough. All you see sunlight, any message. I asked it, and you will see their goal. I walk away. And so only the only way you get and the overall church. Almost people now 21 catches, 12 million goals, and 11,000 Ghana. And then yes, warning and you man offer everyone against the career. Or none of the concerts you know mining community. It's a good law. Now, a queen of beauty concert because the friend of the money said something to the other of our media more. Or do city card in the gate in Bowanti and or start with all you see language.
That is a site owner. No?
Yes, real.
Why? Me pacho Angadala abutre site owner no na what can I say me?
Me pacho an.
Okay, to aso.
The site in the law do one or to mensa by heart na no and I told you cannot display this kind of impunity. And say one to the liba ko so and no first and no didn't handcuff. I'm didn't say good and no handcuff. First, of our almost two, no, not more is that on none of the same thing. And to almost two, no, I'm here. And now, honorable member of parliament for the area, a certificate not a buy, and to the Ghana card. I need complimentary card. Say, only the member of parliament. Now, or a person say, my moon coming. If the commander is send a water. Or started some answer. The commander said, yeah, on page that you know, manners is woman responsibility. Responsibility is that you must fight illegal mining head on without fear or favor. Whether you are a party person or an appointee or whatever, they should be ruthless with anybody. It's a catch here, on to me, now. Aye, honorable Ebenezer Opoku. The problem in the United States. Nepa ni so that they handcuff woman. Say the only so problem here. Ye handcuff ni woman. Nepa no ya tell me. I didn't go police station. Ye handcuff ni woman. And stand there you don't know. Na time na honorable MP member na amount ye be 15 to 20 to 30 edmichi maxisa o to call baby say no ko yi and it's no ko yi not the little 30 no and at 25 na 40 no the amount yi offer enti ye kasa na amount ye be to the success the political to home wo mo diki one campaign no machine.
Me pacho, Dela, with your narrative, now oh and now be na a catcher.
I speak for 9 months and speak for the Mineral Commission. The commander of the 9 months, Colonel Dominic Boa, the narrative, and I'm
Okay. Now, one or try so Uber Richie MP, and I know so we need Honorable Collins Deuda. Or try so Uber Richie or Mumu B, just for clarification purposes.
May the Honorable Ebenezer Kuado respond. Bobie and Patel will be a Kameka to the last point, the last one.
Last point. Okay, so say what can was say one me products no omo to a page no so to the to aso.
The last point is the Toyota vehicle of the Zongo Chief had its glasses smashed at the back. By then, I had left to attend to other funerals. I hear Honorable Peku Ado say time one more time to I better do Bobie, na commander na can no mo de ko ye no. Voice na start to we need to.
What I mean is for clarification purposes, what to mean try say because I know say Collins Zelda is a comrade, so reaching him no answer that any problem. MP so ebe ye kuma ana comrade yen kanesa. Who tries okay, let me call them because Naimos commander also or nipa onipa to be born in Trimkasem. But who tries to obey further checks to make sure so say na someone who to catch them na me pese me busa e ho asem otibi yes ah
Bobie ma ya me check ni na ante na me repeat
so only MP ni akasa only MP ni kasa
Honorable Collins Deuda body no ya bi be eye me mobo the Honorable Collins Deuda that way chi wo na ko what is the BSC and na wo be PSC ana so no mrantie ba ho wo ba ho no and na wo di phone command the soldier say oni obi nka say o oni obi nka and na command no bi say one and I will say na me pese oni command this honorable kasa o so man e ho na o kase e honorable Collins ofa wo na wa ko obi edi and I was ready of phone so the catching obi ni was your obi nka being thing also being purpose because honorable Collins down that you only baby or the TV small young to the idea one na wo ko friend into only obi nka ma we MP honorable Collins is MP then thing I say honorable Collins down that you obi nka ma then thing I want to be them then thing I do this
So Dela, this issue, more than a day, what is the way forward?
Well, the way forward, before I begin the way forward, a bedroom baby, not a minor 2 times fine, almost clear to a police station, almost friend police for by 20, ever the boy, the regional commander, police for woman in our battle. Now, Zongo for you, washing you, and a violin branch and the Kasai, and a crab to the woman, and I am a yes, Zongo chick, a sense cannot so that for to me to a kind Zongo healing, and on the car, at the mouth, woman, and Sanko. Saka, our pipe and glass. Wafa, say, may empty. Any demon. Now I am finding the message is a very united police station. The group police station. You am
but Dela, who reading his statement now? Wow, I refer BB a woman. we're making the points clear that one, a Honyane constituency, two, or kwa ye. A year no nanke so ne Honorable Collins neko. Honorable Collins etukwai. Baby a obefa no nam Honorable Collins ekrom neko. Okototo asem ni mu. Ni nua e constituency ni wono so ni die ni. Enti na ese osi na okohwe adekro. Mo so oye mrase badwani na asem si ne ma nyina anka bia. O kire bia asem ne bedru parliament na meka say oh mi hu say esi o ba me de me duru na me fa na me twam. Enti o so okọ ho. Eno kotiemu. In fact o so ono ena oboaye ma omde mrante no eni asojafo nyina ba police station because na se de kromofo puba no o read sa ono ni differences we ya eto say
Bobie mi na se Bobie de ntia o se ono na boa no de police station ni boa
yes
say de sa zongo chief ni kan de ko e boa
aha
sa zongo chief no ano say you pay the glass no.
Well, me Zongo chief, so I don't know, but this is the statement from MP. No.
Emma cat. A son said, not so the funny time you must come and and I say, Oma, and his Zongo chief in my car, say, and Fanko. MP not throw when it's put to the say. Or no, and or two say a pipe by time. Nancy. Ọsị ọka ẹni ẹdi ẹnyọọma ní polisi fọdí sọjà fọdí yìí ní wọn bí kọ police station ọ̀nà ẹ̀mpìrì ọsị òfìrí họ ní last statement ní òfìrí wọn àǹtá na ẹ̀yẹ pan Zongo chief ní káà nù a ọdí máa sí ọ̀tá sọjà fọdí ọ̀nà kásẹ̀ yẹ pan káà ní kyerè náà ọ̀nà òfìrí họ kọ ẹ̀yẹ. In the same statement, you know, on one capacity, on no man, you didn't go for it, on a woman, you didn't go for it now, call police station. And see, somebody is just speaking the truth here. The MP statement is contradictory. Is it not? On one thing, or the on they don't go police station. On one side, the statement, the last statement, the last statement, the last time or one practice down, no, 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 but woman has a police station. The same statement. And to Toronto, it's the 6th or the 7th one. I want to say the last one. And who was it? Ojai hoping you. Ojai was saying, or come on to the police station. Or come here to come. And he is not. See, the fact is this. A queen, I have to have a galaxy. Anthony. Problem no MPP go tiatia to aso esi manage esi solve diplomatically Bobie so we be share o man pe je ma ma enyam na ya tinu na mo man pe je ma ma ye le juma se de wo ye le juma no esi ehu se ta suban we nu bi e na begu o man pe no na ban ni mo tie esa se o man pe ni ye le juma bona obi abona ba se I remember when they go, my Bundy, a big Kim, or be a big Kim. Now, a new man to think it to be seen, and not a go about any more here. And the young to me, and yes, a cover would be an empty. So the father was Yababa and Maratian, you be emphasis. Zachariah, the owner of the site, Abba, no, yeah, the other police station. Not the other one. No one. Now the commander comes to now the people. So all alliances, watch us on your alliances. So all alliances to be now we a boom rapid. Oh, say, we are put to the new. But say Obama and right here, we are call ye, and then right here, the two. I will say, yeah, empty. No, the air party, you know, and of course, we are. And some the truth must be told.
All right. Say ni ate say speaker ma kwai say police and take up the matter. Is that right?
Yes.
And me no ka say no what me police at me making any arrest?
The police commander for the region has been directed to constitute a committee to investigate. Into one of the investigation, the Colonel Buano has been invited. The MP has been invited. So the MP will go and give his narrative. And they're going to happen. And all the witnesses and all the people there, no, you all want to invite Commander Buano. Even about this region, and as a district, say on the warriors money in other part to testify. At the evening of the day, the committee in the Baba want to say, same about the dead generation, but the America, and it said, Juma, or my pinch of Mahama, Juma, now Juma, and you may be a debata say the bank, ye who see, the country of bank can say, yet the cooperative money. As something I check to see that when you begin to take a class now, if the amount of cooperative money, minerals committee member constituency there. Near about the register, so near my 5-year license, say how you cooperative mining. We are not against mining. We do not want anybody to incite anybody against soldiers. The order we are saying is that, so we are responsible leader, a member of parliament, minister of state, government official. Say, young Molina, Patram, Rank, Butre, now buy what a Konya Papi, Emma woman. Not say about you, a war, a total war, elbow box, time while women can't able to see one or so that they aircraft from a branch will be that, so they need last one other thing. A branch of the family, a pen with two. A day. Yeah, this was the funny police station, only in every police station. The last soldier, all through open through can, a branch of the about the 10 key. Yes, see, say, soldier for the other commander and now, said it threw back 2 years, and I said, defense, and can you be the sea woman, Jamahama? Said it, Mao can be changed upon the tension. Yes, sir. Mining, so you responsible mining. May I tell you by any without it.
All right, thank you, Dela Edem, Yenene Kasayeno. And Dela Edem is the Director of Corporate Affairs Minerals Commission. Live on Accra100.5 Citizen Shows. Honto Akwaba. Boko there.
Nyamiadum.
Good. Nyamiadum Boko. Just a minute, I'll be back.
And so I issue this challenge. My brothers and sisters, the problems we face are real, but so are the solutions. We can rebuild our economy. We can create jobs. We can restore faith in governance, but we must commit to the hard work of change. You were not appointed to occupy space. You were appointed to solve problems. Let me remind you of the social contract we have entered into. The Ghanaian people expect us to deliver, and we must not with excuses, but with results. I've said before and I repeat now, this is the legacy term of my presidency. I intend to make it count. I intend for it to matter, and I expect that every member of this administration will do the same. We must work with a sense of urgency, and President Jonathan spoke about the 4-year term. Our young people are tired of waiting interminably. Our farmers, our workers, our entrepreneurs, especially our women and youth, want to see policies that work for them. They want fairness, they want opportunity, they want to live in dignity and prosperity. Indeed, they are not asking for handouts. They're asking to be given a fair shot. And let's give them just that. The task before us requires leadership that is empathetic, that is disciplined and accountable, leadership that is not defined by titles, but by service, that is not defined by slogans, but by substance. And so I issue this challenge to each of you to lead your sectors with vision and integrity, to champion innovation, make decisions based on facts and data and not on guesswork, spend public funds wisely and judiciously, reject opulence, and never forget your first duty is to the people of Ghana and not to your own political survival, not to the applause you will get, and not to your personal gain. I want each of you to leave this retreat with a clarity of purpose and with the humility to keep learning. This job is not about knowing it all. It is about listening. Example, I'll stay true to the values. And please remember, when any of us fall short, I will not hesitate to act. I didn't think that was what you would clap for. Let us leave here with renewed determination. Let us work not for applause, but for results. Let us lead with honor, and let us remember always that the true measure of our success will be the lives we touch and the legacy we leave behind. And finally, let me remind us all that the destiny of our party and our future success depends on the legacy that this current administration will establish. And so we must give it our all. We must work together to make our party's future successful. I therefore have the privilege and honor to declare this executive leadership program duly open. My brothers and sisters, the problems we face are real, but so are the solutions. We can rebuild our economy, we can create jobs, we can restore faith in governance, but we must commit to the hard work of change. You were not appointed to occupy space. You were appointed to solve problems. Let me remind you of the social contract we have entered into. The Ghanaian people expect us to deliver, and we must not with excuses, but with results. I've said before, and I repeat now, this is the legacy term of my presidency. I intend to make it count. I intend for it to matter. And I expect that every member of this administration will do the same. We must work with a sense of urgency, and President Jonathan spoke about the 4-year term. Our young people are tired of waiting interminably. Our farmers, our workers, our entrepreneurs, especially our women and youth, want to see policies that work for them. They want fairness, they want opportunity, they want to live in dignity and prosperity. Indeed, they are not asking for handouts. They're asking to be given a fair shot. And let's give them just that. The task before us requires leadership that is empathetic, that is disciplined and accountable, leadership that is not defined by titles, but by service, that is not defined by slogans, but by substance. And so I issue this challenge to each of you to lead your sectors with vision and integrity, to champion innovation, make decisions based on facts and data and not on guesswork, spend public funds wisely and judiciously, reject opulence, and never forget your first duty is to the people of Ghana and not to your own political survival, not to the applause you will get, and not to your personal gain. I want each of you to leave this retreat with a clarity of purpose and with the humility to keep learning. This job is not about knowing it all. For example, I'll stay true to the values. And please remember, when any of us fall short, I will not hesitate to act. I didn't think that was what you would clap for. Let us leave here with renewed determination. Let us work not for applause, but for results. Let us lead with honor, and let us remember always that the true measure of our success will be the lives we touch and the legacy we leave behind. And finally, let me remind us all that the destiny of our party and our future success depends on the legacy that this current administration will establish. And so we must give it our all. We must work together to make our party's future successful. I therefore have the privilege and honor to declare joining in the studio. Divine is here. Obejina Jason Haruna Muhammad will join us. Same Akwaba. So I have for Shidim Naimos incident. Yeguswa, we are trying to get more people. You want say Lands Ministry release a statement. They are working on it. The police also release a statement, which I know say more who be MP no involved no release statement, and yes, obia Canada, but the issue I think say obia any abre ewo ho ni titru ni NDC grassroots yanko
of our mencha production team any yeti for ne RF4 me ba na metie conversations na me ba ye betna se de akoso nyina ba of answer na me kono amenfa chia kesi free honorable minister for food and agriculture honorable Kopoku.
Okay.
Any national football faster company embro nse be na kakra ni Ghana for kwafo complain di entia o mado no ba ye no amabu omunya atofo na Rebecca say a blessing in disguise. Yes, BB say 9 years more. So for the past 8 years, now Brukra, you have to go to ECOWAS and beg. And there's a Bruno Buso because I had deliberate policies and programs are banning.
And yes, is now.
Dabi.
Okay.
Say a seasoner. And for the past 8 years. And Bruno Buso man surplus on the Kutua ECOWAS. They say I mean you can say they cut 2,700 metric tons. And in yes season, deliberately say, since inception of this government, a Greek ministry distributed over 1.3 million bags of free fertilizer. Free. Edema for. Nana se kuyaninya fertilizer good enough by Eswa. Ebeba dozen. And they are surplus beba. And the ministry also anticipated said this yebedu to buy an anoma National Football Pastor Company chassis and renovate to warehouses. About a month ago, and government released 100 million at the National Football Fast Talk. Out of that 100 million, we must spend 50 million. 50 million, or met me at a year maize, 6,000 metric tons, a year 120,000 bags. Or met me at a more 3,000 more years in home. Or met me at 3,000 metric tons, a year 60,000 bags. Or met me at Gary 500 metric tons, a year 10,000 bags. Guso moto. Ano ma identify who say paddy rice e mo na yensi hu no dodo no a so ewo ho oko aflan place oko north a enti minister aside akoto cabinet animo a omo make available of 100 additional 100 million. That 100 million ba and omo the top paddy rice no kwa mo na yensi hu no and omo expect so beto at least 150,000 metric tons. I know by my 3 million bags of a year paddy rice. I'll be to me at all. And that's the intervention of government. We are hoping, say, in the next a year, 1 month, no air corner. Or met me at Tornequia for no or my breno, or met me at so emphasis. And the air cost one in take you for Munum so chope. A banner, one wadrin part because a baby a tremono. na ekuafo no support kura monya bi fertilizer ya cho not for say near ton mamo 2017 to 2024 aburamu so emu so ama ya hu de ehu na emum eye policy na ban de aba ne hye aba e de ekuafo benya so emphasis de 2024 even farmers best farmer na world cry farmer no yes person with disability only yi ni se ga na nyina se bi obubu ani a wado afu amala ni asopa ya fana baso body ama no me wa na nda betra TV so say ye de adwene person with disability propaganda enti ekuafo nya bote nana metie eye interviews a wo ye na me hwe statement a hodo eba nana something is missing. What is missing is say who say ye ka say the accused person now MP no issue statement institutional MP no which is parliament speaker issue statement ama directives a police for omoye in charge of security de ni si o manimu a omuhu bi no police for issue statement ministry a naimo for no share na se o issue statement nemom naimos no a wono no call ya yemfa ne se de tete kyese e de ensa ka omo no a omo na ye victims no ebesi na naimo for issue statement what did the like say okasama lands commission yes sir minerals commission and osaka sama naimos so the last statement Bernard de la Diaba on behalf of the naimos ye nyina betimi making reference to na ya say okay who is lying and who is telling the truth because the ubeka wa hano we cannot accept it to be the official statement of the naimos. We cannot. We can accept the minister na canon from the ministerial point of view. Say minister and so a receiving report. We can take the MP on no dear. We can take the police on no dear. What about the naimos? And I'm told say naimos no I was secretariat. And no asusu na yenua de la abe confirm say am pass omuni secretariat say nkoje spokesperson. So long as omo spokesperson there, omo secretariat. And why has naimos failed to issue statement? Chirema drink kakra. Woni yenua de la kaso ka say MP ni statement na ka say contradictory. Nana, I bet you differ. So read the MP statement. Very clear. MP ni say when a police for ne naimo for no a soldier for no any movie ye echo police station ho okodu no say edom egu no enya dom ketwa enti wo frɛ zongo chief se omra no meboa na asumdwie emra omukotena ho omuchocho statement ni nyina wie ye no wono no wafiri ho okɔ but omu wie ye no zongo chief no eboa se onene Toyota Secria omunfanfa soldier for because na soldier for car no has been tampered with and to ono say omunfa ne car no mfanko na ne car no kro no mode ko no ne ba can say windscreen e wachiri o ma pai no sabre no onu afiri ho enti nowhere in the statement of the MP our car say he went there with the zongo chief onko no read the statement ni paragraph by paragraph. Me MP ni statement ni say oni a soldier for no any a police for naimos for no ono mu nyina na call police station ho okodu ohun say situation wo ni no then he called the zongo chief to intervene and he brought zongo chief ni free ho no na onu MP na according to the statement no free ho dada nemom ebra omo ko no pen statement no enye oni zongo chief ni na call said na enua dela statement no suggest no enti so ka say contradictory na mentiase on the face of that statement there's nothing like contradiction or contradictory said the enu na eka no but me concern is say adentina na naimos was secretariat uko mu Facebook mu page the only thing they posted is the video of the incident. It doesn't say anything. You just posted the video. We are a scene of military men, policemen, civilians with like mob at you posted that video there. What that said me name the akoso no bia mama na me ko page na go say video no. There's no voice or voice over HSO, if be a de movie, the SU the Kosu, there's nothing like that. There's no official statement. So why do you want Ghanaians to take you serious? And you can't tell me, say, minister and statement in our issue, no. A cover 9 months. There be per the minister and say, we receive briefing. Or receive briefing from who? I suppose, or no, I suggest say it's coming from the 9 months. So how can the 9 months brief the ministry to issue a statement? The 9 months, after having even those some more secretariat that cannot brief Ghanaians and tell us Ghanaians what is going on. Share and conform here involved. Now a police for involved. Lands ministry are involved. Parliament abaye involved. The member of parliament abaye involved. The 9 months abaye involved. Accra100.5 institutions involved. Now, police for issue statement. I try or preliminary investigation in the way forward. Speaker of Parliament, MP Nation Asiano. Why issue that we met the relative said Munshim. The Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources or non so issue statement. I try the abato the name are not so calling on Parliament and police to investigate. The MP, the accused person, has also issued a statement. What about Naimos? The last said, or your MP, didn't also call friend your uncle MP for sometimes issues bar. This kind of statement and illogical debate, you know. So, case you create that, because what's more can it so? Honorable Collins Dauda, a senior most MP, our that enclave. MPs are na do not have a free nase. So he's like a godfather to all of them. Into baby MP so ono kwe ye. Into a friend Honorable Collins Dauda. Sen Kenya or Veso I ready no na bumwako. And of friend Honorable Collins Dauda and Honorable say what you quite uni Ghana. And on the S or twas work on or call 2 DSC. DSC no so and see on MP ni constituency. Is in one constituency. Honorable Collins Dauda. Pe Ninchilemono. It means Honorable Collins Dauda constituency. And I was afraid Honorable say, the Mababe to Sunye. And per the MP no, per the statement no. Now already one assembly member or honomono. Ako say Honorable Collins Dauda afresh the assembly member ni statement no so. Say ko person ne impenyufo na ho ne kasa. Omusi debi. So or no as a member of parliament no. He called Honorable Collins Dauda because you can't tell me say the waiter MP really no the same weight na assembly member really. And to offer Honorable Collins Dauda and Honorable Collins Dauda say for phone no corner me the person in charge in kasa. Indeed, what the phone no call any penny statement no mo in kasa. So there's nothing wrong. Say me a member of parliament na makwa to say incident BSc e wo me colleague MP constituency. Now my friend now through me or person making intervention. There's nothing wrong with it. And yes, the investigation should encoso. Especially police for incident in this no. Police for through their headquarters and national headquarters are my statement. CID for sum. The person should monocoso. But we want things on record. The same way we say MP statement no issue no. A statement that whenever this investigation could be we can take him on because and West you'll be held responsible and accountable to Onwankas and West because this is the official statement coming from the member of parliament bearing his signature, bearing a parliament letterhead. And we want to see Naimo almost also special statement or official statement. So that we can also hold Naimos responsible and accountable by their own ways and we put it together. And Tibradela at the minimum so we juma. But more thing. So what yet to say now your official spokesperson Edma Naimos dia. Please don't deny Ghanaians the opportunity to know from a year Naimo their side of the official one. The interview or granted wahano cannot be accepted to be the official statement of NIMOS. So we want to get that official statement so that we can take it up from there. And it's Ochina, Yabania Betrasa, near 4-way statement. Near 4-way there. We read more, we are critical reading now, we are critical deduction. We are critical thinking. You can know say who is telling the truth and who is telling lies. But the Kobas will be about the canasem now, wo say we are victim. I dare not to no can want some dia. What do you mean? Yes, you do a teenager who in him decision. As a minister, no minister no ni ho. IGP no ni ho. Speaker of Parliament no ni ho. Police for and na wo ho. MP no and na wo ho. MP na be kanasem. Police for aba be call masem. Na mosmu na nam wo ho. Masem we. Tinana they shouldn't deny us. Among first official statement in Mra. So there is a Facebook page, they can go to their official Facebook page and put that statement there. So that we can hold them the way I mean MPDA by the Latinas or read paragraph by paragraphs or claiming and also alleged say means a MP no statement a contradictory. We want to see Naimo's statement and then so that we can put something near she. But NDC is never like MPP. Because MDC the who could in some fun. Obi ansu so share who could in some fun. Obia ansu so unlike the MPP. Speaker of Parliament Kwadwo Damwa MP for a year German South. So can Damwa Customs La Bianca case. SMLD no and some no cost no. Office of the Special Prosecutor now we invite omo hwehwe no. When realizing we say Office of the Special Prosecutor pen action no. After the Parliament in order. No official car no nyusu bio. So they wrote to a Speaker of Parliament. Say on releasing no. Speaker of Parliament is who are releasing no. Yet the guy didn't want to go. Finally baby copy here. Office of the Special Prosecutor officials have to go to Speaker. Omo makene Kwabena damwa no. Ebe Speaker office. Eho ena omo nkonko interview no. Enko investigate na so omo nko taking a statement. Omo kodu ya say before omo be no. I was here put you under arrest. Omo wi anoma ma bail. Omo touching the shoulder. I was saying na on tiase. Because you touching the shoulder cause oh you are under arrest. Na ya take you statement na yakon. O see that kiti and Office of Special Prosecutors say ne ene menakra musa o hwe me invest me musa o hwe nemom mechew. To no amu sa fe do matata no a fe the MP no uba no fa do call Parliament. Anon wa de no come Office of Special Prosecutor. And then lawyers. Anon mu taking a statement and ya charging it na kwa kujina court. Bagbin and making sure say one do I enough from there. The kind of immunity under NDC Bagbin at the man, the political opponent, which is the MPP, Kwabena Damwa. Sosu was a member of Parliament. And now so I damn ya kwasi ya kwachino. Or a demonstrational police for dinner chia kwachino. No immunity. And you can never compare MPP and the NDC. From top to down. Share MP asemubaye ko social media never and crofo a etwe na boso. NDC for not even the MPP. The NDC grassroots and MP na boso. Omoti asem no kra so odi for so odi bim so many opportunity because as you speak nine was formed for our official statement to be my and the statement na bani na one sided. But just that one sided. The NDC grassroots ekuta MP ni minimum den. They are calling crass yenyi na kunya. Because oya be ya consider the ma President Mahama and the NDC government fight against illegal mining. This is NDC, not the MPP. Ma MPP ni bi eunko di sebio sanse mu bim. Na so benya NPP ni ba ko si o fie adwen Nyankopon bono and it is in the council betimi condemn say asemi die metiefa se sa wo don campus se sa ponetia me condemn it will never happen. And the MPP and NDC the distinction is very clear. NDC will never support you when you are doing the wrong thing, but they always come for you when you are doing the right thing. But the MPP, they will only support you, especially when you are doing the wrong thing. Because in their mind, they see everything from opposite. Ade papa ni bone ni papa edema omo. Mate say we ye kase ye majority leader. Enso so ene ye MP a ye boni din. Wato nsa frɛ no so kɔ no office. It means ono so wa frɛ no. Omo so beka ho asɛm. Because parliament wo no don abusia kɛse. Inti abusia panyin no honum so ato nsa frɛ no a omo tutu niama. Share the speed at which NDC government is working on this issue. I didn't see that Benyanra, almost Nansa ne see. And see. Less than 24 hours, speaker are my directives. Majority leader are my directives. Police are my directives. And if you should move air cost. I just say nobody is protecting. Senka baby, Senka MPP, and this MP, they will shoot him. There's a fantia kwa. One of the MPs no a year no savings and loans. Esiama. Akwa we jijim krofo sika di. Omo pe na che no. Parliament no bedai. Parliament no di ye ni fie. Omo make sure say ye nche no. Ne manfo no hwehwe no kura na omo make sure so many nya access. That's how they shielded him. But NDC will never do it. Say we eye na ba critical na ese pa MP a chine sisia enye me wa say Mahama Yarga as a majority leader ebe so ne nsa edna kwa koma no but MPP BBC a na afenyo marking na machiri na no MP okodi tro see the cocaine eye private jet ababisi kutuka intim ye ko penalty no na afenyo marking ena mo pacho munya no me de ne beba ode ne koi wamfana nko Canada Mwakro ya the same thing. Omo peno achino kwa kacha nzo munyano. Mede ne beba. Wentimi amfana nko. MPP leadership in parliament. They will go and plead. Oh ya de ne beba. Just to buy time because when we say Ghana they had their chair there send for pressure cause will be any other day or be flow up. Na afan nwedi. But NDC is not never like that. Into say NDC MPP, we NDC MP, we a leader, we a even grassroots, we a full soldier. Now we to anamo ye. Ufudua pa NDC fo be pian na se ufudua bonus na betishe so dia ene wanka so sisimu na ebu na me hope say within this short period of time no a police fo nhwemu no nkoso speaker of parliament ne ye mo nyina mo release so ma release nhwemu no nkoso. We want to get to the bottom of this particular matter. We want to get to the bottom. Ubisa ye nuansem tro ni ubisa ne say oh be proud to this no or MP no ho eye bibise bia yes say bia o tu kalamsia na o bibisa wo so oni bibia sa on record no oni bibia sa. We cannot sit here and say that's the case. It could be say be cry or you involved and crofo e ko so bia wonim ko adu e dia bori nyina it could be say bia
to say or no with this particular matter or evidential materials are about the MP say MP no any nkrofo no na etusa site no.
Okay.
So
or evidence.
That is what he said. So
okay.
You go and present it if they invite him.
Very good. So sa dance no a ebeboa. Because Speaker of Parliament Ameki directive say we are sitting member of parliament na ye chill so we are involved in galamsey obepa mo free parliament enti e be say ye nua Erastus Kra say so this evidence why now obi a wo say wo boa and there's no journalist in Ghana make us only the fight against illegal mining than Erastus Asare and it's all this evidence that they also claim here. Why now?
Also, or train so
or train that be. One inviting us, I say we are ma. Kawan be inviting.
No, but in reference to some we see, no, or said 9 months for now, evidences the time when MP bar or no interactions.
So you see,
I don't know, but because I says maybe they managed to record it.
You see, enti the can no cry. 9 months no year or mine Ghana. yen adwuma ye de sika eni tuomoka na no gold board 5 pickups Matisa land minister land and natural resource minister honorable Eyeboa cry looking for funding or the better more pickups the amount because according to me here over 90 something a year pickups minister no working. Inti Naimos were evidence I know they are a private journalist. I won't quit up powers to prosecute to do what? Any Naimos no dem ko so mo konko dey. Second fish for evidence and give it to a private journalist. When you can hand over who bet me use the same evidence to go after the MP. No, it doesn't make sense.
What he's saying is that in the course of the melee, evidence and so may because my understanding is a beer time or koya or no more interact so munjai and crofono munji handcuffs no free omunsa mom for mom for criminal probably they recorded. But on all that to say or train. So
who recorded? According to Erastus, who recorded and one of the man was in Naimos? Is that what the statement in the interview? Is that what he said?
Me very well. Or say in course of the clashes, or whole evidence. If a media practitioner says evidential material, maybe a recording because he was not there. It was so on 9 months for no interaction. And a man through that no materials okay. And you present it.
Okay. So
when invited
between Erastus 9 months a year conversation.
Yes.
And odinya sa evidence na oba presented. And wa me ati say incident ni see no ni ho.
Yeah.
And so when ya evidence be based on the conversation ensu be true or no any 9 months. It means 9 months commonsensically 9 months na the man no.
And I make sense me because
yes. And if that is the case, then what is the use of 9 months? Say who could have evidence? Say asemebo who could have evidence? Who did they report to? Report to any media house. I don't know say a news reporters in you don't report to any media house. You don't report to any private institution in Ghana. We are Juma at the Ministry for Lands and Natural Resources, Ghana government. Your salary, your allowances, operational costs, everything is being footed by the government of Ghana. Into all evidence, you give it to the government of Ghana to fight them. You don't give it to a private person. And tiane, no Erastus na no ni hono. Ano no kasa chere nyama bi esi ho. 9 months no ade ni si nanim. As the Dela Eke. So the new chat will be cobbled. I want to say Pam. So it was emphasized. Obi the Nisako boss for no more corner. Or more free pick up the new chat one. Obi the Nisako born. I want to say Pam.
Which is bad.
Very bad. Or no soldier in your born up and now Pam no. Or no make a range say on first statement if you are mine. I mean a journalist be a Sabia Minicazabia or Tini Fee. Our judge or no mumkuta information. Or no inside information and Tiamvan said and no information about the brown wine. Say, no cressa Erastus was evidence through the conversation allegedly I cost to be true on ne a year 9 months or no so the evidence one of the command. Is it no police? Our more commencing investigation. Please, and what prevented 9 months from presenting the same evidences to the police? Because police have the power to prosecute.
But someone say Afro-Nomadic committee, so maybe they have it.
I think committee before a better committee no plan. Oh, they will the whole investigation evidence. I work on my private person.
All right.
And without this investigation, I say a best set up committee. No, 9 months have every power to arrest. Or more arrest here, they have every power to lodge complaints. They have every power to hand over the arrest the Crawford match on suspect no to the police. We have seen 9 months of matching Crawford or hand over to police and Shomukoso. And you have that evidence. Why didn't you give it to the police rather by giving to a private journalist to do what?
All right. Thank you. Live at Accra100.5 Citizen Show. Minia Divine in Kromawa say Divine. Akwaba.
Commander.
My Haruna also join here. Haruna Akwaba. Good. Divine. Mijo.
Yo, but that's it. Mami chia for. Let me chia. Minya beje for. Omashia waha.
the di kind no my member abaso and new production team so and Juma Suma Mudi. One say Galamsey asem ya ken. Ne kan kana. And I share enyamu a Galamsey edi o mangana. Ye discuss ya as I say ye politics ever editon chain. Because issue a essay ya asasefo a essay any environment the rate at which are a degrade no ya politicizing no near no MPP ni NDC discussion asem no ebe lusu the relevance and once a Ghana say obia di ni boni a no akakoshe amanyoku achi because hona obetumi akopa adwa akobo ne ho adwa se na be ayen tache no. Now let's put this discussion in context. Dedi kan we want to talk as be say all the other relevant state institutions no issue statement na naimos issue here. Naimos issue. The naimos issue ni say the establishment of naimos itself is an SPU, a special purpose unit under the Ministry of Lands. What it means ni say omo report to be no briefing bia no it goes straight to your friend is saying the Ministry of Lands. It is the Ministry of Lands issues a statement on behalf of Naimos as Naimos. Secondly, an official statement from the police quarters. When you look at the police report, everything stated there, they are saying say alleged, specific about the happenings. Say see ya GK, ya freeway, and Naimos Nangasangasa police unit in so yeah part of the Naimos. Yeah. And so if the various security agencies, various security agencies, so when I see a statement from police units, a official on behalf of Naimosa, police for Nangasangasa, they were there. So we share from some of the videos that police for they were even attacked. Military for and they were under attack. Police force were again. Meno Kasa is here. Speaker of Parliament, Ministry, Speaker of Parliament office, and so issue statement. Almost so I say, almost investigation. Member of Parliament. In all of this, me, the American say we should just be fair to each parties involved in now. Say, yembua obia ten wabra yema no fair hearing. Yeah man, opportunity say mechanism. And I mean MP Nankasa in question so about the state or no so the facts. Seniete. Police service say omo ba be your investigations. Omo ba be hwehwe nsem ni mu. Ye be twen outcome no kra wo mu the okan no kra di odi ntro. The na asem mu da asem ni mu no. At the end of the day be hu. Me the nya me se see the mob action ni dey see here no. See and for who say whether the MP was present, absent or whatever no.
If I can clarify baby mami.
Okay.
What say Naimos for issue statement through the minister?
Yes.
And what him say even police for statement you could see say Naimos home.
Okay.
So it means Naimos are issue statement through the police.
Oh no, but Naimos is an SPU only issue on one statement.
They can. Remember, do they have secretariat? The answer is yes. Do they have spokesperson?
No, see. The statement from Lands Commission is enough.
No,
it's like saying Class FM has issued a saying Class Media Group issues a statement when something has happened in Accra FM. I'll say by force, I just Accra FM issue answer.
Lands Commission statement.
No, I think you should allow him to play.
No, I can't be busy. As a Lands Commission issue statement.
Yeah, Lands Commission issue statement.
On behalf of. Enti be bow. On the same Naimos.
Hold on.
What's the minister? I issue statement on behalf of Naimos.
Hold on.
Last commission issue statement on behalf of Naimos. Police for issue statement.
Say there was tears here and now church.
Let me read the ministry statement. Then you know say Naimos has said no more.
Okay.
Our issue statement in the 3rd November. A statement on attack on Naimos personnel at with him. Heading.
Good.
The kind or see
the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, Mr. Honorable Emmanuel Amakofibua, has taken note of the recent attack on some members of the National Anti-Illegal Mining Operation Secretariat NIMOS during an operation at Bronikrom near Hwidiem in the Ahafo region. Having been adequately briefed on the matter, the minister strongly condemns the incident which occurred on Saturday. Subsequently, the minister has held meetings with the Speaker of Parliament and the Minister for Interior for the conduct of swift and rigorous investigation into the unfortunate circumstances.
How is this statement on behalf of NIMOS?
The reason why it is on behalf of NIMOS is because all the three major agencies in this matter. See,
Bobie, analysis. How can you prove it?
I need clarification.
No, one person you
I draw his attention. Say I needed a clarification.
Because in this context, look,
the person can never take your mind, no find any analysis.
So
allow
to prove it.
So
Lands Commission issue statement.
Hold on. By the time you finish, it will give you a fair idea for you to probe it further. Now, sir, when you say I said you be now about so.
That is a baby will be able to be the same what same muyi because it was a kasa no. The TNCC here or say Lands Commission issue statement on behalf of
the reason why
how can three institutions issue statement?
The reason why or no picking from that angle was because he listened to you very carefully. Though he disagree, but ultimately could see it and a man a fair idea of what he should say. Allow him the same space.
And now you didn't get me. And yes, I mean man of man so.
Okay.
But the name say or can yama be won't say or no make reference to what I said. Said NIMOS issue statement. And what I said, NIMOS issue statement through the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, through the Ghana Police Service, through the Lands Commission. And then Mr. said, how can three separate institutions issue separate statement and in our claiming said they are speaking on behalf of NIMOS? It beats my understanding.
Okay, let me move on. Sure. The main person mentioned say the NIMOS being an SPU under the Ministry of Lands. Or no catch a public so no NIMOS no establish him or suma tio or call you say na to omo enti omo investigation ama or not sure kata e dey Speaker of Parliament as also be am Minister of Interior. What it means to say all the stakeholders, important institutions no na no we engage omo nyina on behalf of NIMOS. Yes,
and Lands Commission there so
Lands Commission letter na make come in the press release as I'm making.
First one I can a minister.
Near me, the car Afania who have say every institution has a mandate to protect Omo territories. One, the lands and natural resources represent the states, that is the government. Two, NIMOS Secretariat is under lands.
Under lands.
Your friend saying Forestry Commission.
They are all under lands.
They are all under lands. Ansah, the police itself, the interior itself. Into whatever happens from Ghana police, from military, what they are saying, so whatever the lands ministry will say would have a reflection.
It means the ministry ni kasa we are, and since Lands Commission share ministry national, ministry ni kasa we are, Lands Commission me kasa. So how the International Lands Commission to issue different statements?
The issue here has to do with Bebia Omuko and how come they invaded that particular place. Say Lands Commission comes out to say now where Bebia Omuko Omu invade sa territories no abra Omu ni license. These are the people who will come and talk on behalf of Lands Ministry. And Sana Lands Commission will also come to testify. So it's the same thing. One communication with different angles. And whoever interpret it to mean say near Lands Commission is saying is different from where or no understanding. But I don't see anything wrong with
so I'm saying, say, now we have the official statement from all the courts. Omunina ama information to suggest say Bibia Koso. Media police command, no some bad investigation. But they state something important to say. Wọ́n sẹ́ ọmọ sí ọmọ abra mmeranteɛ ni bi ɛba site hɔ nom no na handcuff egu yɛfɛ ne nsɛn mpanyinfoɔ ni bi ɔmo ba hɔ no land yɛfɛ ne sɛ owner of the concession no ɛna MP ni nso confirm yɛ sɛ the bone of contention at the site was say nkurɔfoɔ na yɛakye ɔmo no yɛyi handcuff no. If you Ansah na omo de omo police station because obey anim guase and the confusion no e baaye na obi e wo site wo no boys ni bi baaye no omo bowura ho no e de omo sa kɔhye police soldier ni koto kom na nko yi ki e na omo lock handcuff no mu yi papa no. You see me and found say MP no baaye o wamba o that mob action e cause no it has happened in the past. Sometimes you know obi di boni no be whom you know minimum way no di boni dey share politician no di boni no dey share Flagstaff House no di boni obekai Erastus ya omukoye investigation bi ewo Western region camera kochi omo ye attack omo there and then no concession owner no fa phone unim nipa of Charles Owusu Emma Charles Owusu tiatia ne say tiatia police for ni soldiers for na call ne say site no omu tumi enko sa site ho no omu na mama omu kwan ye so mo permit ho ya o se omu mbra kra na omu nkasa so on sa suban na Charles Owusu say John okay on record like video capture nipa na your phone call and on no so kasa
capture say Charles na omu kasa
no like on the loudspeaker and o kasa o fresh Charles omu ne kasa. It's the same thing. And I'm form who di on says how do we koso memu say ya me time say that arrogance now in the past the experience here under the MPP government that they disregard everything minimum way make way mint you oto no yesi Gabia frame releasing ni pako mo yesi report to him back yesi NG ade we. No, but divine unim baby me problem with all this issue. In fact, as we see no the whole day might make you only one post on it, and me post me make you on it now. Now me Lands and Resources Minister Akasa. So it was purely based on giving out information to the public. It was not about my opinion. I was just weighing what to say because divine mini Erastus Kasano. I asked him asema okay me busad. Erastus say there are people behind the scenes. I asked him, I hear for no. Or say dachi no bebu bomu dio say bibio, I don't know. So I specifically catch and say, look, say to me mubodi no on for me. Me make me abu body no simple and me problem kra. Say your mama cry the woman. Me make me a kind of simple. And your problem I make me found. Also at the end so my point here not many raise here a few margin about so me say. So this issue of yes synchrophobia actually. Yes synchrophobia actually. I am crofobia. Who are the people? Divine. And this time now about Owusu. That video, there was a video, right? Me just a video. No, documentary. Erastus not a release. Okay, what about? And we Kwabena mentioned your friend say Gabi. That one he leaked audio. Party Yeska video, so we know. Now we feel like it was the same problem. And quiet. But who are the people? Now, for because MPD say no. Me until say in fact, Namos for no be and capture BBA. Say committee ni fra Erastus. Na Erastus and provide BBA. To be honest, no man who say the crewman yina yeboa.
Aliano, I will be abwa, and idea you back to us. Because when Erasmus Katem say, on a name was for Akasa, and he was stand by the article, no, because all material evidence. Now, time you do an committee, friend one. Question about me, Timon say, to Bobie seminar, if I have a video evidence of this MP, why should I wait for a committee? Me, I'll put it out. Now the BCBS, so that we can deal with the matter. Why are you holding on to the video? If only you know. I'm not saying he said video, but by inference, cemetery here, and every evidence material. It can be audio, it can be video. So Nemo Santian provided BBA my Rastos. Nemo Santian provided any such a year. Then I find it very difficult. I'm not defending the MP. I don't know him. Coinzelda the minimum. But Coinzelda, one way or the other, I don't know. People raise those things about him. MP to be honest with you, the deep crown can be said and say that. Right? However, I think we need to ask the right questions. And you bet me, am I a Drew baby? I say, maybe the kind of the clicking my no.
So, the American say, one who says, I should buy be now, I'm exhibiting a pastor and I am pen a time. Whom you know, we freeway, no, my order, me and Kawi. See, I didn't know cost on the galamsey near Manayam. And yet, Adia, as I say, you reduce to some level, say, or see me see free, or see me see way casa. Me, I don't back out Erastus, only interview no bakwa, na, or confirm me my a Thomas Sumini say, Ubisam say, what who abako someone I say, before the Dadanina, what to say, Pino, involved in galamsey na, or see no. Or see galamsey asem, so far, say what to say, or ye be no. But me question and say time wa Naimos for no yom ejuma gidi aba ya chairman for no MP no ko honum say o ka say yi handcuff ni feelings ano sa intervention na oye no na fi hifa.
But is it true?
Well, I'm speaking from police press release. Police press release in the room.
Say MP no say MP no na kwese omunyi handcuff.
MP no so kwa statement in the room.
Say ono no kwese.
Ono so call ye. Even ono so omunyi handcuff no because of feeling say no more call no.
Read for me which point?
Oh, like it's already
bullet point. So you will know if it's in there, you will know.
So I'm just saying say for the fact to say MP ni ko intervene for that period they say me and handcuff ngo munsa gidi.
But is it true?
It's a police for statement. There's no young discussing.
Read it.
Oh, it's there.
No, read it. Or you don't have it here.
Okay, so let's look for the police statement.
If it's there, just and I wouldn't maybe I would there too.
Police statement.
Where a simple like ABC.
So maybe I might read now after many so. And
the way.
No, the police.
Maybe I will admit it. Say, oh no na.
Okay.
That's the police report now.
Yes, police. Report of the.
No. Paragraph 1 or paragraph 2.
Maybe admit it. Say
30 paragraph. We have to read the whole thing.
Oh, that will take.
It will take us
too long.
Maybe.
Take your time and go through.
So that mami 19 man.
Ben 19 mami. Me come as a movie. Share or paragraph 4.
Okay.
Or see a mob numbering about 600 allegedly incited by the MP.
Okay. Okay.
Allegedly.
Okay.
Yes, allegedly incited by the MP. Later besieged the Widiam police station, demanding the release of the miners and seized vehicles.
No, baby, I'll admit it. Say you're releasing from the handcuff now.
No, but he's saying the same. I mean, it's the same issue.
Baby.
Listen.
It's not the same.
If the police is telling us that about 600 mob were allegedly incited by the
led by
the MP. See and release you. It's a handcuff.
You didn't say you're release you.
No, what can the police?
Police alleged.
Okay.
Yeah, what can the police workers allow?
Police statement, no official statement.
Good show. Let's go.
So the me person mention say so far yet to me point fingers on anybody say see, but you see Bonia Koso one who in the video say ya say ya damage vehicles. Who say enkrofone na mosum panifo no aye gidigidigi. Who say MPB also intervention try so intervene in all of this the person you say galamsey na ekoso ne say your mind no ye mpese impanifo dem ho ba gigimu na saso ma ban no the bad name no aye pese ya avoid no obeda be sorry no na yesi o this say na another time your presidency concession ewo secretary so no now behind the scenes no you see MP4 na omo tu galamsey wa na omo yesi ye mpese sa nsem no ye betete enyen ade efe nti Bobie me sa galamsey nsem we ya ye ka no sa no me pese ye be hwehwemu bade ba ko so a me den say on say asem we ba no bia hye de MP no efa ne nkose dem nkototo embo emfa nkosu to so man say wayade. Also bia calling him out from the speaker, from the minister to even first na kawoga Ghana Police Service this oji clearance from office of the president and some of our statement Kwabena waka, but you can see say clearly no state institutions and individuals no obia China Green said this is the way forward, this is how we must go about it. Eya dia me hona eya me de obia shodi obia and me say sa investigation we are almost starting no omo beko akon a form kra na die wo mu no yehu but some up action dey say ya dey be entertain wo mem ha say
you see some up action we I have said it now who cause am politicians and omo atu ama boys no politicians ni Ghana himfo and I know obi ate your friend say kusasi warriors will be ate afede ya benya Ashanti Defense Force ente yebenya
militias begin
ente yebenya Igbe Defense Force ni ekọ mekokan ya ono tani otikumasi ya wo no etikwa pai se me Asante ni complain se enikwa so mote Asante Defense Force ono kanjagani ya wo no okumase frafrani Elisatu etwo ni buafu na omu nim se boys na ekeka omu bom no one day
yeah
and the problem bebre
yes the same thing Mali Niger say ya na sha defense
ono frafrani Elisatu etikumase ka kire me say me Asante ni bodamini imagine ono Elisatu frafrani ya wo ya adwuma wo ye friend say papa na adwuma mo ye friend say Kwabena fo ono ti aso camera adaya omo ya ye okumasi a Asantefo ni ya ye a wona ekoye MC no age jollof ni akokọ na nkofi
into defense
enti say the base bia
we shouldn't allow this militia game
enra nkoko nanzana najo boys mi no omtonyom we krasika tita ekumba kwa to lord kwam say so mo ye gangsters life yes America for the sika kuntu so omo ye gangsters
I said you have musicians or music videos it's like tax madrasa tax kuntiba kuta sekai near the yesu
I said omo ye ram papa baba kwa me David dem amenko ye
say America say notorious big and China Tupac
notorious big dey say Tupac dey ka wuye no me say no
Dabio notorious big
dey share
big
Tupac wuye you see big na ku
yes
I don't know so call and ngoko Tupac ko dia I will be surprised
so
but quick one.
Official statement, maybe I read the exact place.
Okay.
So
that's from the MP.
No, from the police.
Okay, all right, do it.
From the MP, the MP's role out play or no.
Yeah, no, can say statements.
Meba. Paragraph 3. No. I'll say while the team were preparing to hand over the suspects to the Hwidiam police station, the MP reportedly arrived with a group of men and demanded their release. When this demand was refused, the group forcibly removed the suspect's handcuffs and chased the NIMO's team from the scene.
Okay, so the admission is not there, say, or no in his statement. Let's put this in a perspective.
Hold on.
Meet you.
Divine can name it too. Okay. Or touch on the police
aspect,
statement, and or touch on no.
MP no admission no me person baby MP no admit yes say or no intervene yes say yen yi handcuff no because ediningwase be ba no he's admitted to the police and na me pa kire
and the vet me prove the whole police for the enemy
I won't prove baby MP no admit no okay yen ko ho
tobo also o hwehwa
o hwehwe na
but you Professor Kwaku Aza ayat kakatu before I come to you I mean ebeboy nyina so me yonko media practitioner bina send mame maybe we can just pick some few paragraphs here. So Professor Kwakwaza writes, and I quote, I don't understand the MP. Why call Honorable Collins Delda, who is outside the country, instead of the district commander or operation commander on the ground? That single act sums up everything wrong with the statement. Blurred rules, political shortcuts, and unanswered questions. Here are the top 10 issues that still hang in the air. 1. Who authorized the MP to visit a military operation zone and act on behalf of another MP? Why call an MP abroad instead of contacting the district or military commander in charge of the operation? What exactly was the MP's role at the scene, observer, mediator, or participant? When did the MP arrive and when did he leave? And who can confirm his timeline? Who were the youth the MP met and how did they know to expect him? What does the MP mean by saying the military pickup was tampered with? Did he see the tampering? Who did it? If not, how did he conclude that it was tampered with? 7. Why were soldiers transported in the Zongo Chief's private vehicle instead of calling for backup? 8. Who smashed that vehicle? And did you witness the attack? What do you mean by the glass was smashed? By then, you had left? 9. Did you enter the restricted mining area? And if so, on whose authority? 10. Why didn't the MP coordinate with NIMOS, the police or regional security command, if your goal was to maintain calm? Finally, when MPs insert themselves into live security operations, confusion follows and discipline suffers. In Hwidiam, the public deserves clear answers, not cloudy statements. The year. Harun Yanko.
Edi kama minchia minyanko minya the only slick man mihunu a check akra danso no ebia mihunu a ekire se aban papa aba mechia minua hunto mechia divine me nia ekosu nyina metime kire etime kire se divine any the serious divine intervention His Excellency John Dramani Mahama need to at least catch his eye so that at least nia ekosu no ebenya hunto kakra na menua penyin de enya
enfa mame so menua penyin divide so akọ ahoto honto so enfa me dumi so
obe me Mamin Kamasa.
All right, Mamin Kamasa. All right, so we have Honorable Ebenezer Kwakwado, MP, Esotifi North, line so. Minia Akwaba.
Yeah, no, Bobie.
Boko there.
Nyamia dom boko.
Yeah, there radiase. Aja enkomo ye bebre. Anope me try online. Ama me try Honorable Collins and timi anko. Ensem no aye menyan. Mene unia Erastus donko akasa wa ha. My reading statement no ye di won bobo ye di won komo. Of course, Assemble, what is happening?
Bobie, Ansah, my statement no summarizes what is happening or what happened. And as I speak with you, I think CID invited me and I have responded to their invite. Tomorrow I will present myself for further interrogation. Parliamentary leadership is also being briefed. I have met the majority leader. We are not rowdy people, and I say, "Me we are bata na kase the any news. We are only Ebenezer Biano. In same way, on camp baby ama omo any. But once Abano, we are going to give our full support to the investigative team. But suddenly, you issue a statement, a coincidence, but I was there to equally support in calming them. And I thought that me being there also helped in de-escalating the whole issue.
Mami Musa dewe. Any questions do no any hear me. But what you idea? How do you feel presently? How do you feel?
I have a mixed feeling because I think that I have been able to be in an environment or a situation and kind of say my presence there, a boama there, A, B, and KBT, I see. And another way is the way the information coming out as a Mimomuna, Mapako created a scene which wasn't the actual situation. I don't know, but in all, I think I'm okay. Because Metimia Boama, you are protecting the peaceful nature. Meno Katayente, Ekirasin Bia, Abia Sabema, Kohan, or Boa, Amaniama, and Kofomoa. I can yet say, and Komoa, Yedi and Really.
Mepacho, what read the police statement? Anywhere on my indicted war. What read the Erastus Donko article and where you are indicted? Eto say?
I would say they have misrepresented the whole issue. And after investigation, I think the truth will prevail. And Mefa said, media as member of parliament and then being the leader for a whole constituency. I believe that I did the best I could do to make sure that Yen State Bonibia Tamrena Mikupi incident, because it was a coincidence, like I said, I have made the statement. You know, and I'm a situation in this of.
Mepacho, a site owner, no, of course, Udim.
I know him. My year, Juma, I was at the for 9 years. I was a health worker. And I have been at the place for 9 years. I know most of the guys there.
Or you are down for?
Adam Force, because I know him to be a redeemed boy. Sometimes but I can say from January to now. I don't remember the number of times I have seen him.
Oh, I see. Oh, I see. So pit no ewo kwa ho. Na area so ka se ewo kwa ho pe no kre.
Bobie, in fact, my leader said, that is why I want to make some investigation because any time, as I said, you see, me, I am in for what President Mahama is trying to do to stop all illegal mining in forest and river areas, any illegality. But the over guarantee and I say mining, I say no more. Any this one. To me, I can say if you more a jumabia, me categorizing or say or mining, but maybe the law might not permit that activity. I say I have been in a mining constituency throughout my life, and I say I was once an assembly member. I was a presiding member, and now I'm a member of parliament. The echo so broni krumwa ama we nyina na abano. Small scale miners and illegal miners no. Omukoko fa abo no free from no more be yam no bi ti se nika. Omo yama no mo awashi gold no ayi the omo benya film. Until after washing no the aka here no omo friend no omo we billion from omo friend no sanko fa o se shom. And only after so my yam abo na mana powder no more atete agu ba binti or no so ne de ne say obekwa akoto that waste the ones they consider as waste or no so obekwa akoto no de aba be go na or no so using the process to get the residual goods from and yes or no mining. He is not mining. He is extracting gold from the remains mostly for no ayamanakano.
No, illegal na say illegal.
For that, the position of the law no, I bet you. And I may say if it is illegal, that is the position of the law. But me say question abusa me no say o two agudia no ho ana say no me for site ho no ana say the meaning e pasa which is now no no and yet on two form and he is not into mining or no koto there that I'm saying for na for jan no the other
oh and you are not there and yes be o excavator na wo tum na wo same
David.
Oh, I've read many picture in here. Oh, okay. The idea mama busa was ano. Na me kami pe education kakra. Say bia you know enye illegal activity. Me mention that nimu ye tina na amami ebusa santifacha me. Oh, okay. All this while friend opinion I thought say bia ukra excavators jina site ya o two form.
He has an excavator. Your core site on an excavator, but excavator and say Juma and so okotuto sa ametia no adi be governor a dose one or the an excavator na boa no. That is the only or the near excavator or the two form. And say so tokra won't mean Juma. I think the way he does his work, you know. And I tell no coco for free the guarantee for an after you move or no about the hatter and a tell for it to dry. And sana or choir of us will yield gold. For that, me, I don't know, but that is how his process works.
Oh, okay. Unim, okay, Sembi. Ye me pussy on be brain na only a investigators here. He bet me up picking up from there. But, baby, to say Erastus Donko article about you know after Bibiano, basic illegal redress a bit clear with Diana.
Kwabena, because the public, once the investigation is complete, not say you know said the course no akobem kuma na akonifa na agina mfintina Ghanaians are here obi said the apostle me nyo obi a me bata na say you just want to support the system to work. And to be honest with you, with this fight against galamsey and illegal mining, I have had a private chat with the majority leader say I am ready to support my parliament. If parliament will even set up a parliamentary committee, I am ready to support with my knowledge in staying at the mining community. Now, me offer me ideas. Me free say me free say that can help us solve this once and for all. Many made in Koma before Parliament Babe resuming. But unfortunately, Parliament resuming and major granted. I was granted 4 days to carry out constituency activities. I'm a work official permission. And in the whole of last week, I'm a constituency. Make up to them, and on Saturday, make climate the whole thing with funerals and other social engagements. Make for the first one, and what we know at the home. So I'm ready to assist in solving this minister. Yeah, 5 years.
Okay. Yeah, Medasi Baby. All right. Thank you. Aaron.
Yeah. Na me church ya penyefo maminkai musulmi bia opese oko Hajj 2026 ya bie say omumbetua 60,000. His Excellency John Dramani Mahama Emma price no bo abefom. Now so we ka omo say 2026 no bongo your friend no house of for bongo unapproved route no Saudi authority edia to just say 2026 no unapproved routes. I don't think His Excellency John Dramani Mahama eti sa prices from 62 to 60,000. Obia owo plans towards 2026 on share say na on kotua. Commander, unim ni anti na efro commander no. Unim ni anti na efro. Obia wo follow. Obia will follow it. Now, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama has made it clear to everybody, NPP, NDC, CPP, PNC, Obia we Ghanaian Bia say Obereseti or my Ghana. Every Bia. Now, His Excellency, the former President Akufo-Addo, Edi Ekoye. Now, young Bisa who be Bia Yesha in terms of illegal mining and galamsey and sensem. Look, we are not in any way, as members of the society, for that matter, Ghanaians, will support anybody, not even the president himself, defying the order to do illegal mining or to allow anybody to spoil the environment to that extent. Now, Usha NIMOS, the rationale behind the formation of NIMOS. NIMOS has you have to say the objectives and the templates for which they operate. The NIMOS has a place of concern. Omu target obia oye illegal mining. Now obia so oye illegal mining no say oye illegal mining. Now this government since 2025 issue license bia mo ubia onkoye mining ana onkoye illegal mining anania ekeka ho, so they know where they are headed. Say asumesia owo ha eye mining no oye mining illegally, so before they go there they know say asumesi bebia ne site wono no permits, so they have zoned the country and they know who has license and who doesn't have license. But the problem with this is this, say, the government has not banned the entire mining or illegal mining. So it is very difficult, say.
Illegal mining.
It is Matthias here, but the point I'm making is saying say the legal mining and illegal mining is the same as we speak. Because if today as I sit here, I don't know said illegal and illegal. Yes, I'm about for you to prove to me say I'm not doing illegal mining. Before you will prove it to me say illegal mining, no, I would have had certain information say they are no. So it is something we need to at least make it clear. Yeah? It is a fact that what the MP is doing is not in isolation from the other MPs. Let's get it clear. Even to the extent say in your constituency, the mother, the father, or the people who come to you say, it is something we need to address as a country. And the member of parliament, for that matter, has that responsibility to knowing what is happening in the constituency or to knowing why certain happenings is happening within that particular zone. So let's look at it and analyze it dispassionately. Gone are the days where you would even go to the president's hometown. To gold. Now, my your friend saying, oh here no. Bet me a boss siren more high five no okono. We have gone past what I say SAR regime, and nothing has happened. We have seen that. This particular man as MP, and thank God, my maminka asemi, thank God. Can you know before Yabetu Abano election 2024? Every day comes with what? Issues of you can say this issue of fraud, this issue of problems one way or the other. But for the past 9 months, yenti say obisika like scandals and I mean so I am thinking, sir, this particular thing is misunderstanding where the MPR okoni baby obe hunia ekoso obe jina say me baby sa, and bear in mind say every MP baby obe ko bia ye ni mo no, unless of course you don't belong to that particular area. Now if MP omo to abamami na me be si ko baby e na me hu say nema enkoso ya na antakwa esi misi say me so na no ana minhwe kwan ya ebefa, so that at least something would happen, okay, and nothing would affect the citizens for that matter, my good self or the Naimosa. What is wrong with that? There's nothing wrong with that. The man is saying, say, me call me baby. And Kukuasa and my friends, and now no Obisa 5 questions. No?
10 questions.
10 questions. Obisa say, why did the man called Collins Dauda?
I've seen a statement from
Collins Dauda.
Honorable Collins
Dauda say, Bacho Kaimami.
So South Africa. So South Africa.
Yes, I'm in South Africa with the Pan-African Parliament, and I have no knowledge of the attacks on the Naimos team. I never ordered the release of any suspect, and only asked the Asutifi North MP to intervene after hearing of the incident.
That's it. No. One can say, illegal miners are now criminals. But now, he said, say, Uncle intervening. He's a member of parliament. For that matter, let's get this right. One, Papa na oye MP no. He's not the MP of Greater Accra. Oh, Nambe Bia, Okoshia illegal miners, any Naimos, Eku, Osi Maminjina Ho, Eshenia Ekosu Debi. He is a member of parliament for that matter in their vicinity. Ohunia Ekosu. And then he stopped. Now, Ujina Ho, Obe Bisania Ekosu. And I can plead with you, not intervening. What is the, interpret intervening. If you interpret Jinamo and now yes, now what is wrong with that? Commander, I am a Bissau say, do you know why you are a commander? Because you command crowd. You people admire the way you do your things. Who friend da you Akufo Adoni. Commander. Papa ya from Shata Wale bet me command street boys are see quite jury bebia, not even a member of parliament, and this man cannot intervene when it comes to bebia offering. He's a member of parliament for that matter. But let's also not forget, say, the NIMOS with their responsibility should act with high level of responsibility. Before you will do something, you must know what you are coming to do and the repercussion of what your actions or your inactions. One, we are found in a serious mess created by elsewhere administration. Let's not rule that fact. Two, it is because of that we have decided to form, as a country, to form NIMOS to see how we can intervene. NIMOS are also intervening because they look at instances where baby are omuye mining, which is so inimical to the progress, so inimical to the environment, polluting the environment, for that matter, the water and what have you. And the man is also a member of parliament in that particular area, and he says, okay, no problem. Commander, I'm not sure, say, if the who police handcuff for me, and you know who I am.
No, you come around.
I'm not sure, say, who be
no, you come around.
You come around. And then knowing who I am.
Police station.
Yeah. You can say, oh, I know this guy. What is the problem? Because of the relationship and because of who you know to me.
Also, he's my brother.
He's my brother. Now, it doesn't mean he's interfering their work. No, I mean, the NIMOS can write whatever report. The Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources can write what their report, but it doesn't also take away the responsibility of the MP. The minister himself, wherever he is coming from and wherever he is today, would do the same.
Police for a statement, no, omudi trana.
Minkase omudi trobe no omudi. That's what I'm saying. Say the MP against the Omu. And I'm saying, say
they didn't speak factually.
Yes, allegedly. They didn't say or no. Yes. And I'm me patches me bisa question, Commander. See, I'm free high court. No police chimi wa bontin say omo handcuff na uka. Or china u frame member. It's the same situation.
Of course.
So you will stop to intervene to know what is actually the case. So the MP went against the police and the minister. But the point I'm making is say the MP is representing the people. And he knows the people who vote for him. And Senator Ochirechiremon say, look, the man in question doesn't do galamsey. Until today, me say omu to sa waste to go and even process to see say it's a risky job. I have never known until today. So if the man is talking about,
it's not for us to sit here and determine say I didn't know more, you know. Illegal and
that's it. So that's so that's what I'm saying. Say the man
to event saying report to now they were chemicals na kasa na omu use at the year ahia no adwuma no na ye illegal
ahia ben site ben
and there be environment no
kasa no chile mu say no muntu form
abo no fi baby yes
oma be wash
no wash no ye illegal.
Okay, Matthias.
So you can't say because of Uncle Two or illegal. Yeah, me for some nimu.
You see, so this is the thing, and I was saying, say the template we working within no covers everywhere where there is pollution, and because one say we no and so no, and now we no anywhere that is going to pollute environment is something they should against. Yes, Papa no, wafum marano. The MP has come to intervene. Say you have handcuffed the man. Say mudi ni ko obeko. But anyway, say beba. That if that is beba, if that is the case, I mean, say okay. Say divine and chirayen. One chirayen baby a police and Papa no admit say obey see. To the point say the MP is allegedly to have collected bus and people to go and protest the removal of Wenunina Adia is condemnable if it's true. But the point also must be made that the man intervening is one. Two, the man going somewhere or chance on these people I want to mean court, but to making sure say there's calm in the place or at the place is something.
See, there's nothing wrong
around his purview.
There's nothing wrong with the MP's attempt to intervene, but there's everything wrong with if say or try to obey interfere.
How interfering what?
Oh no, mean case for
intervening and
the police statement allegedly
what's not
a police statement
or intervenir.
Yes.
See, assembly crana unim nipa nimpona who say injustice koso and I be born a koso community. I have every right to go and find out. So bet to be defending nipa no say be abuse no. So MP that's corner call there's nothing wrong.
You see, but I have seen Papa Francis Xavier. No, walk demonstration, and there be no walk and your demonstration, and another demonstration
against poor road.
And the demonstration, obimu, and in everything, you know, we have insolvent debtors. Let me take advantage. You are notorious risks. You are more, but it doesn't represent the MP's purpose for which no. So there are people who would go to do things outside the intention of the MP. But let's look at it. Say, one, the MPs going there has nothing to do with the activities of near Naimos when they're to do. Near Naimos, the arrest of the Naimos, taking the person to a police station for further interrogation has nothing to do with the intervening of the MP. But Nemom, whoever, you know, to mad the situation at the time Naimos made the arrest and then subsequently taking them to police station. Time now, and I see then we should look for the people who really occasioned that particular problem, but not the MP, because the MP has come out to say, Onudie, the vision of the president is what he carries. Fighting against illegal galamsey and related issues around illegal mining is something will side with the president, and he would support that agenda to end galamsey in its form. So let's not castigate the MP for intervening. That's it.
Right. Condemn the mob action.
Condemning mob action. As I said, that people must be brought to book. I condemned it.
I've listened to the MP, but from my human sense, you know, the way I also Casano to me say, I say, Papa no koye ya.
Yes. Yes.
Say Papa.
But people can fake.
Yes, it's true. And American. But here any party, if I'm me free me nipemu, me nipa sumwa, na me tesi ro sikasa no. It's like my koye papa. Enumi. But said the king. Minister no about stating his side. MP na stating his side of the story. One any your kind, there's nothing like allegedly. Straight. They me call two saying I'm yes and I'm free when yes and I'm yes. Please force you to statement about. Please for the no. Or must it say allegedly. So you can't say alleged, it means it could be true, it could be false. Subject to investigations. 9 maybe I'm so statement by, but according to my brother, was say Lance Minister statement is on behalf of Naimo, and police statement is on behalf of Naimo, and also the Lance Commission statement on behalf of Naimo. But over all these statements by me understanding will be a bit me could be so be any nyansa about that may normal. None of these statements, and I'm immediate to say this statement is meant for Naimos, stating Naimos side of the story. But maybe they will not speak. But investigation, of course, since Naimo allegedly become the victims of the circumstances, so Mobekasa.
Kwabena was so happy. I say that's how he talk. He's a slow talker.
Naimos Bekasa, Wesu Bekasa. Nina bekwa kuwie ipe hu nukra ewo mu se eyampa se MP nukra no allegedly se bia one sa concession nukra ni sa wom no nkro no ba nina ba bedari. But nana, I'm very happy how our institutions are responsible, are involved in this, we are stating a willingness so obeboa manhwehwemu akọ kusi ase no ebetimi abo ne mom atise asem a yewra Azaa Kwaku ebisa say adenti na MP no one free the district air dissect, which is the MCODC, you know. You see, I don't know, and I don't speak for the MP, but this a common sense knowledge. Or no, as a member of parliament, on Honorable Collins Dauda and the Biomo chef boundary. On in the parliament, easy say or no Honorable Collins Dauda. I want contact. It could be say even the MCDC no honomono. When in contact. Easy for him to call Honorable Collins Dauda than maybe to call the MC or DC or Honorable Collins Dauda, because I didn't see or no MP constituency. See no constituency there. MP to me because me as MP, me MC or me DC me in contact. But you bet me pardon MP no. Say only MC or DC or what Honorable Collins Dauda constituency number, we can pardon him. Yeah. But Ghana for we cannot yank him pardon the MP. So because say, oh, me because Honorable Collins Dauda could have in contact. When you know so all of you now belonging to one political party, now share boundary, now the same parliament house no. We be no obedi. And the MP decision to call Honorable Collins Dauda instead of the DC. No. To me, somehow it makes sense. But whether or not, say MP no ewo that to me to intervene no. And also so said the Eminia Haruna Chiremu. Nana, it makes sense.
Yeah, of course.
It makes sense. Because once we share boundary no. Obi o Honorable Collins Dauda constituency will be enim.
No.
The same way Obi bi o Honorable Yan Wabasemi constituency be enim Honorable Collins Dauda. And as well as Chiremu issue ni buy no. Assembly member tried to intervene.
Yes.
But when say Honorable Collins Dauda is on the line, say opeso no kasano. The NIMOS leader no, what the phone no. Asemwa Honorable Collins Dauda catcher ni die. Upie ni masam kura okai. Whether or not, say no kura na say no kura say MP ni kono na tax edi na chino. And in the investigation debate ni achiremu.
Na ye uka say MP ko wedding ana year only bodyguards ana only omo di nechi. And yes, it's not deliberate. Ye hu omo da.
And the investigation.
Kwabena wu na me ya wu na say wu bodyguards.
Yes.
Woni gasa.
Mini bodyguard o.
There be missy bodyguards no. Say yes ya.
Mini bodyguards.
Na wu nko na wu nam. Say nya nkwa. Wu boys are woni wu.
Me fa boys not that.
Because say boys to say bodyguards say me wo cruise a woni omo nam sa no. Wu cruise. Wu jai.
I told you this is
jai masa jai. Ya wu kan. Wu jai ya wu kan.
Masa mini bodyguard.
Wu cruise ya ka say bodyguard. Wu ni gasa. Wu cruise.
No cruise way.
I told you dia.
Masa jai. Yes ya. Yes, yeah. Yeah, they are caro.
To the idea of Fremameba.
Of
Fremameba. But say the Naminia a year, Haruneka say. Let's assume, say the police for alleged say MP no, led by the tax on the castle. One my suspect in a actual ya hanko form, yeni hanko for no, and forcibly trying to say no cresse or more try say or muyi hanko for the funza. Bibiacha say a wrong.
It's very
good. They say be a MP no interview so more the money uncle from the inform. You see one thing about say
security.
Nana say who call you cry na CBA on and California enlighten.
Yes.
They say near what Accra Hasino. E be a nipa na ono man no because they be a popular. Enti kromani na utie issue no a tese kromuni na
and that's why we are opinion leaders in every community.
Enti what the hank of goodness, obu okra the hank of goodness chese obeka si ekunu eni enti ebi MP no ka se be okay ne munyi hank of no na ebi ayemfa no police station na yenko sometimes ebetima ya adwuma se mo de ni free site obi ankrofo no do na mo de kodu police station ho dia krofo no magwa tro munya kwa anko enti o de person obi abetumi aye somehow it makes sense but say no crap pass obi de nsako share
is wrong.
Naimos mpenyimfo no botom to mo kwa koyi
which are not even true. I'm not sure it's
and
true.
And the police force are alleged. So it could be true, it could be false. But say no crack So we didn't say share bottom penny bottom so ku yi hanko
na ono gina ho yede masa na mos penny no gina ho yede ya di divide wo a na me say
even some of the officials na most officials were assaulted say no cry you condemn it because
you see don't oversimplify the issue
because nana ya tigana ha and the MPP ye be hu tension e be that timamu for civilians in the military.
Yes.
I could do a police soldier niya timamunya no abono. Timamu for so kabom no nya police soldier niya no mabono. Because sa na amane koso. Ba na no hwe de si ye na wotwe ye twam ye. Ah soldier niya so okoto 65 Ghana cedis so okoje refund. Sa na afa ni tirimo se die yo obon
offer so number red.
Hwe ekwan deputy minister defense honorable Brojaja Mfi ejina mu a chese me no ka say chese 24 hours crime na osoro ahomatina military police ejina na bobo ano a yado ano a yede ne ekro enti eyade a ye be condemn ye mpese timamufo ebehu asojafo naimos no they are not fighting for anybody's interest, they are fighting for our own interest,
the Ghanaian interest. Yes,
they are fighting for our own interest, so they are not our enemies. Say your uncrophobia let's face them out.
Okay.
By NIMO's establishment, is for the interest of Ghana.
Zen, Commander, just imagine you passing by my house and realize my tap is flowing and it is out everywhere. Will you call me first or you will call Waterworks?
Common sense. Common sense.
Binia, who will be one? Divine, BB. Just 2-3 minutes about this issue or also SML 3 minutes if we were just 3 minutes.
So about
SML
so we about me say Haruna why justice to the issue say MP no try so intervene, which I don't disagree, say approaching now be adopted, you know. But for me, any attempt to be also obi ebeye so interfere and say or the be interrupt a law enforcement agency a juma omo ye dia that one me omo entry because we are they to me ashen for Ansah say omo nye juma ebeboa yen enti no se MP no eko na se otie account no de eko so honum for instance you say emratie no papa no site owner and concession owner you invite the buyer no the kind of fury anger or the bar site honum kra no engagement ipo mo person mo ne have any impo no kra no na chese mo to be in dialogue because of the bufuo and a buy and not to the extent say boys na no esan so g key no edifi security personnel in sem no eno de me more action no e ya de a me so because ya who say windscreen abo ya who say onkofa attack vehicles in the keka ho. That's not the way to go. Until you to know and it says Hanya Mana Echo Kosono. Sa rebel style, Rambo style, you to now adopt ya, be any of them rubber shop on Semuno. I did we imagine said so Jenny be able fuye, and I said why exercise a little intelligence be, and na or man need to soon a king kimwa, na kanyen in there and command ha ye dini. Na kebe can say oh mebunu na attack nyama nyama nti ehwe bibi because yes zongo chief no e ba ya or betie mu no so e make sure be calm tension because edu ba bi na mu ya di ha o say soldiers for no come na say ye attack o mu nko say na ekuma ama no omo so omo be retaliate in a way bi pa na yempe intermediate intervention there but me so no menka say obi adibone ever to say TSC ye nyina etutu ye hofo ye see ye njai krono bo ye see ye njai awudie ye see rape ne amania ma nya de papa ya je atum enti say wo ye minua na say me se protect na say me ba no wakako dibone aye gina hono mo moja wo nsa ho a
ye buy na me ye the handcuff a goon sir me on crime on because galamsey activity na criminal you offense o na ma ba be gina o say me mpene ye fa handcuff goon sir because better ni begu asiti no ye fa on court say obi a wa ba be ye event say wa ba be establish company wo debi enu de ho no ye be show it be say say the cause of attacking security personnel they go for goon sir na say MP intervene yes ye feelings ade ho no nya say papa me make say ye be so sa intimi de on be si batisi Bobie esemala semuika unze no nanka impihu
no andika enye no tena ba ya tete ho wan
impihu
ya enye de because tena be mo musimi ko
because unim hwe esemala semuyo o se de bia me ka say ade we ya omu ye eye krono fita no mu ye so omu be bo man Ghana na me owura kan furata me ni sympathy man bia obabi owo bia te say such a wicked person me nim de ti crowd na mo no ma eja no because you see nipa ye to abawi ye finance minister pa se wa kwadwi mu fine se wadwi mu kroje pa na wadwi papa handing over mpo wantumi antwen o wantumi antwen ama ye declare results na de chin ya papa ya kofa play poa oko ese ne hwe wa ne ya ne yire abachiro statement say a man up to June atwam
ono yam say ne so ne yire anu aware no
June atwam July August
May
it's there be June 22nd May dey no ho e no dey ba June 22nd July August September October papa yi enyi ni ti na no dey e ya homte wo mu ni say in all of these tricks omo play ni nyina no as of a player no about Liberia no about checking the company no call UK and no about US last 2 weeks on any Liberian business partners I have a meeting Washington ahwe no now nim date ya me ka say sa SML ne chronosem ne banking sector cleanup and am no ka say as at now receive and to me disclose the exact amount I have spending in the
SMLD
the collapse of banks no
okay
the scare I spend so far banking cleanup exercise no and na SML no so to me state how much money and everything be there hunya oba yes you now nim brofu bi MPP for no adopting style be omo ya emi times how brofu no yet very nonsensical it doesn't make sense to me say omo see yen ka say innocent until proven guilty and nipa no or innocent or alleged sa bro for alleged no me time see me in my position you know I will call them thieves until say competent court of jurisdiction ebe declare otherwise they are thieves because
maybe o metu ase wo dey say until say court ebe bu asem no wo nye thief wo nyansa mu no se me nka ne sa na me dey me say until say court be prove say Unya kromfo we kromfo ase da bi
entimrane say no one is guilty until proven guilty
so is the law
but who the ohun say
we are guilty and sign proven
me the time
is guilty until proven innocent
yes simple until proven innocent who do dey tia Bobie ya ti show yi say what time I ho si show yi who show yi start ever say 2 to 5 now what my to for you win what computer you ni desktop yi you nya show ya next person me ba no microphone ni ho you see monitor we so the honum na ya buy the baby sa management say this until proven guilty to Kofi you be say question as a leader with ultimate responsibility
you be say no team say mo na mo ye adwuma from 2 to 6
ewe he
enia my mobile analysis wo they on here so there ya mo ntwa me
na CCTV camera so a capture we say ade no you o dey call e ko share o ka mu o si there be this court aka say o ye guilty anya sa dia me enbo wo chem so me enka wasem me sa tricks no mo de ba na we ba na obet so yare na ono ma terms and conditions na it say my enka na sem hwe o war give to war last week me kan sasin wa give to war from press conference first one match happen give to war start so ko police hospital oni friend say police ba doctor ba ko ye boa omukoye nakra na no mo hye ho no o se na dwumu ka no o psychological issue na o so ntiapo o tena mu da bi am invite no omo invite no for investigation bi a o se o ntiapo na dwumu ka no others do ye pa na dwumu te ye Najimuti happen or the contesting GFP second vice event saying chairperson no winning here or winning less you ya person Najimusa so can be. It you almost this hard tricks we are make so not guilty. Me can say
sexy dondo. Omoka so about that motion. Omoka so about that. Sexy dondo.
Microphone.
Enti so about them cry.
Onko dem.
Ono kwa de say ankafo say pantai betime so ono kwa award near the man.
Because adia midima no si no. Yeah. Adia kenoforiata mo edi ye Ghana ne sa kuntuna se plan we im sa SML deal we. Ombra no mbeyi ne ho ano. Ombra na questions bi o no my person answer bi ye hu ni ti hu ni nine.
I don't know, just 2 minutes. Would you say sa SML we with kenoforiata e be hu ase we awie ye Ansah na wi ase ase. Are you sure?
Well, anything that do na say yen OSP din because yen hu bibia OSP edi oforiata ni OSP present SML deal no eko on who can say KPMG yes hwehwemo almost see SML deal no was clean and there was no any dirty shady deals. OSP buyer no or see Ken Oforiata was the serpent of mother serpent of SML deal. Na OSP you know Nana Akufo-Addo na appoint you and Nana Akufo-Addo KPMG eclair you na ebasan nde and the NDC which ma be catching yen say KPMG report na buy no na there were irregularities under NDC which mean who say Ken Oforiata has a lot of questions to answer. Abra ye here say collaborate with Attorney General to extradite this guy to Ghana to face the law and you are not cooperating. What is the problem? So for me, a idea, if care is not taken, it's going to be another investigation till Timbuktu. As unless of course either you scrabby OSP office or we take him out and bring another person for him to face Oforiata. Anything short of it, a idea, we will not get to the end of matter. Look, the point about this NIMOS, I want to come back to NIMOS. Okay, we need serious education about NIMOS activities. Serious education. Look,
we are done. No, the time no.
Look,
we are done.
Because why now me person me make you correction me. SML deal, and yet from the beginning, ye OSP and the investigation say. Manasa Zuri and I think 3 or 4 others and a raising matter. And President Akufo-Addo, Emma KPMG, yeah, say or more or in your auditing. KPMG report in a buy, you know. President police or more temporary so montre. Later, Okase Enkoso. Okase Enkoso. And when she Ansah special prosecutor, ASA, or interest room, or also a launch the investigations. NYN investigations every so it's not like special prosecutor was the one or shall say in first. Yes. And there be yes. You've not been fair to special prosecutor. Matthias, the special prosecutor came in after you know, like Akufo-Addo and his government KPMG has cleared them.
No.
Yes,
no.
But you see,
no. The point I'm making is say the Manasseh Azure and the 3 others investigated by their own independent investigation body. And they petitioned OSP. OSP or Shasie and Sana. Yes, and Sana, the president asked KPMG to do it. Exactly. So it's cut off at a point. We interest, OSP interest. And I'm saying, say,
the press conference
yes. Yes, so it is not as if say he didn't start
at that time. No, by the time KPM didn't find his buy. No, not OSP find his buy.
They say OSP. You catch and say when kosu KPMG to establish say. It's a fact to hold on. Yes, it's a fact. Say the president had asked these people to do the investigation audit
press conference.
Yes, after we know, you will know.
Go and listen.
So the point I'm making is
yes,
they have to make sure, say, look, all these things under Akufo-Addo, we should have experienced that. Why is this man still alive?
Anyway, thank you.
Why, friend say, why is he alive?
Why do you want me dead?
No, why? Yeah. Why is he alive? I'm asking. He's alive because Yesika. Eshon sa kopim se enemre almost see kunya so o waifa.
So me what the difference between MPP and NDC? And Akufo e take over. Chachuchi kata no wa brochiri. Ene ka say ye hwehwe no. Chachuchi kata no na fa plane. Eno bae. Obeyi nsam wa no. Owie wo se ko. Odu airport ye se ma ne nko. Ene bo no am kasa. Whatna asia kusisi edi na asem wiye ene de ne tum. Ye de ne tum after several years no court declare say judgment ruling was error ene ya panicho. Yes say otirimu fan obusum kuni wonku. Kenu furiata COVID nya wo se de eche wo ba e wa empuru. Wani mu awo no wafuna wo no obi hu kenu furiata kwa kasa de enche no. Krofo krasi nya abotere sa ho ya de o si da bi. Ghana hu donti. Budget
why you couldn't read.
But nana me de minim ni say de me mahu can ofrata kosro ba form e de ne beba Ghana
unless of course
because na utie special prosecutor na way back I think the beginning of this year and no more apply for information be from the American side that information no the email conversations between Kanofuriata and the principal suspect or more involved. Nana omo di ni nyina aba. Nana, I'm privy to the womb but menka. I'm privy to the womb but menka. But mark it on the wall. Say Kanofuriata. Yede nebe bagana. Na SMNA amikasi manyane ntiese special prosecutor Sachi. Acting legal director Dema GRA. Honestly, honestly related to this. Now the current GRA boss no cry. Everyone say no. We are not asking him questions.
Yes.
Because one another director, KPMG, or more audit no. No. We flew on and now na GRA. Sa kunya no a nipa no te sa kunya mo GRA a Amishadai. We flew our kotena ho no. Amishadai implicated. Nipa no ati wan na Amishadai ba mu nyina ka ho. And that GRA Nickerson's pinning for no no mo mo ese na nyina. Obia retire mu nyina koye adwuma edema SML. Enti for enrezi bell awa ya adwene mu. Said the current GRA boss now ati wono mu a ono na audit SML. I said one set down for findings papa bia
or see na bia ko clean.
Yes, one who bia wo ho no. I ne
reward you as
special prosecutor. We are tax expert. We are finance and accounting expert. We investigate my concept probe auditing. We report our the buy no. Emma Akufo-Addo convinced that there's nothing wrong with it.
Position the man as GRA boss.
There's nothing wrong with it. Special prosecutor. Etimia take time. At an investigation of the buyer no. Bibia da mo clear. Or closing investigation or press conference. The next day, President Mahama had already say on terminate contract. So why should that man supposed to be? Why is he still there?
The GRA boss.
The GRA boss. Why is he there?
The KPMG director first.
Partner. Yes, partner. Yes. Why is it there? Because there's direct link between SML and KPMG.
And Akufo-Addo. Direct link between Akufo-Addo and KPMG.
Yes, and SML investigation, you know, as a tax expert. And the government from Sobia when I said state institution a investigation near who said the woman here. We are compromised. He's not deserved to be there.
All right.
But it's something that we need to ask, and I know say at appropriate time. Now that they are going after the legal directors on Chronobano, you get there.
All right, so that's it live at Accra100.5 Citizen Show Monday afternoon. But there are so many issues we need to discuss. We have fuel prices down. The dollar is doing well. aduane abuso. I think the issues no assignment akwai yebeye ho adwuma. We have this plant, a water plant, desalination plant. Yeah, omoye in Woteshi, and a MPP betum. Omo tum say Teshi any nungwa. And so why are you? And so why we are doing papa. And I don't know why anyway, so Manam Rani and Tentana Yanko. Mamma Sema aye onto and I say and divine. We have some few work Miniaba I was in patch use women rather. I think that one is better. Akwaaba.
Commander, ya eja.
Boko de.
Adumo nanso
Identity ekura kakra.
Kakra.
Sa ukura bibi kakra.
Ai me wo nneoma wo mapampan so a me beton.
Wosugu obi.
Nneoma kakra o ha sei. Ai ti. Ma mensha se mfemfri snete fo akache. Na snete semen control ena anwumre se. Ohene ba ene de ne papa te ase. Disabre ya wote ase wobetumi aye japade na watetian kakra e de asi ho de ama wonchirima enti wuwu achi no wo ma emre da wuwu achi enya de a wo ma bebre kwan bia so snete seme mo amane se wo ya aban adwuma ana se wo ye wankaso adwuma ana wudi edwa bodwa nkakra bra na anyone mebo anan bra be register no watro din oye ne se wi a bosume kakra obeti ato ho no obetimi kura de wo ba asha anan se o mi wu a me basmesi ana obentene enemra medimade ana monfa sika no mano wonya san no mogitum se peno anu no wo wu achi sa nipa no a wo bo ne din no wono eno amode epuduo no ebema no wankasa asemdei wonya ne babia agisa senate say abra obe register wie no bomodian say o contribution wo betua ne 10 wo tua ne saa eya no relax esan say ebra so say wo ba baju sika on be ye de saa e de amount Senate say, Omo number free 0302 611 622. And now connect to one our social media no so or Facebook or X, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube. Nini na ubo at Senate Ghana wonsa ebeka wonum. Ghana fana bebia or branches mako edronum miensa 53 branches nationwide. Ya ukwa ubetimi ni wonu medinsa woso. Senate say we deliver on our promise. Tontina 74 mesha eye du papa ebe boawo ama wonso watimi atena se di nkwame. Mesra wo ewiase aye kwabai yade eteta hahan so na wa amwani amre Nuan Pedro ya ebetunya wasi amawu a wani bedi ebebedi nyasem ketwa enti Tontina 74 mesha eye dro ya ebetumi etu kidney infection ase amawu etu typhoid ase hepatitis B, abdominal pain, STD, chest pain, high blood pressure, treat high blood sugar, bien soa na halitosis and kankan bad breath, ebi wo soa. Nonom Tontina 74 mesha. Oh, ebetu ase kra. Ulcer, diabetes, ekura tu. Ama ho asama na kwakwa ye kana. Wonom Tontina 74 mesha. Ebe boa ma wonso ado ho afiri yade yi ho. Wo prostate enlarge. Wo liver infection. HIV patient say mon konom Tontina 74 mesha bio. Esan se ebe boa am watumi anya wa ho den na wagina so ache. Adi ebusumin system no enti wo no mo no na eboa konyarewa ene oni pedua ni di asie no efiri ho ma asthma ya afo ovarian cyst wo ho no ma wo nyare o nanso bibi kitwa bia no abre fatigue no tontina 74 me shabeboa lungs infection cancer fe na ahase bronise early cancer sickle cell anemia patients monso mo die ni o tontina 74 me sha dro se chronic cough away eba wo so nyenne abeye kwankro wakon wo ya abrempo paucho tontina 74 me shabeboa pa ebi nso ana wo de no akomaya de woto a wakoma etimi twu se ya hwim eti utwumi hwim da bi mo anhwe ye beje wonkwa afiri wonsam o tontina 74 me shabeboa pa edrei ewo pharmacies ahodo nyina mu herbal shops drugstores udra wonsabeka bi frɛ 0246 073 498 and now 0501 628 931 Neptune Dosoprum ko kan shi drug lane and afei lanes and answer shops ahodo nyina mu tontina 74 mesha dra edi kan ya register with South Africa let's just say amana nimpo edi ne ho a ko pebinum na honto Bills microcredit is a brand one more busia na fa so to ha nyina no ai ohia de ayo ye ehia wa asema nipa ne kan okra nya asema ye bufuo na abuofo na sabi nya kwase na ehia no anu osresre ana komde no na ne siguso Bills microcredit say afi enche be kuna wieye ebia wa ni so ade hunu wa bo pem empem bra Oma obesia na bosia we no de ma eye nika na eye dane se wo hia collateral bia enkofa wo dan bi na ukra dan no wo bia nka akwaje bosia kona bills for so tew susu sembie nim de ohia your Ghana card ma Ghana card ne so Bills microcredit say eno ane se wo do Ghana card number no aba na wa ma obesia e de akoso tew ha nyina frɛ 0596 920 833 0596 920 833 and now 0302 200 390 0302 200 390 Kai say terms and conditions apply. Mansoa Herbal Clinic bra na fa how nyina bedan Mansoa Herbal Clinic na wo say wo de how no wo ba emmo wo yade no so emfidie buso ayasabia ho ye do beto afidie no so na afidie no ankasa kire ba bia yade no wo ene yade ko a ene wudi asie na etuase omam aduro ama otumi ede etuase ebia mekobo yade bi so a obeka same die wa amoso me say yade bia ye bodin ma ne yeye e wo Ghana asase so anase wiasim ha fa ko Mansoa Herbal Clinic obetuase ama ho atopa mo wani yade wo say ebre beso ebre pem no wobetumi ehunade yie se wo wani no enhu ade da mpa me se ko Mansoa fo ho na ene wo no nkoto kese se edro bia ni hono mu a na yade bia ni wonu a eni adro e wo wiase mu Ishomachi kwan e wo New Fadama Bombay Washing Bay New Fadama Bombay Washing Bay wa numbers no eni 0272 019 917 0272 019 917 and a 0244 626 590 0244 626 590. The luckiest I se upese won saka winning ticket ni bia ma menchro kwan ya obefa so the luckiestafrica.com luckiestafrica.com. Okwa no sign in real quick. Now if you what tap your community ticket in so no pick your lucky number. And now so obema kwan ama system nankasa generate be the amount. Every 1 Ghana cedi equals 5,000 Ghana cedis. Take it no ubetimi so ato the amobi ama na ye. Wo Ghana ha say ya. And one say wo de umomo etria. Na mom say wo outside Ghana na wabo modern do card etria. The luckiest waba ama lucky numbers na dos pa. Pleasure condoms and answer flame condoms. You will more who draw me, you know. You will blue and you will green. Blue no, eye moi. Mo pese mu jina so cheno. Fidie no, jina so sa enumda. And a green no, utobia. And no bois emma greater stimulation. A pim ye ma tumuzampa. Wapima ye drew peak. Paucho. Se eba ukon hu. Na eya wo se ade yi e wo se me use condom a eya ahwehwe flame condom se chi kwan e san se eno ene agidie e free 19 kodwo hoho emu aye die e de besi nne eye Ginny Rice say or the promotion asosha sunti bronya bantem quarter 4.2 kg bag of Ginny Rice. Na me pa ocho wo bie so aya hwe yi san say ye the card bi a hye inside no eno an say wo scratch sa card no wo betimi ahweni a chede bebre fridge washing machine smart TV gas cooker and afei all expense paid trip to Dubai se bronya ipa na ukodi wo Dubai kwana kwaje wo Ginny Rice sesi a 4.2 kg bag no na wonso Lack and smile on you. Na nya achede be. Terms and conditions at the home. Afei, de yedi etu apo. Every ade throwing home. Every MTN for chain. MTN for at the free after one buy. Ma Ghana for jiatum ah. Na why nem pa de pa. And MTN for say. Oh, sir, ade Ghana for money je home. Enti asa de for ba. And no ye MTN free after one extra. I wubet me akasa be say 1 hour continuously. Uncha kasa uncha so. Ugusu kasa sa. Na o say 1 hour ni mu no 10 minutes bia obekasa bia no. Emu 1 minute. Tie ni ye. Ewu 1 minute pe na obetua ka. Enti emfa ne se wa fras mesi ana obentene. And we register MTN free after one extra no. We kasa for 1 full hour. Every 10 minutes biya. We bet you just 1 minute pe. The aka nyina ye free. It would check na bubu na sese umpewe na apedien. MTN say waba di ama o say wonso kasa ebeye dama wo. Na memenda kra de na chese abodo abuso. Ubenya 100 MB of data free. We are course the edikan ewo memenda bia. Ubenya sa data ni free e de asorte wankasa wo ho. So person subscribe bia MTN free after one extra. Ube dial *550# tie *550#. Na fe prompt nti na wa follow prompt no. No. MTN free after one extra. Ubia emfan hunyim nemma course no enguswa enyede. Ebusia we so enti yebetwe ho aba yeba yebetwaso.
100.5 Accra FM.
The luckiest. Oh yes. Luck is everywhere. For everyone, yeah. The luckiest.
Money is life, money the key. No matter the weather, me and you are the need. Papa is sick, comes to the money. When you get one and so free, so cool, about you. Why you do, yeah, we hear the luck.
The luckiest.
Thank you, Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. At this 80th session of the United Nations General Assembly, I'd like to speak about Africa's role in the future of this organization. However, it's impossible to do that without first considering the collective role that Africa played in its founding, which was small and relatively insignificant. Of the 51 member states involved in the founding of the United Nations in 1945, only 4 were African: Egypt, Ethiopia, Liberia, and South Africa. It is important to point out that the United Nations came into being in the aftermath of World War II because of the inability of its predecessor, the League of Nations, to avert a large-scale global conflict, which had been its guiding purpose when it was founded in 1920 at the end of the First World War. Out of the 42 founding member states of the League of Nations, only 3 were African: Liberia, the Union of South Africa, and Ethiopia. Egypt was to join later in 1937. Africa's overall participation in the organization's founding was minimal and relatively unimportant. That's because before all the other talks and meetings, representatives from a group of 14 nations gathered in Berlin for a series of discussions that began in 1884 and which led to the partitioning and formal colonization of the African continent, which is also called the Scramble for Africa. It has famously been written that past is prologue. Well, in the past, the majority of the 54 nations that now comprise Africa were never offered a seat at the table where plans for a new world order were being drawn. But, Madam President, as fate would have it, the tables are turning, and Africa's role in the authorship of whatever is yet to come for this world is going to be huge, and it will be consequential. According to this organization's own projections, by the year 2050, more than 25% of the world's population is expected to come from the African continent. Additionally, by 2050, 1/3 of all young people aged between 15 to 24 will be residing on the African continent. So you see, the future of this world is African. Allow me to say this once again a little louder for those of you in the back. The future is African. Already today, Africa is a catalyst for human potential and development, as well as for economic reform and ecological stability. Africa is a catalyst for systemic change. If this reality, which is fact-based and straightforward, seems provocative or unsettling, perhaps it's because you are viewing it through the lens of centuries of filters, colonialism and imperialism, and the resulting implicit bias. Maybe you are unaware of the resilience of African nations or their remarkable ability to make a strong comeback just when you think it's safe to count them out. That is what is happening right now in my own country, Ghana. Our constitution limits leaders to 2 4-year terms. In January, I was sworn in for a second term, which, let me point out, was non-consecutive with my first term. Our currency, the Ghana cedi, was rapidly depreciating, faced with rising inflation, a huge debt burden, and low morale amongst our citizens. My new administration settled down quickly and embarked on an ambitious program of comprehensive transformation designed to restructure Ghana's economic foundation and enhance our competitive standing globally. We refer to this process of recalibration as our reset agenda. In just 8 months, we have achieved significant reduction in inflation from 23.8% in December 2024 to 11.5% in August 2025, restoring price stability for our citizens. Additionally, our currency, the Ghana cedi, has appreciated considerably against other currencies, with Bloomberg reporting it as the best performing currency in the world at one point. Our improved sovereign credit rating reflects increasing investor confidence in our economy. And our 24-hour economy initiative promises to transform our economy. And there's a renewed willingness amongst our people to trust that their elected officials have Ghana's interests at heart and that we're progressing together. Madam President, I believe that in honor of this milestone celebration, the United Nations should also embark on a process of serious recalibration and establish its own reset agenda. Since the organization's founding, the number of UN member nations has nearly quadrupled. And quite frankly, it is not the same world that it was back then when the UN was formed. I mentioned earlier that I began my second non-consecutive term as president this past January. My first term ended in January 2017. In that span of time, 8 years, the world has changed with such ferocity. My first days in office after my return felt as though I had just awakened from a Rip Van Winkle-style sleep. Now, no, that was only after 8 years. Imagine then what it will be like after 80 years since the founding of the United Nations. In 1945, the sun had not yet set on the largest empire in history. The most common mode of international travel was by sea. The personal computer had not been invented, let alone made portable. And television, a new convenience, was still in its infancy, albeit in black and white color. Relations between the US and the Soviet Union were turning frosty, with Winston Churchill declaring that an iron curtain has descended across the European continent. Fast track 80 years on, in today's world, hundreds of thousands of commercial flights take off and land every day. Libraries have been digitized so that volumes of literature can exist on a small device, small enough to fit inside your pocket. We live in a world of cryptocurrency, artificial intelligence, social media, the internet and its dark hidden dungeon of the dark web, all of which carry a potential threat to global peace and security. Climate change is real, and we're fighting a losing battle against the loss of Maldives and other island nations to the rising sea level, against the loss of Timbuktu to desertification and the Amazon forest to global warming and deforestation. Madam President, the UN Founding Charter is outdated when it comes to representation in this August Assembly. The most powerful post-World War II nations are still being rewarded with an almost totalitarian guardianship over the rest of the world. And yet, the first sentence in Chapter 2, Article 1 of the UN Charter declares that the organization is based on the principle of sovereign equality of all its members. If this were true, and was the case, a continent as large as Africa, with its numerous UN member states, would have at least one permanent seat on the Security Council. Furthermore, we believe that veto power should not be restricted to only 5 nations, nor should it be absolute. There must be a mechanism in this House for the General Assembly to challenge a veto. No single nation should be able to exercise an absolute veto to serve its own interests in a dispute. In 1995, during the 50th anniversary of the United Nations, Nelson Mandela stood in this very spot, and he said, "The United Nations has to reassess its role, redefine its profile, and reshape its structures. It should truly reflect the diversity of our universe and ensure equity among the nations in the exercise of power within the system of international relations in general and the Security Council in particular." I close quotations. 30 years later, we African leaders are still making the same simple request for a permanent seat on the Security Council with the power of a veto. So today, Madam President, I stand here in this exact spot and ask the world, if not now, then when? We demand not only a reform of the Security Council, but also a reset of the global financial architecture, which is currently rigged against Africa. Africa must have a greater say in the world's multilateral financial institutions. And while I'm making requests, I'd like to call for the removal of the blockade on Cuba. As Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, our nation's founder, famously said, we seek to be friends with all and enemies to none. The Cuban people shed their blood on African soil in the fight against apartheid. And indeed, Cuba has been and continues to be a faithful friend of Africa. You see, the very fact that I can stand here and ask these things and say these things, and the fact that all nations can ostensibly gather here to address critical global issues, air our grievances, and express our concerns, that is what makes the survival of this organization so important. In every old city or village, you will find a town square, or a courtyard, or a plaza that once served as a gathering space for the citizens of the community and their leaders. Meetings and celebrations were held there, as were trials and elections. And these were spaces that brought people together and held them together as a community. Sadly, time and technology have eroded these spaces. Madam President, in many ways, the United Nations is the proverbial town square of our modern global village. And it has never been more critical for us to protect this one space that brings and holds the world nations together as a community. The internet, social media platforms, and artificial intelligence offer us the illusion of connectivity, when in fact what they do is reinforce isolation by using algorithms that ensure that we do not receive new ideas and perspectives, but rather more of the same content. We are served alternative facts and manipulated images, making it easy to disseminate disinformation and sow seeds of division amongst communities. Madam President, these are dangerous times. Our world is currently experiencing a rise in nationalism and economic instability. There's a general breakdown of multilateralism. Various acts of aggression have been committed against the sovereignty of others, and nations are attempting to circumvent the very safeguards that were put in place to prevent large-scale global conflict. These conditions are all too similar to the ones that led to the League of Nations' failure in fulfilling its mandate. The denial of visas to President Abbas and the Palestinian delegation sets a bad precedent and should be deeply worrying to all member nations of the United Nations. Ghana recognized the state of Palestine in 1988 and supported a two-state solution to the conflict since then. And I say, contrary to the claims of some, a two-state solution would not be a reward for Hamas. It would rather be a reprieve for the hundreds of thousands of innocent women and children and people who are facing collective punishment and forced starvation for no reason other than the fact that they are Palestinian. For nearly 2 years and for the fear of reprisals, we here in this General Assembly have been playing hide and seek with language to find the right words to help us avoid or excuse what we all know is taking place in Gaza. But here's the thing, it doesn't matter what you call it. If it looks like a duck, it swims like a duck, and quacks like a duck, well, then it must be a duck. The crimes in Gaza must stop. The crimes in Gaza must stop. Madam President, I also want to draw particular attention to the conflict in Sudan, which this body has described as the world's largest humanitarian crisis. 12 million people have had to flee their homes. And when we speak of migration, we refer to the 12 million new Sudanese refugees, whom we as a global community should be willing to assist in much the same way that many member nations readily assisted new refugees coming out of Ukraine. Let's dispense with the euphemisms and dog whistles and speak frankly. It is not a mystery that when leaders of Western nations complain of their migration problems, they are often referring to immigrants from the global south. But many of those immigrants are climate refugees. And interestingly, the global north emits 75% more greenhouse gases than the global south. However, the effects of climate change are more severe in the global south because we lack the resources to address them effectively. And so when the desert encroaches on our villages and towns and they become unlivable, we are forced to flee. Ansah Shire, a Somali-born prophet, a Somali-British poet born in Kenya to Somalian refugee parents, was London's first youth poet laureate. She writes in her poem titled Home. And it says, you have to understand that no one puts their children in a boat unless the water is safer than the land. No one bends their palms under trains beneath carriages. No one spends days and nights in the stomach of a truck feeding on newspaper unless the miles traveled mean something more than just a journey. Madam President, we cannot normalize cruelty. We cannot normalize hatred. We cannot normalize xenophobia and racism. If we're going to tell a story, let's not tell it slant. Let's tell all the truth. When we speak of migrants, we speak of Mami Ewusi Mensah Frimpong, a judge on the U.S. District Court for the Central District of California. She's the first black female judge on any of California's 4 federal district courts. She was born here in America to immigrant parents from Ghana. We speak of Peter Bosman, a medical doctor in Ghana who moved to the town of Piran in Slovenia in the 1980s and later became the first black mayor of Piran, the first black mayor in Slovenia and in the whole of Eastern Europe. We speak of T. Michael, the iconic Ghanaian Norwegian artist and designer. And of course, we speak of the late Kofi Annan, former United Nations Secretary General. Former United Nations Secretary General and Nobel Peace Prize recipient, who was born in Ghana but spent his adulthood in various places in America and Europe. These are people who have brought great distinction to the countries that they decided to call home. Just as the migrants and the children of migrants before them did, I dare say these are not invaders. These are not criminals. Madam President, the slave trade must be recognized as the greatest crime against humanity. As the African champion on reparations, Ghana intends to introduce a motion in this August body to that effect. More than 12.5 million Africans were forcibly taken against their will and transported to create wealth for the powerful Western nations. We must demand reparations for the enslavement of our people and the colonization of our land that resulted in the theft of our natural resources, as well as the looting of artifacts and other items of cultural heritage that have yet to be returned in total. We recognize the value of our land and the value of our lives, as did our colonizers, as well as the governments that happily paid reparations to former slave owners as compensation for the loss of their property in quotes, and that property for which they received compensation was paid referred to enslaved people who had been freed. Madam President, an increasingly insecure world is witnessing upward spending on defense budgets of bilateral partners and steep cuts in official development assistance. Since July 2024, it is estimated that there's been a 40% drop in humanitarian aid globally. In this era of global uncertainty, Africa must exercise sovereignty over its natural resources to raise the necessary funds to ensure the well-being of its citizens. The days of parceling out vast concession areas to foreign interests for exploitation must come to an end. We'll continue to welcome foreign investment, but we must negotiate better for a bigger share of the natural resources that belong to us.
All right, so that's it. Yamamu Kwabena, baby biawo biano na ochia beye na yedi adwuma no asese so yedi adwuma tata so na yedi Ghana ho enkomo ya kasa fa Ghana ho arafo ma Nafisa to AJ is there JB Jata from Jata Cement Factory Yedase. An area is more joining Dixon Dagadu. I've already mentioned him. Yada Dixon has say away omo ɔmo nyinaa abɛka yɛn nsa na yɛba bɛdi nkɔmmɔ sɛ wowɔ fie a biribi wɔ hɔ a Haruna ba no corruption thank you biribi wɔ hɔ a mepɛ sɛ me ne wodi ho nkɔmmɔ awie Ansah koraa ma hyɛ me show no ase and very dear to my heart and then we will talk about Nra Owura Muntaka interior minister the press conference on my na Kwame na kwayo okoyere na kwayo koyere kendi si fo no twinase na onya ne number onya ne na kwayo so Mrs. Tapan ye ni se o ye ba de no ka se Muntaka no mo nka senka we di akoye se anuafo e nyina serious But they won't say MPP interior minister Konkada ka almost so da and Konka and this Ankasano omo dwene oman no ho e chen eya ayi party for no omo dwene oman no yay wey Omega Okankwe South hey enti Kwame yenia ayi friends Okankwe South MP honorable Efra ayi oya MP dawe hey now so akwai ba oba so jiki on title dem hey na we dey baby adin na me there Dixon Dagadu see we can't see anything please where Dagadu share phone yi o phone here China na say India na Togo na Nigeria na which one? They now the follow here. Shadini you. Why when you if you don't look at where no go see am where. So watch them carefully. Open your eyes. Aha. I see you come on. If you are getting you know, who are there now, who they say, you are not up a hospital, we go. Koja Ansah. My main country and kind of man for say Saturday, we na a year Bruno Regional Communication Officer and a Bui Authority, Corporate Affairs Manager, a year Ora Chasakowa. Hey, na Bila Yusuf say ono so ohunu hwe hey nebi hu ya bene oh any am say yaso mu Facebook no bi ani so na woto enipa mi na so to wa hu sen crofo complain endi nipa mi an say nyina mu nyina Yusuf phone baako Damina kai. So you producer kai. Enti nipa mi ansa nyina Yusuf phone ba kwa na omti dai ba kuma na omti efie ba kum. What we can only see you. Now, na nyame kwada be hu so hu. Akwaiba. Who was all who day? Who was all who's a me Gary and us? Oh, Jay. Was a commander on one of me whom. Yen the garbage of whom I know why. Why no other is your person whom. A young phone wa Mokotaz Azerbaijan phone. Na eyi and some unfortunate more. Oh, what the Baba Shemi. Uncle Azerbaijan. Jotam was a trouble, sir. Trouble, sir. Uncle Azerbaijan phone as a one dear. Nothing baby, I'll say, me who. Another brought here Bonike after the Niase. What a Bonike, what a Bonike, Eddie Afaniase. Yo, Joe Clark, yeah. I did Panda yard, you know. Yeah. Home sense. Home sense. A coffee in Ansah, that's all. A coffee. Shall I? Then the way I'm a brand. A back of Cuba, I said it was your mamma brand. Me, I'm a comrica be 2 days here. It says I could cry me don't pay me now. Don't pay me now, don't me film. Now the master to wo now after no or drew prime time. They say yeah they quite no. They quite no. Video by and open show. Ya video we. And the video in the show. The video by na person mo. Na me mama.